Step up, traders, time to roll. Numbers shaking down the scroll. Clock is ticking, you already know. Welcome into the stock market show. Oh, yeah. Monday to Friday when the floors are light. Captain Jim James, help you cut that dry.
So in 10 minutes time now at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the US S&P Services PMI. This is the final read for April. Forecast from the prior with a range of 51.7 to 51.3. The composite PMI forecast 52.1 from the prior 52.
It's a stock market show where the bulls run wild. The bears lay low from the first loud bell till the closing go. Ride that wave on the stock market show. Got your watch list ready, got your game face on. When the spreads get heavy, he keeps you calm from the open road till the last trade goes. He's calling the shots on the stock market show. Hey, it's a stock market show where the bulls run wild. The bears lay low from the first loud bell till the closing go. Ride that wave on the stock market show. Log on, lock in, get that trigger pulled on. TraderTheTrigger.com, TraderTheTrigger.com. TraderTheTrigger.com.
Check 1, 2. Good morning. How are you? Let's get right into it here. That's what I've got here for this morning. You want to take a quick look at it? There's potential for us to keep ripping higher here, but I'm watching this one in particular. The second red candle right here. That one right there. This looks like end of day, somewhere in there. Good morning. How are y'all doing out there? Just switch over here for a minute. And I still got like kick stuff going on. Just a second here, guys. Man, even just looking up here, like they're not having anything to do with this up here. You see this? These call sellers are not joking here. And there's a gap down below. Give me a second here, guys. Let's put this on a 1 minute. There is a big giant gap down here. I don't think we close it today. I think we can get up here.
Intel shares are up 9.9% following reports that Apple holds talks with the company and Samsung for US chip making.
This right here. Yeah, there was just a I just read an article this weekend about chip manufacturing in the U.S. is happening. Like big time chip fab. Put this up here. We're fairly close up here. We could come down here and then sweep lower, like reject this once and then come up and actually hit it end of the day, grind up here. Or we fade it later in the afternoon. Take a look at this real quick. Watch these 10 a.m. flows. We also have jolts. They could
S&P services PMI final read.
just a few words to you here. We should be getting some bad inflation news, but like jobs. I was just looking at some jobs figures recently, some like minutia, and people are getting hired. I know that's the narrative has been that, and the narrative has been true. But there is hiring going on. That narrative is not really a current narrative. We have jolts coming up at 10 a.m. and we have ISM services PMI. You know, there's another thing here too, which is that no one, like everyone's harped on tariffs and then they're harped on inflation with Strait of Hormuz, but there's other inflation out there. So you get ISM services coming up. Which should, believe it or not, be good. There's services inflation out there right now, which means you're getting charged more. You must. I don't know if you've noticed it out there. Maybe you have or haven't, but the price of everything is back to going up again, and it's not all tariff driven. It's not all Strait of Hormuz driven either. Let's look at this here. Just change these so we remember. I mean, I remember, but you guys want to always remember the 10 a.m. flows and the 12 p.m. flows. These matter. Or currently these matter. Until they don't, until they switch up the algorithm. One right there. This is the target up here, this red line. It's not the top, it's just the target. We are targeting... I mean, I'd like to see a return to 725. We did sell 725, so just getting over it would be nice. And then trading 728 or closer to... I've got this like real hard on for trading closer to 730. Like I don't think that the process of rolling calls is done. I know that the street wants it to be done. Actually, if you check out YouTube, I have a thumbnail on it this morning, and the narrative has been it's brutal. Like the narrative right now is like we're gonna fucking crash, which I think it's obscene. Like of the entire time of the fucking year, this is the time. Sorry to swear, but the entire time of the year, this is not. You're talking about if we crash right now, a down year. That's what you're basically asking for. You're saying this is like we're in the start of a tightening cycle and. This is it, basically. I mean, if you're looking for a crash or any kind of like big down move, something like that. I mean, I know looking at last month's candle, but I have an example of that, right, too. And we're in the best time of the year. Like, if you're a bull, I was reading some more stories yesterday saying retail sells May. I'm like, I don't believe that for a fucking second. Retail's trying to get long. I mean, you could say retail's trying to get long for summer, but... I don't ever look at like May, June, July as the worst time of the year for buy side. just seasonally speaking, historically, it's May, June, July are in your favor. Before you know it, before you know it, we're in summer doldrums, trading sideways, all that kind of nonsense, and the narrative continues. I've got more to read to you this morning. By the way, Bitcoin is squeezing today, right? I think. You expect pullbacks to be bought. You expect, hopefully, we can get down to the daily trigger this month to go higher. And right now, we're still defending. And even yesterday, on that close yesterday, the market was holding their cards very close. Like, we're going down, we're going up, we're going down, we're going up, all that kind of stuff. And it was like very discreet in my view yesterday. Where the market didn't want to give us any information at all into that close. We didn't go up and hit highs to sell, right? To get a low on Tuesday. And it was just like sell, and then no failure to launch. And then in that close yesterday, I couldn't call it. I didn't feel confident at all. Hey, buddy, how you doing? And the narrative continues this morning. It continued last night. I'll read some of it to you right now. I think at the very least, whenever calls get rolled like this, I kind of want to see higher. I want to see that roll, like when you're going into like any kind of 10s, like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 80 or whatever. I kind of want to see that push over, right? If you're going over 10, so if you're going over 720, you've got 722.50. And when you're rolling, dealers are forced to chase that roll. And you typically get this big move higher. And then once all the calls are rolled higher, we snap back down to the downside when dealers are able to delta hedge. So I'm not buying any of this. I didn't buy it on Friday. I didn't buy it yesterday. I don't buy it this morning. In the face of the street telling you, no, don't do this, right? And we all know the reason for this. Street fucking hates. So this is literally the truth. Like, the street hates to buy the level that we're at, the 718 or whatever it is. They don't want to buy here. And I'm just being honest with you. That's what they don't want to do it. So they want it to be a nice, slow, sideways grind up into the end of the year. You know, they want nice, easy months back and forth. And sometimes they don't get that. And for the time of the year, you're asking for the weakest time of the strongest time of the year. If you make this argument in like mid-July or even September, October, I'd give you a little bit more credence in this. In the midst of the fucking ass end of a bull market that's supposed to go ball squeeze up, period, like vertical at some point. And in my view, they want you to be left behind. That's my true view. They do not want you chasing this all the way up, and they're forced to chase too. Hedge funds are not fucking short. Some of them are, or they want to buy the dip or whatever, but they're not short. The banks are not short. They want the dip. It's that fucking simple. They want the halfback trade down. They want to sell you a bunch of calls, make a bunch of money, and they want to buy a fucking dip and run it up. And that's basically what they want. They want, you know, it's like playing fucking baseball or something. They want the same game every day. And they want to get paid, you know? No squeezing back up to 26 or anything like that, or 26 and a half, 28. And most certainly don't want the market chasing to the upside. So I did pose a question over the weekend saying, is anyone positioned for Strait of Hormuz? And I don't think anyone is. I mean, people might be long the market, right? Might be long from the bottom. But I'm talking about adding, like, are you adding? Are you hedged? What are you? Are you trying to instigate a position? Is anyone positioned for that Strait of Hormuz upside move? That's a 2 to 3% upside move. You know, so who's positioned for that? Who's not positioned for that? Who, like, in the midst of all this narrative? I got a few things to read to you here. We got 12 minutes until we get some data here. ISM services PMI, and then JOLTS job openings. And I have just a little bit more news to read to you, and then we're going to get into some other stuff here. This is from Tony Pasquario. He's saying, be long Delta, be long vol. Pasquario warns that risk reward not as alluring as it once was. After 5 straight down weeks, followed by 5 straight up weeks. GS head of hedge fund coverage, Tony Pasquario, offers a check down of the big dynamics on the game. Very deliberately stripped down to the frame. Looking back, U.S. GDP growth, in part flattered by fiscal support, has held up. Last week saw the lowest initial jobless claims print since 1969. Let's say that again. U.S. GDP growth, in part flattered by fiscal support, has held up. Last week saw the lowest initial jobless claims print since 1989. 69, excuse me. S&P earnings growth, certainly flattered by AI expenditure, has been objectively terrific. Now, I haven't even read this yet, but it's been outstanding, and it's expected to continue to be outstanding. I brought this up over the weekend, this next point. Since the ceasefire was announced, the market has assumed the left tail was truncated and repriced the volatility surface. 4, since the ceasefire was announced, the flow of funds has been very supportive, involving both hedge funds and households. 5, once again, we're reminded of this axiom. Physical commodities live in the here and now. Stocks live in the future. So if you want to go down there and party, it needs to get worse. You're the guy that thinks it's going to be World War III in Iran. You're the guy that thinks that the U.S. will not prevail. You're the guy that thinks that we're doing all this wrong. And I do think we're doing it all wrong too, but you're letting it cloud its impact on stock market. You know, how we're going about it, don't like it. Does it need to be done? More than likely. Will we get it done? There's a high likelihood that we get it done. It's very slim that we don't. It's like having Mike Tyson in the ring with you with some skinny, scrawny kid, and you picking the skinny, scrawny kid because you don't like Mike Tyson or something. You know, that has no basis in reality. The takeaways, and this is the other thing too. You got to remember that any of these stocks, where we took profit on them, or they didn't print for you, they're going to print. You know, and those options go off to die, and they're telling you not to buy the fucking dip. They're gonna rip the fucking doors off with all of these the ERs that did not print. The takeaway from Q1 earnings. For S&P, the consensus expectation was for 12% year-over-year growth going in. The current measure is more than twice that. Twice that. Inflation is rearing its head right now. What's the wealth effect, right? You couple that with wealth effect, where are we going? This is remarkable. 61% of companies beat by greater than one standard deviation. That nicely compares to a long-term average of 49%. More impressively, only 5% of companies missed by greater than one standard deviation. Aside from the 2021 reopening, that's the lowest in the past 25 years. You know, no one wants to admit the end of a bubble. No one wants to, everyone knows that it's a mad race to the top, and no one wants to say it. You've got people that are angry. You got people that don't like going up all the time. You got people that want 2 or 3 years of down. They feel better on sell side. They're loud. They have a voice. Number 3. So U.S. corporates remain in a veritable profit machine. And here we're reminded of another axiom. The anatomy of the S&P does not match U.S. GDP. Looking forward, The U.S. portfolio strategy concedes that the risk to 12% fiscal year 26 earnings growth lies to the upside. Now on to risks to the bullish view. Tactically, we're coming off the biggest monthly rip in NDX of the past 23.5 years. You know when the last time this happened? You got it. The internet bubble of the 90s that I've been grinding into you for years now, right? I think I was the first person to tell you in the start of this bull run that we're going to do an AI run. If you recall, if you ask Joe Donut sometime when NVIDIA was on the bottom, he asked me how high it would go. And this is before all the splits and all of this, but I pretty much nailed it. And he did not believe it at the time. And I told him we're going to enter a bubble like the internet bubble for AI, robotics, machine learning, quantum. And that's what we've been doing. And it's been fought the entire way. The entire way. And the build out is not done yet. It's the only thing you really need to know. Well, it's not the only thing you need to know. If the world joins in a recession, if unemployment rages out of control and inflation gets too crazy, that could be a problem. If the Fed's not, if the market and the stock market and the bond market does not believe the Fed cares about this stuff, that could be a problem. But in reality, this will get funded. In reality, we will build this out. In reality, the bubble likely doesn't pop until it's built out. I'm hard pressed here unless there was some kind of some kind of like unknown devastating event that can be tied directly to AI. Outside of that, they're going to build it out. They're going to drag you kicking and screaming. It can be painless or more painful. However it happens, however it gets built out, it's going to get built out. You're not going to stop the wheels of progress. My father-in-law, at one time, he was elected to a small county position on the planning board, right? And I was a young guy, and he was teaching me about his job. And he explained to me then that when a developer comes in and wants to develop some land, that frequently residents, the NIMBYs, like, I don't want it in my backyard. I don't care if it's in someone else's backyard, but it's in my backyard. I got a problem with it. And he was always fascinated. He was always fascinated by people that thought they had a chance to stop the development. And he found it crazy. He said, "You're never going to stop." He was like, "Jim, you have to learn this, okay?" I'm like, "Okay, tell me." He's like, "You need to learn that you're not going to stop this. So when you're going to go to one of these planning meetings, you want to come up with something that's either a roadblock that makes it financially unviable, or you want to put some roadblocks in the way that they have to do to appease you. You have to find some kind of neutral or some kind of negotiated settlement because it's going to happen." And that is similar to this. This is right in front of your face, and in the midst of it, you're being told this isn't going to happen, or let's crash again. Let's do 10%. Let's do another 20. Right at the tail end of it. Now, there are risks to the bullish view. We are coming off the largest monthly candle, and that pisses the street off. Just like in September, October of last year, they don't want to see those two big green bars they had. That is the shit that pisses these guys off. And I want you to remember something else here. If you look at the street, if you look at your regular analyst, went to college at a good finance school, they're sitting in a cubicle in a big office building in Chicago. How old are they? 40? 30? How many of those people were adults trading or in the stank markets in the year 2000? Not many. They're not going to believe the moves that were made at that time to the upside. So they have no experience with this. They didn't live through any of it. They didn't live through the fallout. They didn't live through the second bubble that we went into. You can tell us watch this one. Get some data coming out right here. Tactically, we're coming off the biggest monthly rip in NDX of the past 23.5 years. Plus 15.6%. But of course, we're not going to talk about being at that top since last October. We're not going to talk about the 10 or 12% down, right? To get back to the 15% up. And the trading community has already re-risked. Most notably, Systematics. They're done buying, but they're long. You know, they might not be buying a ton right now, but they are long. Number two, a number of positive fundamental catalysts are now behind us. Fiscal support is set to wane, and it will probably be a long time until we see quarterly earnings growth of that magnitude. Now, this is the risk to the bull case. You've got, theoretically, you've got Jerome's last day is the 15th. That's only theoretically. It's only if Warsh is able to assume the chair position on the 15th. If not, it gets pushed. That can happen. And Jerome will stay in his role for the time being. Warsh has made it through most of his hearings, but he still has one more, I think. I think he does, or some kind of like last thing he has to do before he's still the chair. So you just don't know. And the other part about Warsh is this. Warsh is a hawk, but he has participated in supporting markets in the past. His thing is, though, to use rates to help the market when it needs it and separate the long end to deal with debt. So if he can do that, he can be supportive of the market. And he has also been a proponent of QE. Not second rounds of QE, but he has done it in the past. I think, you know, we all say, like, even Jerome. Think about when Jerome assumed the chair. First thing he did was a rate hike. And he's been widely viewed as a dove. And he came in that same kind of fashion, Jerome. You know, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do this, and you separate yourself. Whenever you take a new job, you're kind of like that to an extent, right? This is what I'm bringing to the table. This is what I'm going to do for the company. And, you know, things are going to change under my leadership. And then all of a sudden you get into that company, and what's the first thing you do? Anyone know? You don't come in and burn the place down, do you? You kind of find out who everyone is, what everything is, and then you deal with what's in front of you, right? And sometimes it's not what you sold yourself as being when you were hired. You adapt to what's in front of you and the company that you're working for, and the same thing applies to Warsh to some extent. I think the Bears have this fantasy that Warsh is going to come in and we're going to burn down modern MMT and all this other stuff, and then the reality smacks you right in the face, and it's not quite what you expected. That fantasy, that fantasy of Warsh is going to come in, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. Number three, regarding the Strait of Hormuz, we're still on the clock, and the gap higher in energy prices remains a clear and present danger. I think that's valid. We're going to get price spikes. We're going to get volatility from that. But on the converse argument to that, you know, the Strait opens this morning. We had U.S. It was said that U.S. Guided a Maersk tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. And that harkens back to what I said to you this morning, which is we're poisoned right now by all of this misinformation. And it doesn't help that the U.S. is involved in misinformation as well. But you've got yesterday we had people validating a news story that the U.S. was hit by 2 missiles that turned out to be false. And not only was it false, as of today, I looked this morning to see if there was any follow-up on that story, and there isn't. You know, can anyone prove that the missiles were fired? Why are we listening to Iran, of all places, claiming this and claiming that? And as a matter of fact, Iran changed their story to match the story that was verified. So it's almost like the guy with the golden goose or something that doesn't know what's going on. It's like you're sitting there and you're in Iran and you hear a bullshit report that 2 missiles struck U.S. ships. So you pop your head up and you go, "Yeah, we did that." And then all of a sudden it gets confirmed that the missiles supposedly missed. And then all of a sudden, well, yeah, we fired them, but they missed. And it seems like more conveniency than anything. And we're all being poisoned right now by this information. You know, the U.S. is the number of shit that I've heard about. Oh, they're going to bomb the U.S. They're going to fucking sink all our ships. We can't go into the strait. We can't do this. We can't do that. And the reality is that most of those people have never served in our military. The percentage of people that serve in our military that have been around the world is extremely small relative to the rest of the population. And you'd be shocked at the number of people that can literally not grasp big numbers or big things because they've never experienced them. They've never been around the world. They've literally, I think 30% of America has never left the region they were born in. Never. Like, hey, you're from New England? I've never left. 30%. Never left. So how do you even compare scale? How do you compare size when you've never left? And that is a narrative that's barked and you know, blah, blah, blah. And some of it's anger. And the reality is it's just not true. The prevailing truth is that the United States of America is the world policeman, whether you like it or not. That's what it is. Going on, another risk to the bull thesis. Number 4, the bigger picture. Inflation become an irritant for the market. I agree, but not yet. Normally, the market rips initially on inflation spikes. And you better believe that Trump does not mind inflation running to a certain extent until, you know, things start to break down a little bit. And supposedly everybody's hurting, but that's not really the truth. Bigger picture on inflation becoming the narrative for the market, not a replay of 2022, though. You got to remember that this is not the same inflation that we had from COVID. It was an aberration. We haven't seen anything like that in a very long time. So it's not a replay of 2022, but enough that the Fed is constrained from additional cuts as real household income is pressured. Number 5, therefore, again, in the context of portfolio construction, Pasquario goes on to say, I also like the idea of pairing equity length with inflation protection via tips and keep trading length in deferred Brent futures contracts. U.S. tech. Keep going up there. Keep going up. I told you yesterday JOLTS is going to be good. You guys are fine right now. All this data is going to be fine right now. U.S. tech. In number 1, the freight train remains on the tracks. Q1 earnings were a show of force. Net income for hyperscalers grew 61% year over year. And NDX is suddenly up 9% year to date. If you go back and look at what at the time were considered the best tech companies in the first internet bubble, they went sideways flat, just like NVIDIA. And what did they do at the end? They literally go vertical. You couldn't even chase it. You should expect the same from NVIDIA. If you flash back to the Q4 reporting period, as the market realized that greater than 90% of the operating cash flow from the hyperscalers was going to CapEx, There wasn't a clear story of monetization. While not uniform, that sensation improved in Q1 earnings as Google and Amazon were able to attach CapEx to rev growth, specifically in their cloud businesses. The next big card to turn over is NVIDIA on May 20th. We're going to take a look at them today together. U.S. semis specifically. We should call it what it is. The past 5 weeks have been seen a truly scorching rally. You can't deny that. Can't deny that it doesn't bring on questions of when we're going to dump, when are we going to correct 3%, when are we going to correct 4%, 6%, 10%, 30, 20. Get up there and slap the shit out of that thing up there. Target hits, pull some off as we enter and hit that white line right there. We've got another target above it. It's 724.28. But wait for a pullback here. I want to close these fucking calls today or tomorrow. I got like calls on till Wednesday. Given that SOX index has more than doubled over the past 2 years and INTC more than doubled last month alone, you have to wonder a little bit about sustainability. I think that's probably the biggest thing here is no one wants to chase this. It's kind of like whenever we get the rally nobody likes. Everybody hates this rally. Everybody hates that rally. We've had a lot of those, haven't we? Number 3, therefore, some consolidation from now until that NVIDIA print should not come as a surprise. So this is the same shit, right? And where are we trading right now? Near all-time highs again. Right, we're trading 723.11. All-time highs is fucking $1 high or something near it. It's 724.85. So we go up there and root around 726, 728. There's going to be a lot of angry people up there, isn't there? Positioning mark to market. For the trading community, I'll use my standard framing of length on a scale of -10 to +10. No, let me go back a little bit here from NVIDIA. Bigger picture, this is a story. This is NVIDIA and semis. Bigger picture, this is a story of a sector that is perfectly placed in the CapEx supercycle where demand still very clearly exceeds supply. With credit to a client, here's one way to frame what's going on in the world. 1 year ago, SNDK was a $33 stock. Hell. How many fucking stocks, spec growth stocks in this bull run have we looked at that are trading stupid high multiples, or even when they got cut, traded stupid high multiples that were tied into this AI trade and build out? As we sit here today, consensus expects $31 of EPS next quarter on SNDK. Positioning mark to market. For the trading community, I'll use my standard framing of length on a scale of -10 to -1, or +10, excuse me. At the start of the year, it would have gone with +8 at the lows of March, -4, and now +6. Alongside this, the U.S. retail investor stayed in the saddle and once again bought the dip. You got out, right? That's close enough, right up there. That's close enough for you to have sold. You might go up there one more time and root around a little bit. I'd like to see us buy $718, $720 if we get a flush. Maybe $721.43. I'd like to see a flush though at some point. Quick little pullback. We'll make them buy it again. You're going to see the euros get out right now. London's going to get out. So you need New York to step back in here. Alongside this, the U.S. retail investors stayed in the saddle. I think a lot of our conversations are on this topic, aren't they? I think we spend a fuck ton of time around here. Like someone brought it up to me once. They said, I was doing a meet and greet and someone said, you're like a psychiatrist for me. They said, I use you as like the couch. Every time I go crazy with this, every time I'm bared up when I'm, fearful, you come along and you tell me to tell those guys to go fuck themselves. The streets and the white papers and the noise and the Yahoo News and Bloomberg and CNBC and the rest of those people. No, don't buy this. And then, you're left behind and then you're caught chasing and you're the supply at the top. In the end, I don't view fast money positioning as either a tailwind nor a headwind. Looking ahead, big judgment is the balance of corporate supply versus demand, i.e. new issue versus buybacks. On breadth, Pasquario has this to say. As I've quipped before, arguments on this topic resemble sports radio. People have opinions that border on religion. There are many ways to measure things, and it's hard to declare which side is correct. It is not. It is not hard to declare which side is correct. I'll tell you right now, it's not. Objectively, most standard measures of breadth are exceptionally narrow right now, including our own length. With that said, breadth has been narrow at many points in the past 3 years. I agree. And before I even read the rest of this to you, when it doesn't become narrow, wait till you see what happens. When everyone joins in for that last hoorah up to the top, you're going to get your fucking faces ripped off. And no one wants to acknowledge that either. Not a single person this weekend. I think I read 20 papers over the weekend. Not a single one wanted to say that when everyone joins in, it's the whole boat's going up. Everything goes up. My read of the history book, the strongest conclusion is narrow breadth increases the risk of a momentum rollover. Note you didn't want to be picking this fight either. A final point, 9 of the 11 headline sectors in S&P are marked higher on the year. I'm going to warn you of something here. He's wrong on this. It's been true in the past, but not in this situation. At the end of the bubble, everybody goes up. It's literally this full frontal force to the upside. There's some stocks that are left behind, but in terms of breadth, the entire market should be lifted up. It's the time when all this accumulation gets taken, right, for profit. Number 4, a final point. 9 of the 11 headline sectors in the S&P are marked higher on the year, with the exception of modest pullbacks in financials and healthcare. The hunting has been good to great everywhere. The Fed, or on the Fed, Pasquario says, I'd argue the Fed variable hasn't held much sway in the local market equation of late. The formal house view is they will sneak in a few cuts this year. I agree. I posted that on Twitter 2 weeks ago because the narrative was you're getting no cuts this year. None. Zero. No QE. It's going to be QT and rate hikes all through the end of the year. You can suck it, and I disagree with that statement. The formal house view, this is from inside the street, is that they will sneak in a few cuts this year while acknowledging some labor market softening will be required to cut on our forecasted timeline of September, December. I bet you that the street views this just like those pictures I showed you of them drinking champagne. When you're in late stage bubble, you know what they're going to do? They're going to fucking call their winners. All of them are going to be winners at the top, and they will deal with this shit later. Now, I don't like that. You don't like that. You know how this ends. It never ends pretty. But the greed, the pure, unadulterated greed at the end of a bubble is obscene. And you can't fight it. You can. You're going to lose. You're going to pay me, and you're going to pay everybody else. You have to remove that Main Street hat and put on that trader cap and know that the street is greedy. The street is evil. The street is a sociopath. The street doesn't care about you. The street doesn't care about you on Main Street either. Street, what is it? Money, right? Money. They made movies about this, right? They're movies made about the greed of Wall Street. And you all of a sudden think that this, for the first time in history, that somehow the street has your economy in their best interest. Fuck no. They're going to burn it down. They're going to rip all of this up. And it is not what you're experiencing on Main Street. You should not compare the two. And you should never listen to the loudest voice in the room complaining. You know, my life is the worst. Well, the street don't care. They don't care. They don't care about, they actually hate you and I, right? We're retailers. They despise you and I. They have contempt. They think they're smarter than you and I. They're ruthless. I think you trade with feelings and emotions and all these other things, right? You're not intelligent enough. You can't separate the two. Coming out of last week's hawkish hold, it certainly seems like there will be some opposition to cuts if core inflation is closer to 3 than 2%. So maybe you get a hike, you get a Warsh hike, steps in, says, "Daddy's home," slams in a hike on your ass. Everybody's upset, right? We get another down move on some oil, right? Oil price spikes, but it all recovers. And then eventually he starts throwing you a cut or two, a bone or two at the end of the year, and everything is fine again. U.S. versus the RFW. The de-dollarization argument continues to come up in client conversation. Well, no shit. It's everywhere. Again, I acknowledge it, but I don't endorse it. Me neither. I hear this garbage argument about the petrodollar, and you all believe it. Maybe not you guys, but Greater America does. Greater America cannot get off the idea that the U.S. dollar is not based on oil anymore. It is not. Once we became, and you know, this is the other thing. They're like, oh, the U.S. is not a net exporter of oil. Yes, they are. We choose to import oil because it's cheaper, but we are not oil dependent anymore in the world. Further, people that have money have to put it to work. There's your 725 up there. So if you're in another country and you need to put your money to work and you have to pick a country that you're going to put your money to work in, where is it going to be? You know, for all the like self-hate being American, if you're not an American, you live outside in the world, one of the best investments you can make is in the United States of America. Even if we're hated right now, this is money. You have to remember that U.S. debt it's like the Lannisters. You know, the Lannisters are a good way to compare this. You know, most of you have watched Game of Thrones, right? The Lannisters were despised. But yet, what was their saying? A Lannister always pays their bills, right? And the U.S. will always pay its bills. And not only that, the U.S. is such a productive country that if you choose not to take our debt, guess who can pay for it? The country that fucking builds everything in the world and is actually coming back now as a manufacturing powerhouse with our partners when they come our way, when they eventually come around. The way we're doing that is not the best way, but that's what's happening. So the de-dollarization argument continues to come up in client conversation. Again, I acknowledge it, but I don't endorse it. If it's profits that you seek within a DM economy, I'd argue the Q1 reporting period again, but a bright and shining light on the exceptionalism of U.S. corporates. And that is true. That is true. You got to like U.S. exceptionalism is real. Even if there are moments where we're not exceptional, it is real. I was recently at a dinner and I was having a conversation with what would be considered like one of the most powerful men in the United States. And I was having dinner with him. And he asked me, had I ever lived in New York City? And I said, yes, I have lived in New York City. He asked me then where I had lived. I'd say I lived in New York, lived in L.A., lived all over. I've lived and worked in Boston, New York, L.A., you name it, the best of the best. And I've worked in other places and lived in other places too. But this guy was like, he's like, I can't get over it. He's like, everywhere I go in this country, he's like, I go to these small places, small cities. He's like, and they're great. He's like, these co-working spaces are drinking beer, they're doing this, they're doing that, they're taking long breaks in the afternoon. He's like, I'll tell you. He's like, there's nothing that's like working in New York. And I was like, I agree. I was like, New York City taught me about work ethic. New York taught me about working 80, 90 hours a week, no vacations. I spent years with no vacations. I ate and shit and slept and worked for the most badass companies in the U.S. Matter of fact, my first company I worked for was Marriott when they were expanding. When the old man died, they owned everything, and they started splitting. They started splitting off their management, their real estate, their corporate, and I was in the midst of that. And it was like last man standing, last woman standing. It was like work, 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 work. We're going to ship you here. We're going to ship you there. We're going to ship you here. And there were fucking people that were willing to do that. And those people that made it, they're very wealthy today. But that work ethic, that sense of American exceptionalism, it's still alive today. Even if you don't believe it, it is there. U.S. exceptionalism. Pasqueri goes on to say, I'll also repeat this stat from last week. The ratio of money flowing into the U.S. funds versus non-U.S. funds is better than 2 to 1 year to date. Shocker. I wonder why. It's almost like the same thing as the Asian financial crisis. You know what I mean? It's literally the same thing. With all that said, the world does not end at JFK. And I would continue to keep lines in the water in both Korea and Japan. Looking forward, here's a basic directional framework for U.S. equities. 1, don't lose sight of the big picture. It's a bull market. I'll repeat it again. It's a bull market. The same thing I said to you this morning before reading this article. And the primary trend is higher. It's higher, 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 higher. That's the ballpark that we're still playing in. I said to you yesterday, if we get big drawdowns, you're buying them. You're staying long for length, for duration, until we cross down underneath the monthly trigger. You're adding on any big pullback, and you should expect those. You should expect moments where we snap to the downside. We roll underneath the hourly trigger. And you're going to expect times where you're waiting to buy a dip at the daily trigger and price just blasts right by you. But you already know when to buy. I spend every day here with you, and I say, okay, we're going down. We're going to look to buy a dip. And I literally show you how to buy a dip every day. And if the price doesn't show us to buy that dip, what do? We do nothing. We just sit there and wait. Okay, we couldn't buy that dip. Oh, we're correcting now. When it turns around, we'll add for duration. We're going to ride our asses all the way to the fucking top together. We're going to hold each other's hands. We're going to ride all the way up there until this build out is done. And then I got to suffer through like 3 years of doom. If we do it like we did it in the internet bubble, it's going to suck. Just 3 years of down. I guess we'll all become oil traders or something at that point. I'm going to remove this now. R2 is 725.50. I am looking for sideways draw down into 12 o'clock. And we'll see if we can get more push higher into late afternoon. So looking forward, here's the basic directional framework for U.S. equities. Don't lose sight of the big picture. It's a bull market, and the primary trend is higher. That's the ballpark that we're still playing in. 2, the baseline views of the house are constructive. 2.1% GDP growth and 12% earnings growth should drive the S&P 500 to 7,600. I would contend that they're all wrong. I would contend that there is, if we don't begin the ramp in 27, if this is it, you could see much higher. And if you don't see it this year, let's say we get a raid in the springtime like we do every fucking spring now, you are going to see that number go way higher. Way higher. That last race to the top should be like it at some point. If you thought that run up from that bottom or the run up on last April's bottom was big, you haven't seen shit yet. Wait till you see that from a flat like this. Wait till you see when we break out, not from a bottom. We just start melting. Melting for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Relentlessly up and up. This is an important part. The next one he says, alongside this, AI continues to capture the market's imagination. And we are living through a once-in-a-generation CapEx super cycle. Once in a generation. You have to have exposure to it. You have to stay on the bus. You have to outrun this stuff. If inflation is running higher, everyone has to chase inflation. You have to. You're required to. Why is that? Do you know why it is? It's because when we go into, when we finally hit that top and you're trying to escape with your money and you're trying to evade inflation, you're trying to then evade tightening, you're trying to evade your government's trying to take your money, you're trying to escape anywhere you can with your money to outrun this stuff. Markets rolling over, and you'll be lucky if you can keep up with inflation. You'll be lucky if you don't hit a whammy. Like the object here is to protect your money at all costs, right? So when the market's going up, you need to be making money. And then when it comes time to protect your money, you're not going to be making a ton of money. You're not. So any kind of landmine in that period when it's not risk on, I want you to think about this for a minute. When the market goes, the economy, when everything goes risk off, like true risk off, for a period of time, year and a half, a year, 3 years, right? There's no money to be made. There's no VIG anywhere, right? What are you doing? You're trying to hide in what? Yields? Where are you hiding? Yields, currencies, maybe oil? Maybe. Trying to hide with your money, and everyone's coming for it, right? You got companies coming for it. You got the Fed coming for it. You got Treasury coming for it. You got your local government coming, state government, the federal government. They're all trying to suck the money out of your hands, take it away from you. And at the same time, you're living through an economy that's in the shitter. You might get laid off. You might be in a variable rates mortgage. You might not get any raises anymore. There's all kinds of shit that can happen to you. Older people know this, right? You got to like chase. When it's risk on, you chase. When it's risk off, you have to protect. And hopefully you make a few points, right? Make 5%, 10%, protecting your money. Inflation's still raging. Fed's fighting it. Market's rolling over. You can't be in this like safe spot when everything's going up. You're making 2, 3, 4, 5%. You're losing to inflation. Everything's costing you more money. And then you go into this restrictive environment and there's nowhere really for you to make any money. You got to make it when you can. And we're in the midst of a once in a generation. You're going to come back and look back in this time period and say, why the fuck didn't I stay long? Why the fuck didn't I add? Why didn't I add there? Why didn't I add here? Why didn't I get all that exposure? Now, given the magnitude of the rally since the end of March, risk-reward is not as alluring as it was. So my preferred constructs is long delta, long vol. Said another way, own your highest conviction names. I agree with that. I think there's a lot of divergence, though, in some of those convicted names or conviction names versus the rest of the market. He prefers global AI expressions. And then he says build hedges when the market offers cheap insurance. An example being 1 month expiry at the money puts on S&P costs less than 2% of spot. Consider that the cost of a good night's sleep. I don't disagree with this. I've been adding hedges along the way. They've cost me some money. I haven't made much off them. I made a little bit of money. I've lost some money. But I've added some hedges, and it's helped me with my mentality. It makes me feel good going long. In case something bad happens, I wake up one morning and we're down 5% or some nonsense like that. And they're cheap as fuck, too. You buy out the money puts. Out of the money puts, they feel good. They feel real good. So we're smashing and bashing up here. We're trying to push higher, continue the rolling of calls higher. Trading 723.50. $1.35 from HTH. Here's another chance for you to hedge. Anywhere in and around here as we push higher. From here to about 28, somewhere around 28. Could be 33. It's somewhere around that 30 mark. We should get a huge sell up there, just a big snap for a nice correction. That's Tony P. this morning. Hyperscaler CapEx expected to hit 1.1 trillion in 2027, up from 800 billion this year. That's not a good sign for the bears, is it? With hyperscalers reporting now done it, let's take a closer look at the biggest surprises and learnings they revealed in the first quarter of 26. Let's start with cross-company learnings about the hyperscalers. At the start of 26, Morgan Stanley analyst Brian Nowak detailed why hyperscaler revs is likely to be the most important incremental signal of Gen AI ROIC this year. And results showed it last week with accelerating growth, better than expected backlogs, and product expansions, confirmed chip sales. He details why, and there's an excerpt I'm going to read to you from it. Number one, revs are accelerating across the board as capacity comes on to meet surging demand. Google Cloud accelerated to 63% year-over-year growth, better than consensus estimates, which helped send the stock soaring. Demand was driven by growth in Gemini Enterprise, which saw 40% quarter-over-quarter growth in paid MAUs, and now processes more than 16 billion tokens per minute via direct API. And that's only expected to grow. AI infrastructure remained another significant driver of demand as GCP continued to deploy TPUs and GPUs. This is a notable change from Q1, when infrastructure chips was the largest growth driver, which speaks again to the adoption at the software layer contributing to Google. Over at Amazon, AWS's 28% year-over-year growth was below buy-side expectations, which were at greater or less than 30%. Growth was driven by continued demand for AI and core services across multiple models. On here. Just grinding higher and higher and higher right now. Do you see that white line right there? While AWS has still accelerated 480 BP from fourth quarter, this quarter goes to Google as it added 2.3 billion of sequential revenue versus 2 billion and 1.9 billion from AWS and Azure, respectively. Backlog strength speaks to multi-year growth ahead. The biggest surprise of earnings reports was Google Cloud's nearly doubling of backlog quarter to quarter from 243 billion to 462 billion as the businesses benefited from large private lab contracts, confirmed third-party data center TPU sales, and other new business workloads. Morgan Stanley has performed multiple analysis sizing the potential third-party TPU contribution, and depending on chips sold and prices per chip, it could have added anywhere from 20 billion to 100 billion to the first quarter backlog. The Morgan Stanley base case assumes it adds greater or less than 55 billion. Whew. Which brings us to the all-important CapEx, which has been so instrumental in not only keeping the S&P afloat during the Iran war, but pushing stocks to record highs. As Morgan Stanley writes, CapEx is going higher again. Listen to that craziness. CapEx is going higher again. More so in 27 than 26. If you're a bear, put your earmuffs on. If you're a bear. More so in 27. So this is like more like 98, isn't it? And I showed you yesterday the end of 2027 into 2028. The hyperscalers businesses model revolves around, the hyperscalers business model revolves around heavy multi-year CapEx investment, followed by scaling revs and ROIC. Google raised 2026 CapEx by $5 billion, 3% at the top end. And Microsoft also raised CapEx expectations, but given the surging backlogs, Morgan Stanley are raised its 2027 CapEx estimates and now model Google, Amazon to spend $300 billion to $225 billion on data center CapEx in 27. That's insano. That's insano. You even have arguments out there right now that data centers are on hold. And you got bears out there trying to spin that to you. Right? That bloody steak, that bleeding steak. Oh, they're pausing data centers. when in fact what that does is give more time for the build out. It gives more time for a bull market. Hell, if you really want to be a bear, you might as well ask for it all to be done right now, right? Or maybe just your sentiment wants to throw egg in someone's face, right? Haha, it's a fraud. Biggest fraud in history. Watch this closely here. We should maybe fade this just a little bit until we come into this 12 p.m. over here. Remember, I deleted the yellow box up here. That's the one that was a target. The hyperscaler model revolves around heavy multi-year CapEx investment, followed by scaling rev and ROIC. Google raised, I already told you that. In total, this brings the total to just over $800 billion in CapEx spending for the big five: Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, and Oracle, and rising to over $1.1 trillion. And this is base case in 2027. Morgan Stanley's chief cross-asset strategist Andrew Sheets wrote over the weekend that with greater or less than $800 billion in hyperscaler capex we forecast for 2026, it's almost double the figure spent in 25 and triple the figure from 24. Next year, my colleagues estimate that the U.S. hyperscaler capital spending could hit $1.1 trillion. And yet, with most of the hyperscalers who for many years were cash cows, thanks to their inventory-light business models, now at or near cash flow negative. As a reminder, here is I'm not going to show you this one. Amazon's cash flow is going lower and lower and lower. That means the bulk of spending will have to be funded through new debt. Oh, shit. Debt? You know what that means? We don't care how we deal with that later, right? We just got to get the build out done. What are the implications of that, though? For one, the company's outlay is another revenue, and many of the stock market's winner have been directly tied to this historic build-out. In April alone, U.S. semiconductor stocks rose plus 38%. The market and Morgan Stanley research remains focused on AI beneficiaries. Second, while U.S. tech companies have enormous resources, these outlays are so large that they still require a lot of borrowing. Our credit strategy teams expect record bond issuance this year. If you go to Wolf Richter, he has a write-up on this. He's saying that foreign investors cannot get enough of this debt issuance. So far, that's playing out. The USIG supply tracking plus 20% year over year. And much of this tech borrowing is coming with longer than average maturities, meaning even more supply in duration adjusted terms. Taken together, Morgan Stanley thinks this presents a worse skew for credit versus equities. Continued strength in spending may support broader markets, but mean heavy credit supply and upward pressure on spreads. If spending weakens, the broader market hit to sentiment and risk appetite could catch credit in its wake. This is precisely what we will focus on in the following post, which picks up where we left off late last October, when we showed that the AI bubble is almost as big on the debt side as it is in stocks. You should expect this. This should be a part of it. You should see this build out continue. You should see equities along for the ride. And it's just like in the past. When we built out the internet, there were a lot of losers at the end. There were a lot of companies that took on too much debt. There were a lot of companies that didn't actually build out what people wanted. They thought that a CD-ROM was going to be what all everyone's going to need, whereas other companies kept making jumps and jumps and jumps. During that build-out, people or companies built out the internet infrastructure all across the U.S. And some of these companies made money, some didn't. Some required you and I to pay for it, regardless. And it still happened. I'll read the next part of this post to you later this afternoon. I'm going to read to you a couple things later this afternoon. One, I'm going to read about my boy Mike Burry. And then I'll read the second half of that post later to you this afternoon. We're now parked on, I want to show you one quick thing really quick. This is from yesterday. We're now parked on the big call wall here at 7250. And we are trying to, what? Get up here, right? 7280 is a nice target for the non-degens. For the degenerates out there, you know what you want to do, right? Smash into this. I think that's where we correct up here. This chart was from yesterday. This is your gamma profile. You can have a quick little sweep lower here at 12 p.m. See if we have more oomph to get up there. Watch this. See this half an hour trigger down here? This is what's going to get us up and over. This 5 minute can help, but we need some time here to digest. We need some time for momentum to climb higher and try to send us up here. This is SPY on a 1 minute basis. As far as the gamma map for 1 or for 0 dates for today, the magnet is 7250, right where we're parked right now. Right here is where our magnet is. There are some other green bars above. 1 dates. This is tomorrow. We have targets of 728 and 7300. 2 dates. We have a magnet of 7305. 3 dates. 7350. I'm going to show you these really quick here. Zero dates. This is a 0 date gamma. We have a magnet of 7250. We rejected it yesterday. We're looking to come back and get above it today. On 1 dates, we have 7300. And this is 7280 right here. 7280, 7300. On 2 dates, this is Thursday. 7305. Woo! 7310. On 3 dates, 7350. On net gamma, the big boy up here, of course, is 7250, right where we are. It's right where we are. And we're looking to trade up and ping pong around up here in the 7,300. We have some more calls now being rolled higher to 7,400. 7,400. And these guys are talking about 76 in the end of the year. I'm like, yeah, maybe. Next target, 7250 on SPY. We'll take a little moment here to talk about Mike Burry for all of your GME nerds out there. Michael Burry, as everybody knows at this point, has exited his position on GME. I think Cohen and him had a little like, I'm not going to follow you, you're not going to follow me anymore kind of a thing. 2 days ago, I think, late night, I went on to one of the GME weirdo subs, listened to those guys say their same diarrhea. Now they don't even remember who Mike Burry is. In Monday, post to his Substack subscribers, Burry said a potential $56 billion cash and stock acquisition. Get this closer so I can read it. In a Monday post to his Substack subscribers, Burry said a potential $56 billion cash and stock acquisition would likely require too much debt and no longer aligned with his original thesis for GameStop. He had previously backed the company in 2019, a move that helped spark investor enthusiasm around the stock. Burry wrote, quote, "Wall Street does indeed mistake debt for creativity and does so constantly. I, of all people, should have known." I think some of you who have been here since the beginning remember my take on GME, which has always been, if they just find a good fucking idea, there's no reason why they cannot transform into the next big thing. They have tons of cash. I've always believed that about GME. GameStop reportedly offered $125 per eBay share, a deal for far larger than GameStop itself. Burry's decision comes after a bizarre interview between GameStop CEO Ryan Cohen and CNBC yesterday morning that deepened doubts around GameStop Corp's proposed $56 billion bid for eBay. I'm going to play this for you really quick.
You've had conversations with the company. You've tried. What's happened here?
No, we're just starting.
You're just starting. And
this is Ryan Cohen being interviewed on CNBC.
Conversations outside of the public sphere before putting this into I don't know if we're putting it in the context of hostile necessarily, but unsolicited, if you will.
For obvious reasons. eBay is a public company. There's all kinds of perverse financial incentives from the board to the management team. So there's only one way to approach something like this.
The audience, and I know a lot of people are going to ask, how does the math for you? Given the price tag, $56 billion, given the market cap of GameStop, which is a fraction of that. I know you have this $20 billion financing letter from TD, but sort of walk us through how you could get to that price and how it would work.
So on our website, it's half cash, half stock, but the details are on our website.
Can you help? I've read them, but can you help our audience understand them?
Yeah. Which part exactly?
Well, I think we can start with the idea that the market cap of GameStop is, call it, $11 billion. You have $9 billion on your balance sheet. Arguably, if you're providing effectively all of your stock, and then the cash that gets you to 20. You have this letter from TD. That's another 20. We're now at 40, but we're still off by, call it, 16. And the 20, as far as I understand, while it's considered a highly confident letter, meaning TD saying they're highly confident that they would provide the financing, it's not locked financing.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
I hear you. I understand that. I'm just trying to understand where the rest of the money would come from.
It's half cash, half stock.
I hear you. I'm just saying that math doesn't get you to the price that you're offering.
So,
Brian, that's a pretty straightforward question. I don't get it. Like, where's the rest of the money coming from? Andrew laid it out pretty clearly.
I don't understand your question. We're offering half cash, half stock, and we have the ability to issue stock in order to get the deal done. But the full details of the offer are on our website.
But you're on our air. We thought we'd get...
So, but I don't understand your question.
So, Ryan, sorry, it's Melissa Liebeck at the NASDAQ. Basically, you know, you've got $20 billion presumably from TD. You've got $9 billion of cash on your balance sheet. So that's 29. Half cash, half stock. You might issue more shares. That's what you're talking about. So it could be dilutive to current GameStop shareholders.
That was pretty bizarre, right? And then 16-minute Squawk Box appearance, Cohen struggled to clearly explain how GameStop would fund a deal worth nearly 5 times its own market value. Pressed by Andrew Ross Sorkin over a reported $16 billion financing gap, Cohen leaned on vague responses, pointing to the company's website and repeating that the offer was half cash, half stock. He noted GameStop had roughly $9.4 billion cash and cited a financing letter from TD Securities for up to $20 billion, but failed to fully address how the numbers added up. The interview grew more tense as CNBC host Becky Quick. Woo! What's up, Becky? How you doing? We've talked before briefly. And Michael Santoli pressed Cohen on dilution concerns and the strategic logic behind the acquisition. Cohen argued the deal would help GameStop better compete with Amazon and said his incentives are tied to shareholder performance. Clips of Cohen's pauses, evasive answers, and uneasy body language quickly spread online as shares fell and investors questioned whether the takeover bid was realistic. Bloomberg noted that Burry also noted that this was his first stock sale since launching his newsletter. Separately, he disclosed a new bearish bet against the semiconductor sector through put options on the iShares semiconductor ETF and said he has significantly increased his stake in Lululemon. Oh, boy. Puts on semiconductor ETFs. Oh, boy. Our good old boy, Mike Burry over here. I guess Burry's maybe moving into the bubble stage. I'll eventually be right, I promise. Watch out in here. We're kind of stalling. This looks good on a 1-minute basis, but it looks like dog shit on a 1-hour basis, so be careful here. And stay long here. We want to see if we can break above this unless we lose the 1-minute trigger down here. We want to hold right on this line right here. This is where the sellers are. GME stock since has been stalling. They had a nice squeeze up here on May 29th, 2024. Squeezing as high as $65. We also have the daily and weekly trigger attempting to drag the stonk higher. The monthly trigger is beginning to be lifted up as well. There's a ton of accumulation on higher frames. I just don't know how those guys get a print that soon. I think it's over time. I do think that it stalls and trades 21.24 before it goes higher. I had a target of $23, but I'd like to see this thing come down, just cool off just a little bit more. It's nice to see right here. This is good. This is where we want to be above this green box right here. BTC poised to break out. BTC trying to trade from 81 to 89,000. Sox is yet to squeeze too. Get ready to roll your calls higher. We got a 6-week bill auction at 11:30, and then we got the Fed diarrhea at 12:30 today. 4:30, we get API crude oil stock change. We look towards an MBA 30-year mortgage rate tomorrow at 7 a.m. ADP employment change at 8:15. That'll give you some insight into NFP, of course. We have Fed diarrhea at 9:30, and then we've got some oil and gas numbers at 10:30. We get more diarrhea from the Fed tomorrow at 1 p.m., and then at 1:30 again. So we get a bunch of Fed diarrhea starting at 12:30 today, and then we get more Fed diarrhea at 9:30 tomorrow morning, and then a whole bunch more Fed diarrhea at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon in light of not much econ data. On Thursday, we get claims at 8:30 in the morning. We get some non-farm productivity quarter over quarter at 8:30 in the morning. Whole bunch of Fed diarrhea later in the day. We get some auctions coming up on Thursday as well. And then Friday, we get the big boys, NFP and unemployment. So trade up into that number more than likely here. We also get Michigan consumer sentiment on Friday. The inflation, the doozy, doesn't come out until the 12th, May 12th. Inflation, we get inflation numbers. That corrective move off of 730 should take us to 700. $7,000 somewhere in there. We should reject off 730, and then we'll bounce back down, and then we're going to chase that 730, 760 at the end of the year. If not, go fucking full vertical. Looks like Trump's on right now. No, he's gone. Okay, he's gone. He's done now. It's weird. I've got him saying at 11:02 that he's we're doing well in Iran, but I don't see the video any longer. It says it's live right here, but I don't. For some reason, I'm not getting any audio in this. Hold on here. I don't know if this is live or not.
They say, you know, the radical left says that's an 80-20 issue. No, it's 90.
If this is stale, let me know.
80-20. Who are the 20%? I've never met anybody. Nobody's ever come up. So I've been president for 5 years, and nobody's ever come up to me and say, "Sir, you."
It is live? Okay. I wasn't sure if he was or wasn't. I tried to open it somewhere else. I couldn't get a feed. I got it live here, though.
Be challenged by men in women's sports, and it doesn't work. So we did that, and with the help of Secretary Kennedy, who's with us, we're
We'll take a quick break here. I'll be right back with you guys.
healthy again. And that's what we're doing. We have unbelievable numbers coming. Bobby will mention it. We have unbelievable numbers coming. So these next few years will be a golden age.
A note to you, if you are a free member, we put out briefs 3 times a day for the entire market on our website. If you're ever looking to see where we're at, what we're doing, even though the show is only on during the daytime, we cover a full market 24 hours a day.
When I talk to them, then they get on television, they say how well they're doing. And
Trump,
including futures,
has no anti-aircraft capability and no leaders.
they have no anti-aircraft capability, totally wiped out, no radar. They have no leaders. The leaders are wiped out, the whole thing. And then I read the papers and they say how well they're doing. They're not doing well. That's why you have no credibility.
I'll be right back, guys.
The news, the fake news, has no credibility, but the President's Cup, it's going to be something, and we're going to have that. We're going to do very special presentations to Johnny, who, as you know, is the commissioner. He's a fantastic person who runs the soccer. And I don't know if you know this, but so more tickets have been sold earlier than at any World Cup they've ever had. And the numbers are more than double. They've never seen anything like it. So it's really soccer. I don't know if soccer is taken off or not taken off, but the World Cup is doing numbers like they've never done. They've never done anywhere close. And we have the Patriot Games in honor of our 250th anniversary this fall. It's going to be all on television. And with that, it's like the ones that we have here. We're going to continue to win. Our country is doing great. We're breaking records in every way. And I know it's too bad, but I had to do it. We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You might be too young for this. I don't know if I want. They probably know. They probably know better than most people. But you can't let a bunch of lunatics have a nuclear weapon, or the world would be in trouble. The world would be in trouble. So we just hit records on the Dow. It was supposed to be done in 5 or 6 years. Somebody said it couldn't be possible to reach 50 on the Dow, and I reached 50 in the first year. And then I reached 7,000, and by the way, just set a new record. The S&P just set a new record, set much higher, 7,500. But they said even harder than 50 on the Dow is getting to 7,000 on the S&P. We did that by the end of the first year, all before the end of the first year. Gary, so think of that. They said we couldn't do it in 4 years, and we did it at the end of the first year. And then, you ever have this? And then I called all my people and I said, we just set every record in the book. The economy is going great. I ended 8 wars. Nobody else ever ended a war. And the person that won the Nobel Prize, Maria, she's a good person. She said, I don't deserve this. This deserves to President Trump. There's never been a man that deserves a Nobel Prize. He ended 8 wars, including India, Pakistan, which would have been a nuclear war. 8 of them. And I called everybody in, Gary, and I said, you know what? We just broke every record. And now we're going to take a hit because we have to make a journey down to Iran to take the nuclear weapon. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks. Remember, we sent that beautiful B-2 bomber in, and we blew up their nuclear potential. It was obliterated, for those that are not aware, and to a point where it would take them weeks to dig down, and we wouldn't let them dig down. We have our eyes on it all the time. But it was a very important thing. So we would have had an Iran with a nuclear weapon, and maybe we wouldn't all be here right now. I can tell you the Middle East would have been gone, Israel would have been gone, and they would have trained their sights on Europe first and then us, because they're sick people. These are sick people. And we're not going to let lunatics have a nuclear weapon. The power of a nuclear weapon is something I don't even want to talk about. It's not going to happen, and we have...
Axios reports that the White House privately notified Iran in advance about Operation Project Freedom in the Strait of Hormuz and warned Iranians not to interfere.
We have 159 ships. Every single ship in the first week was, right, Pete? Every single ship they had is resting underwater, right? At the bottom of the sea. They have no Navy. It's totally wiped out. Same thing with their Air Force. So we're doing well. But it's all about, having a great country. And one of the things I think that when they talk about physical fitness, one of the things I notice about friends of mine, all of the people, all of the great athletes here, is their mind is better than people that aren't fit. It's because I think a mind, once you hit a ball well, or you do whatever it is that you run well, or play hockey as great as you play it. But once you obviously have to have a certain physicality. You can't have somebody with a great mind and zero athletic talent, right? But when you get up to that league, it's all about the mind. The mind is so important, and these people express it, I think, better than anybody. So with that, I'd like to ask somebody that's done really an incredible job. He has got some group of people that love him, some big group of people. It was a big day when he endorsed me for president. Very unusual, because I happen to be a Republican. I would say that Republicans were not too big in the Kennedy family, but they're big now because he's the biggest in the group, and everybody respects him a lot. He's doing a fantastic job. So, Bobby, would you say a few words, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Almost immediately after my uncle was elected in 1960, he came across some federal data that showed that 5% of American kids were obese. And that was more than double the European number. And he became very concerned that Americans were becoming soft. And he published an article before his inauguration called The Soft American, in which he said that there's a national security issue. It threatens our economy. We need a vigorous population that is in good shape spiritually, morally, physically, if we're going to continue to exercise leadership around the world. And he launched the physical fitness test, which became a milestone for my generation, for several generations after me. It was an enduring rite of passage for us that everybody in my generation remembers. It was a benchmark also because we did pull-ups, sit-ups, shuttle runs, and a number of other events, and it was a benchmark for measuring national physical fitness. Around that time, my uncle came across correspondence between Teddy Roosevelt and the head of his the commandant of his Marine Corps. And Teddy Roosevelt asked him, what are the metrics? What are the physical requirements for a Marine? And Roosevelt, or the commandant, wrote him back saying that a Marine had to walk 50 miles in a single day with a 30-pound pack. My uncle wrote a letter to his commandant and said, can today's Marines do the same thing? The following day, he had a cabinet meeting. It was on a Friday, and he had private cabinet meetings, unlike the ones that we have to go through here. My uncle was, I'll just say this, my uncle was proud. He was the first president that did televised press conferences. And he was very proud. He did more press conferences than any president in history. He did 64 in his 1,000 days in office. This president does that every 2 months. He does a press conference every day. Our cabinet meetings, for better or for worse, are also televised. But it's the most transparent administration that we've ever seen, the most accessible administration in history. And he went into that cabinet meeting, that private cabinet meeting that morning, and he said to the cabinet, one of you has to do a 50-mile hike this weekend to show the American people that we're in shape. And this cabinet could have done it. I mean, we have a bunch of thoroughbreds on this cabinet. Pete and Scott and Sean Duffy and Linda and Tulsi and Doug Burgum and Jameson and all the rest. There's a lot of people who could probably do a 50-mile hike.
What about me? You didn't mention mine. I could
This guy walks 9 miles a day on a golf course every weekend, so he could do it in the breeze.
When I'm not using a car. Go ahead.
My father was the only one who could do it. And he went into the Justice Department that night, and he had a bunch of guys in the Justice Department who were former Marines who had gone to Harvard on the GI Bill and played on the same football team, and he hired them all when he came into the Justice Department. He said, you guys are going on a 50-mile hike with me tomorrow. And they got up at 4 a.m. and they started on the C&O Canal towpath, which was frozen. It was the middle of winter. And they were going to walk to Camp David. One by one, they each dropped out. My father was the only one who made it. The last guy to drop out was his best friend, whose name was Dave Hackett. And Dave Hackett's legs had swollen up, and he said, I got to quit. And my father said, you're lucky your brother's not the president of the United States, because the press was following, and there was no way that my father could quit. And I was at Camp David that night, watched him come in. His feet were bleeding. They were covered with blisters. But it was part of the message that President Kennedy wanted to send the American people. That if we were going to maintain our national authority, our international leadership, our moral authority as a nation, that we had to pay attention to our physical condition, and that a physical fitness test was a critical part of that. And I think it's very unfortunate that President Obama and President Biden abandoned it. They said competition is not good for kids, which is not true. If we're going to be competitive internationally, we need to be competitive with each other. We need to teach people how to win and how to lose and how to process victory and defeat. And today, since that time, the presidency has presided over the worst public health crisis in history. We're now the sickest nation in the world. We've gone from 5% of our kids being obese to 20%. 70% of adults are obese or overweight, and 77% of our children cannot qualify for military service. And that should be an eye-opener for all of us. And I'm so grateful to President Trump for his leadership and his vision of reinstituting the physical fitness test and challenging Americans to compete with each other in a friendly, congenial way, and to help each other get in shape so that we can prepare for a great future that this administration is going to provide for this country.
That was great. I didn't know that. Bobby, do you ever see a picture of Bobby working out? It's like, I said, you got to be kidding me. He's in great shape. I didn't know that about your father. That's very impressive, huh? Did he work out a lot, Bobby? He was a great guy.
He was an athlete, and he was always in good shape, and he played sports every weekend.
Was he, your uncle was a great athlete too, wasn't he? A very good athlete.
My father was the only one of the brothers that lettered in football.
Oh.
Jack was a swimmer, which allowed him to save his crewmates when his ship went down off the Solomon Islands. So he was able to swim, drag one of his shipmates to shore because he'd been on the swim team.
It's a great story. Very interesting. Bobby, that was very good. It's quite interesting. Everybody was listening. You know, usually people are sort of wandering off as people speak, but not when Bryson speaks or when Gary speaks. Go ahead, why don't you start it?
Yeah, Secretary Kennedy, thank you for those inspiring words from your uncle, and thank you to the President of the United States for helping reestablish this presidential fitness test. It's been something that we've been looking forward to doing for a long time, since 2013. I remember going through the presidential fitness test as a kid and getting that award, and it was quite an honor. So being up here and a part of that is quite instrumental and going to be amazing for our nation's future. Reestablishing the golden standard of the presidential fitness test has been a huge deal for me. Is that these kids now are going to have a healthy future. That's really an important thing for us to note here. Is that we want to make sure our kids have the best opportunity to succeed in life, and not only from their mind, but their health and their well-being. Their physical fitness is a huge priority to helping them become better human beings in general for our nation. And so what's quite honestly cool is Secretary Hegseth here has allowed us to be involved in over 160 schools, military bases with DOIA and institutionalizing this presidential fitness test in those schools. So I have to say thank you so much for helping establish that, and hopefully here soon we can do that across the nation, of which we believe will have a tremendous effect on these kids and their future. So I just wanted to say thank you to the President, thank you to the Cabinet members for everything you've done, and we're going to go out there and have a great day on the field and give these kids some fun things to go and play with, whether it's football, soccer, doing some pull-ups. Can you guys do pull-ups? No? We'll help you. We'll help you. But that's a part of the presidential fitness test, is aspiring to help these kids become a better version of themselves. And that's what I couldn't be more excited to be a part of. I want to say thank you to the athletes that are here today and to Gary Player. He's always been an inspiration to me, and albeit I'll never get to your record, I thank you for giving me aspirations to hopefully get 1/8 of what you have. So thank you. And lastly, just want to say to the kids, most important thing you can do is always get 1% better a day. That's the most important thing I can give you guys. Try to be a better version of yourself every day, because one day you could be up here as well. You could be up here as well. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for everybody for being here, and I can't wait to see what we can do out there today.
Good. Thank you, Bryson. And this is really for Bryson, because he's worked so hard on this. He really put it together. He's got the best athletes in the world. I think it's actually 41 or 42. And all top people, all big names, top people, and they all want to do it. And Bryson, I was given a little idea by Bobby. He mentioned Camp David, and it's a special place. And I think we should have our next meeting, the full meeting at Camp David. Okay?
Sounds great.
So it's like a very special place.
Amazing.
So we'll do that. I'd love to have Gary say a few words. He's won 168 tournaments. Think of it. That means he won every weekend. I say, well, when did you not win? It's a record, I think, that will never be broken. And he won 18 majors, 9 senior and 9 regular, and many other things. And he is a very special guy. And, you know, if you think about the power of positive thinking, I don't know if Gary has the time, but he is the youngest winner of the British Open, what they call now the Open Championship. And he won it when he was 23, I think, Gary, right? 23. Yeah. If you want, you could tell that story, because these are all people that love sports and they love golf. But the way you asked, you'd like to practice. My name's Gary Player. I'm from South Africa. You're not giving me the time to practice. I must practice on this course. And the people thought, who is this? He said, you don't understand. I'm going to win this tournament. They never heard of him. He came out of South Africa. He's winning everything. He won the South African Open like 14 times or something. It's incredible. But if you want to tell that story, I think it's a fabulous story. But as a man with a powerful, it's really the power of positive thinking. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, Mr. President, first of all, thank you very much for having us and hosting this today. I've been around almost every president for the last 65 years. And I've never seen a president that loves this country as much. They all did. and they all did great works. But I've never seen a president that loves the country as much as you do. And I say thank you, because I've traveled more miles than any human being before without being repetitive. And I've never seen a country like this. The freedom that exists, which is so important to all of us. And you know, sport can change the world. It can give people a chance that don't have any hope. It can give them hope, as we've seen. Many people with little education have become world champions. Only in America have you got that opportunity. And the other thing is, to Mr. Kennedy, who I have absolute utmost respect for, you know, my great dream now, I'm finished with tournament golf. My great dream
So in 10 minutes time now at 11:40 a.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting comments from ECB's chief economist Lane, who gives the keynote speech at the Climate, Nature and Price Stability Conference organised by the ECB. Text will be made available.
And as Senator Kennedy has so aptly said,
ECB's Villeroy says the ECB will raise rates if they see second-round effects. So keep in mind this is Bank of France or ECB's Villeroy speaking on France 5 TV.
I say to the young people, just love this country, because you don't realize what's going on around the world. Even the students of the great universities of America really don't understand what's happening around the world today. There is a silent war taking place against
ECB's Villeroy says I don't yet see sufficient signs for a rate hike.
is make these kids realize that freedom and exercise and education, start reading some books. Yes, keep your phone, but also read some good books. And listen to what Mr. Kennedy has said. What you put in your body is so important. What a wonderful job he's done, and all your cabinet members, of which I say thank you for maintaining this great word, this cherished word, freedom.
Thank you very much, Gary. And Gary is way ahead of his time, always. And how many Masters did you play in, Gary? For record, I think.
52.
52. Think of it, 52. And most of them you had to qualify. After you won it, how many times did you win it? Three. So when you win it 3, you get to play a little bit. But most of the time you had to qualify. But 52 Masters, it's amazing. And did well in every single one of them. Pete, could I ask you to say a few words?
Sure, yes, sir.
You could maybe speak a little bit about the subject that they want to hear about also, if you want. But just say a few words if you want.
Absolutely, sir. Well, fitness, standards, competition, that's what we're all about at the War Department. So bringing those things to education is something I remember as a kid. I mean, the Presidential Physical Fitness Award was the pinnacle event at Forest Lake Elementary School every year, and I wanted to be the best. And I wasn't, but I worked my tail off every year to try to get there. Pull-ups, push-ups. I couldn't do the V-sit and reach. I could never beat that one. But I remember it because it was something my country clearly elevated as important. We should be in shape. We should compete. And there's winners and there's losers. That we need to infuse into our young people. And obviously it takes young people to run a military. And as the Secretary pointed out, almost 3/4 of American young people do not qualify for military service, and a lot of that has to do with their physical fitness. So we're proud at the War Department to put this first into Department of War education activity. Our schools, 161 of them, across 30 installations. It's going to be mandatory for the young kids of those service members who use those schools. And we hope that's a pilot for all of American education. We hope the rest of America follows. We need young, strong, healthy Americans, whether you serve in the military or any other aspect of your life. And I think this presidential fitness test, Mr. President, is a perfect thing to restore. That sets those standards high for young people. And
keep in mind, Defense Secretary Hegseth is speaking at the White House now as well. They're just saying that Project Freedom is ongoing.
To who we are and ensuring America stays on top. And speaking of staying on top, Mr. President, we are, as we talked about this morning, Project Freedom is ongoing. We're ensuring that we have control of that strait, which we do. And ultimately, Iran has a choice to make, and they know we're in the strong position. We hope they make a wise choice, and nobody better to make that deal, Mr. President, than you.
Thank you very much. Doing a great job. A man who's in you talk about athletes. This is a very serious athlete. Happens to be in charge of a little thing called housing.
Yes, sir.
Say a few words, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to all the great athletes and
Hegseth says the US is ensuring control of the Strait of Hormuz. As keep in mind, Hegseth was speaking earlier this morning, repeating a lot of the same sentiments.
Fitness that I could be in playing in the National Football League. And one thing I want to remind the kids and really is competition brings out the best in us, be it in sport, be it in business, be it in education. And you always want to be the best you can be, as Bryson said, every single day getting better. And I'm grateful that I had an opportunity to play in the National Football League, but it taught me how to be a good teammate. It taught me how to be humble in victory and to be steadfast, you know, in defeat, as all these great athletes know. And Mr. President, thank you for just your leadership in our country, but also for this important issue of having physically healthy children and a physically healthy nation. And Bobby, thank you for reminding us of your uncle and your father, of how important it is for us to be, to look at the man holistically, spiritually, morally, physically, mentally. And I think America historically has been the leader in
So in 5 minutes time now at 11:40 a.m. Eastern Time, ECB's Lane due to be speaking in Frankfurt with a text expected.
This transcends politics. You know, physical fitness is good for every man and woman and child in the United States of America. So, Mr. President, I'm committed to this. I've seen the benefits of it in my own personal life. My family and my cabinet colleagues are 100% behind this. And so I would encourage all the young people of America, parents, teachers, educators, to take inventory and hear what these leaders are saying about the national security of our country, and make sure that we're encouraging our young people to get out.
UAE's president says the UAE remains able to deter any aggression.
And jumping and playing together, because if you're a good teammate, the stronger team we are, the stronger country we are. So thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. I have to just say we have a star named Linda McMahon, and she's made a tremendous amount of money on sports. At sport, they are great athletes, in my opinion. WWE with her great husband. What they built is incredible. They sold it for a fortune, billions and billions of dollars. You made more than Bryson and Gary put. If you add it up, would you say a few words? And she's one of our great stars. She is a phenomenal person. Go ahead.
Well, that intro is a hard act to follow.
That's tough.
But I think what we've talked a lot about fitness, and I think that's incredibly important because that's what all this is about. But you know, the Greeks had an axiom: sound mind and a sound body. So as Secretary of Education, clearly, I want all of our schools to be able to adopt, you know, these programs. We don't control curriculum from the Department of Education, but I sincerely hope the emphasis that is being refocused on kids and being fit and being able to compete. That's what you said, Pete. All of us are saying the same thing, but let's not forget, it's about also a sound mind and a sound body. In order to have a sound mind, you do have to eat well, you do have to exercise, you do have to train, and you do have to be fit to do that. And if we all are, we are the best of who we can be. So I encourage all of you to enjoy playing and competing, and being good sports, you know, while you're doing, but don't forget you're studying, all of your academics, because it is all part of the total package.
Thank you, Linda. Great job. Appreciate it. So we have a couple of other guys. If you guys wanted to say anything, or we'll just take some questions. And if you'd like, you could ask the big guy, how fast did he throw it? He threw it very fast. It was very scary. Scary. Do you want to say something?
I guess I'll just reiterate the thanks, Mr. President. Thank you, the cabinet members, for this opportunity to be here. Thank you, Bryson, to allow me to be in this elite company of people. It's a pleasure to meet all you guys. And
let me look at you. You're an embodiment of the physical fitness test. So I get you on the
he is seriously a good physical specialist. And Coach, you've done great at Florida. Thank you very much.
No, incredible honor to be here. This is something that I'm passionate about, and I think it's imperative that we're doing this for our youth right now. Through experience, my wife and I have two young kids, 9 and 7. They're very active, very athletic, but I can see some of their classmates and some of their teammates, you know, staring at screens all day. And again, as I said, it's really important that we do this now. And not only will I think this will improve the overall physical health of our young people, but I think it'll also help the mental health of our young people as well.
And just in case you don't know, he is a coach who just came to a team and just took it right from the beginning here. Just unbelievable job you've done.
Thank you very much.
You're a very rich guy. She'll pay him anything. I want to represent him. She'll pay him. He comes in and it just blows this away. Congratulations. Who's going to win in hockey?
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Lane.
Colorado's a favorite. I like Minnesota, though.
we're going to watch, okay?
Yeah, it'll be
we're
good.
We're going to watch. Great job.
Thank you.
Great job you've done. Thank you. And we're going to go outside. Did you want to ask a few questions of any of the people here?
Trump says Iran knows what not to do. Asked about what would violate the ceasefire, says you'll find out.
What do they need to do to violate the ceasefire?
Well, you'll find out because I'll let you know. They know what to do and they know what to do. They know what not to do, more importantly, actually. And, they fired them in little boats with pea shooters, the pea shooters, little boat with little, why? Because they don't have any boats anymore. Their Navy is comprised of, they call them little boats,
Fast
right?
boats or little boats.
And they're fast, they're so fast that they had 8 of them and they're all gone. And they're fast, but they're not fast like a missile. A missile is slightly faster. They're all gone, so they're looking around for little boats to try.
Trump says Iran boats are not fast like a missile and says that not one ship has passed through the Hormuz blockade.
As you know very well, not one ship. A couple tried, and they got their engine shut out. You remember? I think it was it was a great display. A ship wanted to go through, break the blockade. They were warned not to. And then they were warned again by a young Annapolis captain of the ship with a great look, central casting. These people are central casting, I'll tell you. And he said, don't do it. Then he said, evacuate your engine room with this unbelievable loudspeaker that goes over water. He said, you have 10 seconds. And then from 4 miles with one bullet, it went right into the engine. And Gary, the ship stopped very quickly. They hit the engine with one shot. It wasn't a missile. They don't want to waste a missile on it. It's too easy. And we had another one at 2000, one of the biggest ships in the world. They were warned.
ECB's Lane says a future projected temperature increase could push up the response of food prices to summer heat further.
Shot at within 10 seconds. Yes, I am going back to Iran. I am going back. And that was the end of that, right? He went. It took them 10 miles to turn. The ship was so big, but they respect us. They didn't used to respect us, but they respect us more than we've ever been respected. Our country now is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We had a country that was dead when we had that group of people that ran this country with their open borders, letting anybody come in from the Congo, from countries all over the world. They came in from prisons and mental institutions. We had a country that would have been a dead. If they won the election, this country would have been a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said recently that if Iranians were armed, they could take over their regime. Do you plan to arm them soon?
Well, I don't want to say that, but yeah, people say, why aren't they protesting? They want to protest, but they don't have any guns.
Trump, when asked about arming Iranians soon, says, I don't want to say.
Sick people with guns. And when they start shooting them right between
Trump says Iranians want to protest, but they don't have any guns.
Very few people would be able to stand there and do it. I understand.
Trump asked about arming Iranians to rise up against the government here.
Killed 42,000 people last month. 42,000 unarmed protesters. They have no guns. So they had a 250,000 people crowd, and they had snipers. They had like 4 or 5 snipers in buildings up high. And you're standing there, and all of a sudden the guy on your left goes down, then somebody. That's what happened with the women protest. They had 200,000 women protesting a year ago, and everyone thought that was the end of Iran. And then all of a sudden, a woman dropped dead with a bullet right there, always right there. Then another woman dropped, and then the word started to spread, and then there was panic, and then they ran, and so I don't want that to happen. We don't need that, we don't need it. But the only reason they want to protest so badly, but they don't have weapons. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next week,
Trump on China's President Xi meeting says we have a good relationship.
The President has said that a top priority on the agenda will be Iran. What do you hope to achieve?
Trump says we're doing a lot of business with China.
We'll have a very good relationship with President Xi. I find him to be a tremendous guy.
And Trump says, I'll talk about Iran with China's President Xi, and that Xi has been very nice about Iran.
We're making a lot of money. It's different than it used to be. But I'll be talking about that'll be one subject. But he's been very nice about this. In all fairness, he gets
Trump says, I haven't been challenged by China on Iran.
I think he's been very respectful. We haven't been challenged by China. They don't challenge us. And he wouldn't do that. I don't think he'd do that because of me. But I think he's been very respectful. And we've offered, if he wants to send the ships to the United States. I think one of the big things that's happened is I made a statement. Send your ships to Texas. It's not that much further. Send your ships to Louisiana. Send your ships to Alaska. Alaska is actually very close to a lot of the Asian countries. People don't realize it. Japan is back and forth. It's like, it doesn't seem it, but it's a very short route. 2 days shorter than almost any other route. We're making tremendous big deals with South Korea and with Japan. But I said, send your ships. All of a sudden, I don't know if you
Trump says we've offered if China wants to send oil ships to the U.S.
They just sent out some photos of the ships that are lined up all the way down the ocean like it's a highway. It looks like the Long Island Expressway for ships. And they're all heading to Texas, Louisiana. We've made up this list, and that's why. When I decided that I have to do this for the good of the world, not just the United States, in a way, we would have been in less trouble than a lot of other places. Certainly the Middle East would have been blown up. There wouldn't be a Middle East anymore. They would have.
Trump says if Iran doesn't make a deal, they'll go quickly.
Trying to survive, and they won't be successful unless they make a deal. Oh, if they don't make a deal, they won't be successful. They'll go very quickly and methodically. Believe me, it'll be very easy. But we have so many alternatives. It's amazing. And nobody knew this, because as an example, Japan got 90% of their oil, most of their energy, but most of their oil from the Hormuz Strait. South Korea got 43% of it. By the way, their ship was shot at. They were not in the cavalcade of ships. They decided to go it alone, and their ship got...
Trump says that Iran did not shoot ships that were guarded by the U.S.
Were guarded by us, I'll tell you that. We knocked down a lot of missiles. So what happens is that we have...
And repeats that Iran wants to make a deal.
We have total control. As you know, the blockade's been amazing. It's like a piece of steel. Nobody's going to challenge the blockade. And I think it's working out very well. We're going to see. I can say this. Iran wants to make a deal. What I don't like about Iran...
Trump says they play games but want a deal.
And then they'll go on television. They'll say, we did not speak to the president. We did not... I just spoke to... We did not speak to the president. So they play games. But let me just tell you, they want to make a deal. And who wouldn't? When your military is totally gone, we could do anything we want to them. Who wouldn't? Please.
On the filibuster, Mr. President, you posted a lot about wanting to eliminate the filibuster. It hasn't happened. Are you disappointed in leadership?
Yeah, no, I'm disappointed. I like John a lot, but he has a couple of Republicans that are foolish people. A couple of them I like, a couple of them I can't stand, actually, if you want to know the truth. Although I am at, according to CNN, 100% approval within the Republican Party. That's better than your record, Gary. I'm at 100% approval. Did you see the CNN poll? Nobody talks about it. CNN, I think the people that did that poll probably got fired. But within the Republican Party and MAGA, which is basically 100% of the party, I think, but 100%. No, I think that you're going to see some very interesting things. The filibuster, if you had it, we should have the Save America Act. We should have voter identification, voter ID. We should have proof of citizenship. We should have mail-in voting for the military and people that need it, but not for everybody. Because anytime you have mail-in voting, they're going to cheat. And they cheat like dogs. And they have to cheat.
IMF's managing director Gorg Eva, in a CNBC interview on the Iran war, says even if the war was to end today, it would take at least 3 to 4 months to deal with the consequences.
Don't listen to this, kids. Of your children, transgender mutilization of your children, for everyone. When you have policies like that, you have to cheat. It's the only way they can win. And we shouldn't allow them to cheat. And we should terminate the filibuster. Because if they get the chance, they'll do it in the first hour back.
Yeah. Mr. President, thank you. When Iran is seeing 50% inflation, they've moved money from their sovereign
wealth. Their economy is crashing.
Would you allow their financial system then to fail?
Well, I guess so, because we're making it fail, right?
Is that what it takes?
I hope it fails.
Is that what it takes?
You know why? Because I want to win. No, it takes getting pounded on by the military, I think, for more. But in addition to that, it is failing. You know, we have sanctions on them, tremendous sanctions. Scott Bessent's done a great job. We have sanctions that nobody's ever seen before. No, they're failing. Their currency is worthless. Their inflation is probably 150%. The real number is 150%.
Trump says we don't want to go in and kill people.
They can't pay their soldiers. The money is worthless. No, they should do the smart thing, you know? They should do the smart thing.
IMF's managing director Gorgieva says central banks should not rush to touch interest rates.
I don't want to. It's too tough. Great people. I know the people. I have so many Iranian friends from New York and from other places over the years. They're great people. I don't want to kill those people.
S&B's Martin says the S&B has a greater willingness to intervene on Forex.
You said they would come back down.
They'll drop lower than they were before.
So we have heard similar comments from S&B officials over the last couple of weeks.
So people don't realize some of these tankers hold 2 million barrels. One of them holds 4. I think it's the largest one in the world. That sucker is big. I've never seen anything like it. A ship. It's bigger than aircraft carriers.
Trump says Project Freedom will have a big impact on gasoline prices.
It's so much. You know, there are like 400 ships in there. 400. That in itself. Now, the best is when it ends and just neutralizes. But what's happening is people are learning to buy oil from the United States. I mean, they're making the trip, and they have safer. Probably it's a better product, too, by the way. But
and Trump says the Hormuz situation is teaching countries to buy oil from us. Trump says the increase in fuel prices is a small price to pay. IMF's managing director Gorgieva on AI now says the total impact on jobs is actually slightly positive. Trump on new oil buys from the US says countries are changing their habits.
Apache ship, northwest 10 degrees, turns around, boom. I don't like that, you know? You lose people, all these people, it's so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. One thing we have the greatest military in the world. I built it because I built it in my first term. I didn't think I'd be using it, at least so much in my second term. But we have the greatest military, the best equipment in the world.
Watch out for a roll down into this 12 p.m. here. Be careful. Got a VIX 9-day turning up a little bit here.
A week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Think of this, 100 111 sophisticated missiles shot at one of our aircraft carriers. And
Still no new high over here. There's potential for like a quick rip down to go higher.
If you would have said that 10 years ago, 5 years ago, it would have been an impossibility. You would have had to take those shots. Every single missile was laying in the water far away. I mean, not even, they weren't even upset. And they're the coolest people. If you ever see them, you know, Pete, when they do the missile, when they do the, right? They say missile coming, and these guys go, it's like almost like, oh, I'm just, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they're very smart. These are extremely smart people.
Just watch this 1 minute trigger here.
But they shot down, who would think that, Gary? They're like a needle in a haystack. 111 missiles shot. 111 missiles were knocked down into the water. Didn't even get close to the aircraft carrier. No, there's nobody has a military like us. Okay, a couple of more, and then I want to go out and watch these great athletes. I'm not talking about him and him and him. I'm talking about these kids, because I think you're going to be far better as an athlete than anybody behind you, okay? Do you agree? I think you're going to be a better athlete. What sport do you play?
I play football.
Oh, there you go. Do you think you're going to be better than him? You'll be faster than him. You're going to be so much faster than him. He's going to be like lightning. He was known for his speed, by the way. I don't know. I think pretty good. What sport do you play?
I don't play sport because my mom didn't sign me up, but I'm trying to play gymnastics.
Gymnastics? Oh, that's a good sport. It's a great sport. What do you play?
I do dance, but I also do volleyball.
Oh, nice. You're nice and tall to be a volleyball player. What about
The EU tells the US that they should implement key parts of the trade deal by July.
Here I'm going to be trying to do powerlifting.
Oh, whoa. Yes, already? Let's go. Whoa. That's awesome. And you'll never compete against women in powerlifting?
No, sir.
Did you see that they had a man powerlifter and he decided to go the opposite direction? Took a record, stood for 18 years. He beat it by 119 pounds. Okay? They put the little quarter of an ounce. And, for 18 years it stood. This guy he was a failed powerlifter. But he went on the other side and he decided that he wanted to go into women's sports, and he broke the record by 118 pounds. Think that's fair? So I don't think we'll have to worry about you.
Yes, sir.
You're going to do good. Are you a strong person?
Yes, sir.
Good. You think you can take me in a fight? I think you could. Hey, that would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? How about you? What sport do you play?
I play volleyball, and in the summer I'm trying to get into soccer.
Wow. And with your height, do you smash the ball, the volleyball? Do you get up high? Can you jump high?
Not very.
Soccer might be better. I don't want to be. I'm just looking. I think she'd be a great soccer player. That's good. Good luck. Okay. What about you?
Hockey and golf.
Well, and you know that guy, right?
Yes.
You know that guy. Do you think you could be as good as him someday? Not easy.
Better.
Won't be better. And you play golf.
This young man today, of all the young men I've met, he had the best manners possible. He was a smile. I said, "How are you?" He looked me in the eye and he said, "Fine, thank you, sir. How are you?" Not just good.
Are you a good golfer?
Yes.
So, what's your handicap? Do you have a handicap?
15.
So, this man is 90 years old. Do you think you could beat him? I'm betting on Gary. I'm betting on Gary.
You will.
Hey, you know what else? And he doesn't choke. That's a big help. You know, a lot of guys can play, but the flag goes up and bad things happen. And I think being in good shape helps you in that respect too, Gary.
You see, if it wasn't a cherished table, this is very historic. I could get on this table and do 50 push-ups like that. Most people can't do that, even when they're going in the army, right?
Yes.
So you've got to keep in shape.
Yes, sir.
And you tell everybody how you love this country.
Yes.
Okay?
Good way to end. So we're going to go out. We're going to say hello to the athletes. We have young and great athletes. We also have some big superstars out there waiting for us. And thank you very much. And Bryson, thank you very much. You really took this and brought it to a level. And it's true. Biden and President Obama decided that it wasn't important, and they're so wrong. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you, President.
And Trump now ends his remarks at the White House.
Just turn this off for you guys. Hold on here. I am here with you guys. Hang tight here. I got some work I'm doing in the background here.
Iran's oil minister says damaged facilities will be rebuilt in the shortest possible time. In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, Fed's Barr due to be taking part in a moderated conversation about his career path and international financial regulation at the Magdalen College Auditorium in Oxford. No indication whether a text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Just hang tighter, guys. I'm here. I got something going on in the background. Do, do, do.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour. Fed's Bar is due to be speaking on banking regulation at Oxford, UK. Tech still to be determined, but there will be a Q&A.
Well, they're already trying to come in to sell this fucking thing down. They're in here trying to sell it here. You can see it right here. Trying to send bombs down into 12 p.m. They're taking another shot at it right now. They're going to try to do here is they're going to try to flatten this out. I don't think they're going to be successful, but bring this over here. Let's see it. The big drop to the downside here. There's not much holding us up.
So we're shortly expecting
look at
comments
this.
from Fed's Bar.
This is where our target is right here. Half hour's coming up, hourly's coming up. Just want to be careful of. Let's go over here and look at this together. In a second here. So I got some business stuff I'm doing here in the background. Take a quick look over here. There we go, just coming up into this. Let me just show you a couple things here. This is this yellow line right here is a little. There should be a rejection up here in this yellow line, so it should be something like smash into this up here. And The bigger question is, can we get up here into, this is all-time highs right here, by the way. So can we get up in here before we roll to the downside? Or do we start making that break? But I think that we're going to need the support of this half-an-hour trigger and the hourly that's below it to actually get us up and over. We're likely going to need at least the half-an-hour trigger, if not the hourly trigger. No guarantees. We're still trading above the 1 and 5 minute trigger up here to go up. I am monitoring the VIX 9-day in the background. It looks like like I'm telling you, VIX looks like it wants to reset. We're at 1517 right now. We started at a low of 1360. I don't know what the market's waiting for here. I know that Volwiz and I have been discussing this. Carrying on an ongoing conversation, like the market knows something that we don't know. Whether that's a ceasefire in Ukraine, Russia, or if it's something with the Strait of Hormuz, it just keeps flashing it. Like VIX wants to reset in a pretty big way, and we can't reset right now, right? With all the stuff going on with geopolitics, unknown unknowns. Just be aware that if you're trying to start a new position, or if we get a flush midday, that it's likely here at 722.14 or somewhere down here to clean all this crap up. Remember that new positions, if we end up rolling, are off of the half an hour and hourly trigger down below. And we tend to flush either right around 1:32 p.m. for VIX fuckery. And I'm watching VIX right now for the VIX fuckery trade to the downside. We're just waiting for some news to drop, I think. Some kind of news. Just notice the flattening coming up here. We do have a new high here. That's good to see. And there are sellers up here. Just be aware that they're up here hiding. They're up here too, of course, right here. And this is where the all-time high is, right here, 724.87 from Friday. That was the high at 10 a.m. on Friday. I'll show you one other thing up here. Still grinding to go up here. So, you've got these two groups right here. So we're fairly close. You can kind of see it right here. This is a distribution. We should come into this, come up here, pop. And then we're just looking for this half-hour trigger, hourly trigger to pick us back up and send us up higher. They may not push us above until after the close, so they don't print for you. You'd wake up on Monday and Wednesday with the high coming in or up here before the roll down. Back over here. So that what I just showed you is here and here on SPX. And just the usual, stay long. We get underneath the drill, right? We get underneath. If we lose this, we go underneath. We make a new low under here. We make a second low over here. The 1 minute trigger sends itself over the 5 minute trigger. You step off and we'll get back in lower. There's a little bit of flattening going on right now. Half-hour trigger's racing up right now. And notice these two white lines right here. This can send us much, much lower in this white line right here too. If we get the half an hour above it, even if we were to make one quick slice down and then back up, not so bad. We want this momentum above this white line right here. We're almost there. I'm here with you. If you see anything, I'll let you know. If I see VIX rising or anything, VIX was rejected at the moment. If VIX can break underneath 1512, we should have a squeeze higher on some news. If not, we'll look to jump back in at, like roughly. I'd like to jump back in at like 721.30, somewhere in there. News Squawker is on, by the way. Just keep your eyes on that top. See those three red bars up there on Bookmap? Those are the targets up there. It's right where that white and yellow line is on the regular chart.
Semaphore reporting that the eBay board will meet this week to review the GameStop offer.
Push, 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 push. I'd love to just see that nice fucking squeeze. Just nice big fat green fucking bar. Bam. And then bam. The only problem I have here, like if I have a real problem here, like if I have anything to say here, like commentary on this is ATH. I never like first attempts to go up here. Unless there's continuation. Whenever you hit all-time highs, it's kind of an auto sell. So I'd really actually like to fail this and then make that one attempt and make it up into the 7280, 7285 before the roll. I don't think we're rolling just yet. I think the roll will happen on like Wednesday or Thursday for that inflation print. Or we have something here. Hold on. Thought it was an inflation print. I just want to make sure it is. We get a claims, jobless claims on Thursday at 8:30 in the morning. And then Wednesday we get, I don't see any other news in here. Maybe the TFA or TRA, excuse me, Treasury funding announcement at 8:30 tomorrow. Maybe that's the trigger. Possible. We got claims on Thursday. And then non-farms and the U rate on Friday. Just looking for a reason to sell here. I have the sneaking suspicion, though, that the sneaking suspicion is that we go up here and we fail this, like just underneath, and then that way the run stays alive until later in the week. Just be aware of that as we're coming up here.
is stable. In other words, that inflation.
This is Fed Chair Barr at Bank of England would speak.
When you look back to periods of hyperinflation, how long people carry on using money for. But that's one of the main purposes of central banks. That's known as monetary policy. And the other function, which is more the bit that I do, is making sure that money is safe. And that's about keeping the financial system in a safe and sound state. That's usually called financial stability or prudential regulation. Now, central banks do all kinds of other things. There's quite a lot of mystique. It all seems very mysterious from the outside, but really it's about those two things.
I mean, people are mostly aware of central banks when there's the monthly meeting and then the judgment comes down about the interest rate. Do you have sort of furious rows about this?
Furious rows?
Yeah, about the monthly interest rates.
Well, I wouldn't just.
Another note here, eBay is announcing that they will meet this week to review the GameStop offer per semaphore.
So the FOMC meets, and we have a real dialogue back and forth to see what people's perspectives are, to understand what's going on in the economy, to make a forecast about what might be going on in the economy down the road, which it turns out is very difficult. One of the things that I learned when being at the Fed is it's even difficult to forecast the past. So what do I mean by that? A period of time passes, and eventually you discover with more precision what happened 3 or 6 months ago or a year ago. So even your early look at what's happening in the economy is very difficult. You're really forecasting what it had been.
We're showing a roll here, but the VIX 9-day is rolling over right here. This could be a fake out for a rip higher here.
Do you think that there have been times when you've been there where the Fed has really got it wrong about interest rates, where it just hasn't reacted or has overshot?
I mean, during the period of time that I have been at the Fed, I have agreed more or less with the course of decisions that we've made.
But looking back now, is there anyone you think, oh my God?
They seem mostly, I'm not saying this is, the institution is infallible, it's definitely not. But the path of that seems mostly to have worked in trying to achieve our goals. We have 2 goals on the US Fed. One is to make sure we have stable prices, and the other is to promote maximum employment. And we've been in a very unusual time during the last number of years because those goals have been a little bit in tension. Tariffs have an effect that can raise inflation and lower employment. And now with the situation in Iran, the same thing. Before these 2 recent shocks, we were on a pretty good glide path down to our target, which is 2% inflation over time. So I felt pretty good about the choices that we made, but
saw for an explosive move to the upside.
Now because it's hard to both fight inflation and pursue strong employment, and that's the tension we're experiencing now. And people have different views about how to weigh those tensions. We had at our last meeting quite a number of dissents, which is unusual.
When was your last meeting?
Just last week.
Okay.
So the day before the Bank of England's meeting last week. And we had one person on our committee who thought we should be cutting rates. And everybody else thought we should keep rates steady. But we had 3 people who thought we should change our statement about how we analyze the economy in a way that would suggest that our next move could either be a cut or a hike, because those goals are in tension.
I mean, if it could either be a cut or a hike, that suggests a degree of almost complete lack of any predictability at all, doesn't it?
Well, it's very hard to know. I mean, that's what makes these jobs, very difficult. You can't just plug in a computer program and know the right answer.
Yeah.
It's usually the case that people know what direction to go in because you can chart that for the economy. But if you have a situation where inflation is elevated, you might think a couple different things about it. You could say, well, the underlying economy is running a little hot, and so we need to be very careful. We might have to raise rates. Or you could have the view that we have this particular shock. We had tariffs coming into the economy and then the war in Iran. And so you could look through those and say, those are temporary shocks. And so we don't need to raise rates in that experience. And then you look at the labor market side, and again, people can have different views. Right now in the United States, the labor market is quite good. So we have unemployment at 4.3%, which is a very low rate overall for the US economy. But, and so some people, myself included, are more focused on the inflation risk right now. But other people look at that, at least one of our voters looked at it and said, well, I'm more worried about the employment context and less about inflation because I think there are these temporary effects.
What
so you
about
can
the
have a
effect of-
range of views, you know, a reasonable range of views, even ones that are on opposite sides of what to do next.
What about the effect of underemployment? So where people do have jobs, but they're not paying enough for them to be able to have a decent standard of living, particularly with inflation. Is that an issue in America?
Well, we look at basically all the different kinds of ways to measure the health of the labor market. The unemployment rate is probably our single best measure, but we also look at what's going on with real wages. You know, are people keeping up with the inflation that we had in the past? We look at underemployment in the sense of people, there are some people who would like to work more hours and aren't getting the hours they would like. Well, we look at that as a measure of the health of the market too. What is the, you know, how many people are losing their jobs in a given week versus how many people are gaining jobs? And we've been in a very unusual situation in the United States. We have a very strong economy. The economy is doing really well. The economy is very solid. But for the last year, we've had net essentially no new jobs. There are lots of jobs being created and lots of jobs being lost, but if you net them out, we're not growing the labor force. And that's because the labor force itself is also not growing, which for us is very unusual. So why isn't it growing? Because normally we rely on immigration to increase the labor force in the United States. And that immigration has gone significantly down and is basically zero or a little negative now. So our labor force isn't growing. If there are no new jobs, that kind of is the break even for our economy. It balances out. There are no additional job seekers, you know, on a net basis, and there are no additional jobs on a net basis. That is very, very unusual for the US economy.
So in the UK, your mandate is only inflation, is that right?
So we at the Bank of England have its monetary stability, which is about controlling inflation and keeping it low but a positive number. So
Give me a second. I'll answer something for you here in a minute about the calls rolling higher here. I've got a nice neat little thing for you.
Blowing up, which it has a tendency to do from time to time, and we try to minimize that, obviously. And we have a similar system in terms of the way that interest rates and other parts of monetary policy are set, in that we have a group of people who are tasked with that. The slight differences is that they all vote every time, and it's quite normal for the votes to be in different directions. So in the most recent meeting from last week, 8 voted for hold. One member of the committee wanted to raise interest rates. And the reason for that relates a little bit to what Michael was saying. So that member of the committee took the view that the risk of these so-called second round effects from the supply shock we're experiencing currently because of what's happening to the oil price, those second price effects when people ask for more wages to offset the effect of the increased oil price, and then there's a spiral up in that way. He is more concerned about that, and that something like that might take hold in the way that it did after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and therefore that led him to just weigh that piece slightly differently. So all of that is kind of set out publicly. People have to give their views, but that's one half of what we do.
But there isn't a specific employment target.
No,
and
we haven't.
Do you think it would be better if there was one? Do you think it's a better system?
Well, I would not argue so. I think the present system has actually served us quite well. We are required, in a sort of bit of an echo, but slightly different from the Fed's mandate, to minimize undesirable or excessive volatility in output, which means we need to try and chart the smoothest course that we can. But I think it's appropriate on the monetary side that we have that target, and that people understand that the people making that decision are focused only on that target.
And to what extent do central banks talk to each other? I mean, people talk a lot about the UK-US special relationship, which is sort of in the kind of intensive care unit at the moment. But does it still exist for central bankers? Do you talk to each other? Do you...
Sam and I talk to each other quite regularly, but even beyond that, the relationships between the U.S. and between the Federal Reserve and the Bank of England have historically been very strong and are still very strong. We spend, not just myself, of course, but Chair Powell, who runs our institution, Andrew Bailey, who runs the Bank of England, spend a lot of time together. We all spend a lot of time with our colleagues at the European Central Bank and at major central banks around the world. There's regular, both formal and informal communication. Sam and I and our colleagues who do supervisory work spend a lot of time, so not just on monetary policy, but how do we enhance global financial stability? So the relationships are very strong and very
Do you think that, the relationships with the Bank of England are different from with the EU or comparable or?
Well, the relationship with the Bank of England is very, very strong, I would say, and historically strong. And the UK has historically played an important role as a financial center that is, outsized to the domestic market quite considerably. But we also have very tight relationships with the European Central Bank that has been also a longstanding. I spend a lot of time with senior folks at the Bank of England, both on monetary policy and on supervisory issues, and increasingly also on things like crypto or payment systems. So it's a really important part of all of our jobs to engage with our colleagues.
So, we're obviously functioning in a slightly unusual time historically and geopolitically. And I know a lot of people's thoughts will be on the situation in Iran. What do you both see as being the likely key effects of that? And how do you see that playing out economically?
Do you want to start?
Well, so the immediate effect is obviously on the price of oil, which much discussed and will be familiar to everyone in the room. And for central banks, the immediate strong focus of that is on the inflation side, on the monetary policy side. The wider picture, though, if you pull back the lens a bit, is we've actually got three pretty remarkable things happening at the same time. One, we've got this quite intense and economically very significant conflict in the Middle East. Secondly, we've got these incredible developments in AI, and that's of interest to central banks actually from many angles, but two in particular. One is the effect that that's having on valuations in the stock market, both positive and negative. And you remember the dot-com era and the dot-com bust, and central banks like to pay attention to those sorts of things. And secondly, the operational aspect, because if our job is partly to keep the financial system stable, that is a lot about making sure that there's the right amount of money in the right places. But it's also about making sure they're actually operationally resilient. So we're spending a lot of time on those sorts of developments. And then you have a third phenomenon, which is probably less in the public eye, but very much in the eye of central bankers, which is a development of a relatively new financial sector called private credit. It's sort of new since the financial crisis. And this is really some lending to corporates, which previously would have been done by banks, now being done by funds. There's some money coming out of that sector. And so I guess when we look at the world and the Gulf conflict, we tend to see it together with those two other things and think, well, this is quite lively. Could these things come together in a way that could cause us some issues on the financial stability side? It's already definitely having an impact on the monetary stability side.
What about from the Americans?
So, very much similar to Sam's description. We do look at the immediate effects and potentially long-term effects of the conflict in Iran. The most immediate effect is a significant increase in prices, particularly for gas, not natural gas, but gas at the pump.
Petrol, it's called petrol.
Yes, petrol. Exactly. Petrol at the pump has gone up a lot. And so consumers are feeling that a lot, and it could bleed over into other kinds of prices. It's certainly having an effect already on fertilizer prices. It is exacerbating.
Will it affect the price of fertilizer in America?
Oh, yes. Yeah. So,
so you're importing, the States imports its fertilizer, does it?
Well, even when we don't, a lot of the component parts come from abroad, and fertilizer is a global market. So we in the United States, with respect to oil, we're a net exporter of oil, but we're still very much affected by the oil price increase from the war in Iran because oil is a global commodity.
But equally, there must be people in the States who are making a lot of money out of the increased price of oil.
Yeah, so one of the things we do in trying to look at the outlook is see whether there might be, in addition to these inflationary effects, also positive effects on GDP because we are a producer, but also negative effects in other sectors of the economy that need oil or fertilizer or aluminum or helium as inputs into products. So the near-term effect, as Sam said, is an increase in inflation. That comes after an increase for us in inflation from tariffs. We are more insulated than the UK economy from what's going on in Iran in part because the energy sector is a small part of our overall economy, and US natural gas products are not part of a global market. So we have serious constraints in the ability for us to export natural gas. And so US natural gas prices have stayed low even while natural gas prices abroad have increased. So we're a little bit insulated from that. We also looking at these other kinds of major forces that affect the economy. I mentioned immigration already, which for us is a significant change. I've spent a lot of time looking at artificial intelligence, and I'm sure most of your students and faculty in the audience have thought a lot about this, but it is having a dramatic effect already on the US economy in the sense that investment in artificial intelligence and in data centers is driving overall business investment in the United States. There is an insatiable demand for capital and for debt to fund AI and data centers.
But if there's a big rise in energy prices, that's presumably has a big impact on data centers.
We are seeing increased energy prices, so energy inflation, mostly that predate the Iran conflict and are just related to a combination of our US infrastructure being outdated and this insatiable demand from AI. So we are seeing some of that independent of the Iran conflict.
But that will presumably intensify.
Depending on how long the conflict lasts. So people don't, I should say, I have no idea when the conflict will be over, and then how long it will take to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to full capacity. The longer that goes on, the more risk there is that the inflation we're seeing in these prices gets embedded into the economy, and then we have to worry more. So the duration of the conflict matters a lot, and we're in a situation right now where we really need to wait and see a bit to understand what direction that's going in.
So the inflation clock is ticking, and the train is coming through the tunnel, and mixed metaphors. But how long have we got before this conflict really blows up the world economy?
You know,
watch out for a roll down into 7250. We might get. It's very possible that we get.
Oil prices are higher. The longer they stay higher, the more pressure it puts on.
Hang tight, guys.
The more pressure it puts on, the more it's likely to increase stresses in the labor.
Just be careful of a. Hold on a second here. I don't know what the fuck that is. Check 1, 2. Check. There we go. There's a pin, like slightly lower. Like, see this green bar right here? This is a pin. Just so you can see it's support and a pin. On SPX, we've got a. If we go up here, we should get sucked back down into the bell. Just note that this is kind of a magnet on the day. The 7280 doesn't pop up until tomorrow. And 730.
Down and then needs longer even than we think to reopen.
Okay, so we're more exposed to all of this than they are in America.
I'm afraid that is definitely the case. What the long-term effect that is going to be, is an open question. But I think, as I say, in a way, going back to how we were describing what central banks do, it's relatively straightforward in one sense that there's this immediate inflationary impact, and there's this question about whether these things are going to cause a bigger blow up.
I mean, in the UK, quite a lot of our electricity is now generated by wind and solar and nuclear. So why then is its price still dictated by the price of gas?
Well, it's because, and we may have an energy professor in the audience today, but essentially because the marginal cost of the system is what drives it, and the marginal supply we have is from gas. So that is flowing through fairly directly as an effect. But from a
is that an economic inevitability, or is that a policy choice?
It's a policy choice, and you've seen the government doing some things in recent days to make some adjustments to that. But what I would say is, if you
I mean, so the government could decide to
that market could be arranged in a different way.
Yeah.
Whether it's a good idea to do that, I think, is a completely open question, because in the end, we consume a certain amount of energy between us. There's a certain amount of supply. It comes in certain forms. You can find different ways to price it. But probably the overall effect of a negative shock to the supply of one of the main determinants of energy production is likely to have an inflationary effect. But if you look at it from a central bank's point of view, central banks can't do anything about the underlying physical reality of this. We actually have quite an important but a narrow concern, which is to try and make sure that when these sorts of things happen, it doesn't set off a kind of inflationary spiral. So we're really focused on that kind of second order effect, if you like. And that's what monetary colleagues have to think very carefully about, making sure it doesn't sort of turn into that.
Okay, I want to, before we open it up to the audience, I just want to ask you one more question, which is about the independence of central banks. I mean, historically, over the last 30 years more, the notion of an independent central bank has been very important to the economic stability of Western democracies. I mean, do you see that idea as being under pressure?
Well, let me start by reiterating what you said. We're not interested in the independence of central banks just as a theoretical principle. There's a lot of evidence that when you have independent central banks, those central banks are more likely to produce an economy over the long term that works for the most number of people. And so you want an independent central bank so you don't have very high inflation that nobody wants and nobody benefits from. And that independence is important to serve, in our case, the American people in that way.
Russia's Lavrov spoke with Secretary
I would
Rubio.
say, recently, the independence of the central bank in the United States has been, as you put it, under pressure. That's very unusual for the U.S. in recent decades, and that is something that I think shouldn't happen. It shouldn't be part of the landscape. Not again because we can't take the pressure. We certainly can, and we are. I'll say, at the Fed, making our decisions completely on the merits of the economic arguments. So it's not affecting us in that way, but it is affecting the public's, potentially the public's view. And if the public thinks that the Fed is not independent anymore, that will be terrible for inflation expectations and therefore inflation. So it's our job every day, despite whatever is going on around us, to demonstrate by what we do
international
and say
agenda,
that we are an
Russia-US
independent
relations, and the
institution
schedule of
and we very
bilateral
much are.
contracts.
Do you think that we are seeing some sort of copycat muttering in this country from certain?
There was a question on the regulatory side, actually, so the financial stability side of the bank, about whether the government, in the context of Brexit, should bring in a new power, which was called a call-in power. And that was basically the idea that if they didn't like the decisions we were making in the Bank of England about overseeing the financial system, that the government could sort of grab it and pull it up to them, which would effectively mean that the government was in control of the whole process. And that did get some legs, actually partly because of something we were talking about earlier, which was an argument I was making myself very unpopular with Jeremy Hunt. It's some incredibly obscure thing to do with insurance regulation, and this was very annoying. So this idea kind of surfaced from that. But
Jeremy Hunt, Magdalen alumnus.
Yes, of course. It's all, now you see how it works.
The deep state.
Exactly. But interestingly, he and Rishi Sunak, between them, decided not to go ahead with that, although there was quite a lot of pressure from it at the time. And I think that actually came in the end, we could ask them directly, but from a sense that, particularly as a host of an international financial center, a degree of distance on the financial stability side from UK politics is quite helpful, because international firms are not particularly keen to have the financial policy and the levels of capital they have to hold and all those things swinging around with UK domestic politics, which is a completely different argument. It's not contrary to what Michael just said, but it's a totally different consideration. I would just add one other thing to what Michael said. I don't know whether, Michael, whether you agree with this or not, but when I talk about the independence of the central bank, at least in the UK context, I'm always quite careful to say it's the operational independence. So the goals, like what we're tasked with doing, are not things that we in the Bank of England dream up. It's not a kind of completely self-controlled machine. Parliament says that's what you have to do. They hold us to account.
But the means by which you achieve
the means.
it.
But it is an important distinction, because otherwise people have this idea that central bankers are sort of floating in some completely independent world, which would be totally inappropriate and wrong in a democracy.
No, I very much agree with that, Sam. And in the U.S. context, as I mentioned, we have this dual mandate for maximum employment and price stability. As Sam said, that's not a goal we made up. That's a goal we were assigned to undertake by the United States.
Market trying to roll on the 1 in 5 minute trigger right now.
So we testify regularly in front of the Senate and the House. I've done that many times. And they hold us accountable for sticking to our knitting.
Okay, I would like now to open it up. We've got a roving mic. We've got 2 roving mics. Wonderful. If you have a question or comment, if you'd like to raise your hand. Yes, right down at the front here.
Just want to say, if there's a question from John Vickers, Michael has to answer it.
I'm really hoping there is a question from John Vickers, because it would be a waste if there wasn't. I think, John, public interest demands. Okay.
Thank you very much for both for taking the time today. Question for both. Michael, you mentioned, following on from the question about central bank independence, do you think the legal protections are strong enough in the US? We saw Powell say last week that he's going to stay on after his chairmanship, based on the sort of legal case in the US regarding Trump as well. So do you think the legal protections are strong enough? And then Sam, you mentioned something very interesting about private credit. I know the Bank of England is doing a stress voluntary, I think it's a stress test or scenario regarding private credit firms. And there's been a lot of noise in the news media regarding private credit. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Do you want to go first, Mark?
Sure. So in the United States, as I think in every country I know around the world, there's a set of things that determines behavior in a society. An important part of that are our laws, but we also have norms, ways of practice that influence how people behave in society. And to me, both of those are really important. The legal structure of the Federal Reserve is very clear about its independence, very clear. And very unusually, we have 2 legal cases right now that are assessing that strength. So one of them involves Governor Lisa Cook, who President Trump
So you can report.
intended to fire. He said he was firing her. That case was litigated in our district court, the lowest court, and the appellate court. And Governor Cook prevailed in that case, and that is currently before the United States Supreme Court, with a decision expected later this year. And the second case, which is the one you alluded to, involves Chairman Powell and the Federal Reserve. And in that case, the Justice Department issued subpoenas to the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve, as chair, took the position that the subpoenas were not about the alleged underlying behavior.
You're sick?
Of which there was frankly none, but about trying to influence our decisions about monetary policy. And that was brought before a district court. And the district court found that
Are you? I
were
was
issued
calling
improperly.
because I don't have my phone,
Because the district court was of the view that there was
and
no evidence of any wrongdoing.
I
There
did
was
not
ample
know this, but
evidence
Blackstock.
Conduct that suggested that there was an improper motive in issuing the subpoenas. So we have these two unusual cases that will evaluate the answer to your question: are the legal protections strong enough? And then, as I mentioned,
is the final appeal in that case also to the U.S. Supreme Court?
it could be. Right now it's still in the district court.
Yeah, but
So it
I mean,
could.
both those cases could end up in the Supreme Court. Well, one of them
One
already
is,
has,
and the
yeah.
other, it has the potential to do that. The government could choose not to take it up to that level.
I mean, so far as Lisa Cook is concerned, in other cases, as I understand it, the Supreme Court has recently increased the power of the president to fire at will.
That's correct.
And so it wouldn't take much for them to.
Well, it wouldn't take much for them to rule that way in this case, but it also wouldn't take that much for them to rule
G7
the other
countries
way.
in talk to
And,
create permanent administrative
the
arm
argument
to
was a
guard
very
critical
lively
minerals
argument
agenda. G7-led
in the matter, and we'll soon
Secretariat could be
learn
housed at the
which way
International
that
Energy
goes.
Agency or OECD.
The private credit,
Yes, sorry, probably a bit less colourful
And
for most of the
IEA
audience.
is already
If
working
you
on
can
plans to align
explain, yes,
stockpiling
because I know
with
some
production
people
of
here will know.
critical minerals.
Right, so essentially, at the financial crisis, banks had got massively overstretched in the sense they'd lent out too much money and they lost quite a lot of it. And so following that, we strengthened regulation quite a bit. You're probably all familiar with this. But when you do that, of course, they lend a bit less. So between about 08 and 15, in particular in this country, the portion of funding that goes to corporates that comes from non-banks, basically funds, so things that are not banks, taking people's savings, putting them into corporates, that went up. And that's also grown very, very strongly in the US. I think it's quite a natural phenomenon that you would see some of that. When you tighten one thing, it makes sense that some of the demand goes somewhere else. The question is whether it then became a very fashionable investment class and a lot of money poured in. I mean, all of these financial stories are essentially the same. Something becomes trendy, loads of money pours in, then you have a lot of people sitting on money who are desperate to do something with it. And then you have a question about whether all of that lending has been done in a sensible way. And some questions about that have surfaced in the last year or two, and people have started to pull their money out of those funds. And the question from a central bank point of view is, maybe that's just fine. Maybe the money will come out of the funds. Some people lose some money. That's normal. That's capitalism. That's fine. Or is there a risk that it could actually metastasize into something more serious? And that's what we're testing, by the way, gold star for knowing about our exercise. In that exercise, talk about. So if this does come unwound in a certain fashion, could it cause a bigger problem? All of you will remember subprime before the crisis and those sorts of things. So that's the question about it, really.
Yes, in the middle there.
So right now we're seeing the nomination hearings for Kevin Warsh, and one of the big things he's been concerned about is shrinking the size of the Fed balance sheet. So kind of have one key question about that. So what are your thoughts on all of those things and kind of shrinking down the trillions of dollars which are sitting around? And I have one more quick question for both of you, because you two mentioned crypto assets as well. So there's recently some regulation about stablecoins not being yield generating. Just kind of curious to hear what the international cooperation is and kind of a central banker's viewpoint on this whole matter.
So let me start by saying I'm not going to have anything to say about Kevin Warsh or his confirmation hearing. He is eminently qualified for the position, but I'm not going to comment on his comments. I'll just tell you what I think about in terms of balance sheet policy. So let me step back and say, what do we mean by the balance sheet of a central bank? So the central bank has, like other banks, like other like corporations, has assets, which could be loans or securities, and as of the kind that Sam was just talking about, and then we have liabilities. So for the U.S. Central Bank, for the Federal Reserve, the asset side of our balance sheet are mostly treasury securities, government securities, and also mortgage-backed securities. And the liabilities include three big things. They include currency and circulation. So U.S. currency is a liability of the Federal Reserve. All the $100 bills that are floating around in your bank accounts. The second is reserves of the banking system. So banks basically deposit money with us, And that money is on hand when they need to use it to help depositors get their money back and for other purposes. And then we have a very funny thing, which is the Federal Reserve is kind of the banker for the Treasury Department. So the Treasury Department in the US keeps their funds with us, and that's a liability of the Federal Reserve. So that's what makes up the balance sheet. So when people say they want a smaller balance sheet, they mean they want the assets and liabilities have to come down together. They want them lower. So a smaller balance sheet would mean that we would need to reduce our Treasury holdings or our mortgage-backed securities holdings. And we would also need to reduce the liabilities on the other side of the balance sheet. We can't reduce two of those, treasuries, dollars sitting with us, and currency in circulation. So reserves would also go down. That's sort of the bank account of the banks sitting with us. And so that was all by way of background saying, I don't think it's a good idea to think about shrinking the balance sheet as its own goal. What we should be thinking about is what kind of financial services does the Fed need to provide, to Sam's point, so that money works in our economy, so that banks can function the way we want them to, so that the payment system, which underlines all the apps that you have to send money around, works on a daily basis, day in and day out. So I don't think that it's the right goal.
Apple has been testing integrations with
try and
Google
reduce
and
our balance
Apple
sheet
plans to let
just
users
because
choose
people want a
rival AI
smaller
models
balance
across
sheet.
the iOS
We want to
27,
know
and Apple to
what
offer
financial
AI
services
flexibility
do we need to
within
provide
iOS
to the
27
financial
due this
system,
fall.
and then judge it based on that. So that's it. In a big picture sense, how I think about balance sheet policy. Now, there's an additional problem, which is the way many people suggest shrinking the balance sheet, in my judgment, would have serious financial stability problems. So we would
according to two Israeli
maybe be shrinking
officials
the balance sheet, which make people feel good,
telling the Jerusalem
but we
Post
would
that
be
they assessed that
increasing
Iranian
financial
strikes towards the
instability
UAE were
and
warning
increasing the
shots
chance that we
intended
might
to
have to
demonstrate
step in if
capabilities
something
to the
goes really
US.
wrong.
They
And that
estimate
to me
that
is
for now,
very much
Iran will
not
not
worth the
escalate
risk.
and will continue to act within the
Shall I
rules
take
of
the
the
crypto
game.
question on stablecoin? So here's my way of thinking about it for what it's worth. 4 buckets. One side, unbacked crypto, like Bitcoin. Many of you in the room may have some of it. That's something you can put money into if you want to. Be ready to lose your shirt. You may or may not, but that's the way we think about that. Next one over is stablecoin. So crypto backed by something, okay, often currency. That's a slightly different type of proposition. We've got some rules around that. Then if you step the next one over, you're coming into what we think of as money. So both of these two things we think of as like investment classes. And obviously the stable coins are an on and off ramp into the unbacked crypto as well. But we're interested in the central banking world in money, as we go back to the beginning of the conversation. So we're interested in the idea of something like a systemic stable coin. So something that actually started being used amongst us all when you go into a shop. And we don't yet have that in the UK. You don't yet have it in the US. It's really not present yet in the world in a big way. But we've said we're happy to have that in our system. But if we do have it, it's got to have the same level of confidence that we have in the other forms of money that we have in the economy. And in that debate is this question about whether or not there should be any return allowed on those assets. That debate is actually raging most fiercely in the US. Great fun to watch, by the way, because this is two of the most heavily armed lobby groups in Washington, the banking lobby
Apple
and
the shares
the
rise
crypto
to a
lobby,
session high,
fighting
up as
it out.
much as 2.8%.
But
that's a big debate. And then the fourth one over is a central bank digital currency. So do we actually, the central banks, need to do something in this space ourselves? And the position on that is the Fed, unless Michael tells us otherwise in this meeting, is clear it's not going ahead with that. The European Central Bank is clear it is going ahead with that. Guess what? We're on the fence.
Next question, yes. There, lady yes. Yeah, you.
Hello. So first of all, thank you very much for your time and for speaking to us. And we've covered a lot of ground and we've had a lot of buzzwords so far. So from Federal Reserve independence to Iran to AI, and I guess it paints quite a gloomy picture of what's happening. My question to you is kind of what are the positives that we can focus on and what's going well in the financial system at the moment?
Well, shall I take a swing at that first of all? The answer you get to that question, in my experience, differs quite strongly depending on which side of the Atlantic you're on. So it would be interesting to hear Michael's take on that as well. But look, from our point of view, I would say a couple of things. One is that we've actually we went through a very frankly exhausting Brexit process, which many of you, of course, will have experienced too. But within the state, including within the central bank, this also just required a lot of attention to be devoted to the extrication process of itself. And that took up a huge amount of headspace. And the same was true, actually, for many, many companies having to look at, do we need to move people X, Y, Z, and all that. All of that really fell away. That weight of the process fell away about 4 or 5 years ago now. And so we've been able to get on to the other much more interesting part of it, which is the take back control part. And there'll be very different views in this room about whether this is worth having or not. But it definitely is the case that we are fashioning our regulations to fit better for our market. It would be a very strange thing to have gone through the pain of exiting and taken the cost of that and then not to do the other piece. So that is one bit I'm quite optimistic about. It's actually been quite fun. We've been able to change some things. So that's one thing. And then I think the other piece is back on the AI story. You've got any undergrads in the room. I have 2 undergraduate kids. It's a tough market out there if you're coming out into the labor market. It may be very disruptive, but there's also the most amazing opportunities in this. And all of you have been experiencing it in your own work. Michael's given a speech on this, but that is an area of potentially very important productivity growth. And that at the moment is more of a speculation than a fact, but it seems to be a general purpose technology which could unleash that. And given probably, well, there can be a debate on this, but many people would think that the relatively low growth rate we've been experiencing in this country is one of the major things we would like to shift, and maybe that's the way in which it can happen.
Can I just ask you a question? Another possible positive, and you might say this is a bit speculative, but is there any prospect that the current oil shock might lead to an acceleration in the adoption of renewable technologies, which in the long term could have a beneficial impact on climate change?
Honestly, Diana, I think you'll need to invite Ed Miliband to give you this talk, to give you a reasonable answer to that. It's possible, I guess, but those decisions about investing in renewables are very big decisions for the people who make those decisions. A lot of our pension funds and life insurers involved in that sort of business. They're really not affected by the spot price of energy at any one time. I suppose if this became more of a kind of settled position of a kind of higher volatility, higher uncertainty, Straits of Hormuz sort of permanently
closes once a month.
Yeah, then that could lead to maybe what you're saying. But if that doesn't happen, I think it's less likely.
Well, let me highlight one area in particular that Sam focused on in terms of my own optimism. The dynamism and entrepreneurial spirit of the U.S. economy is kind of phenomenal. And if you look at business formation in the United States from 2020 to today, it's been extremely elevated. That is, we're creating lots and lots of new businesses. And those new businesses innovate, and they tend to be more productive. And when they compete with incumbent firms, they usually either kill those firms or raise their productivity a lot. And so the US economy's productivity has been quite strong over the last 5 or 6 years. And now you add to that the changes in activity from artificial intelligence. Most of that is to come. That is, you can see how AI could improve productivity going forward. And I expect to see that going forward. But in the data right now, it's very hard to see. You see little glimmers of it, but very hard to see it in the data. But when you look at how productive artificial intelligence is making particular jobs, it's kind of phenomenal. We had, I have oversight of our consumer and community development function at the Federal Reserve, and we had a staff team that was going to update a website that could be, really create a website that could be used by local communities to understand what was happening in their local community and compare it to other local communities. So I'm told by the team that this would normally take them about 4 months to build, about 5 people, 4 months. So the head guy, the head of this little unit that was working on it, who is a good coder, an excellent coder, brought home the project and said, well, I'm going to fiddle around with this over the weekend while I'm playing with my kids. And at the end of those 2 days, he had that project 80% done and could then share it with other people to get input. So and I'm just using that one example. The productivity gains across many, many domains will be high, and that means potentially that higher productivity will turn into higher real wages for people, and so workers can benefit without causing inflation, which is a good thing. And it may be that AI, over the longer term, will help us with scientific discoveries. So we're worried very much about AI's energy use today, but it may also help us with issues of climate change in the future. It may help with medical discovery. It may help with material science and so on. So I think the long-term benefits are likely to be very high, but as Sam pointed out, the short-term pain may be very, very severe. So that's not an optimistic piece of it, but it is a realistic assessment that even if we get these very long-term gains to our society, in the short term, it could be highly disruptive. And that's why I think, society should be thinking about what investments we need to make sure that young people and people who will be affected by the labor market in the future have the skills and support they need to navigate that period of change.
Yes, John, or next to John.
Hi, I also have a question about the effect of AI on the economy. So there seem to be some pretty big AI company IPOs that might be coming up this year. SpaceX is announcing their IPO imminently, and potentially Anthropic and OpenAI. And I've seen some questions about whether the public markets even have enough money to be able to fund all of these big IPOs. So my question is there anything that the central banks think that they should be doing in order to prepare for this event? And could these destabilize the economy in any way?
Well, so let me again start with a caveat. I have nothing to say about the stock valuations of any individual company or their future prospects or their IPOs. Taking it up a level, we do look at the effects of AI on the economy. We look at it in terms of the labor market. We also look at potential effects of very good outcomes and very bad outcomes for the stock market, because the stock market is part of how we forecast what's going to go on in the future in our economy. So at that very big level, we do. And since we don't have a crystal ball about what's going to happen with artificial intelligence, I like to use different scenarios to assess what might happen and therefore what the implications might be for monetary policy or for financial stability. You can look at cases where AI is very successful. You can look at cases where it's unsuccessful. You can look at cases where it's successful but causes major labor market disruptions. And you can look at cases where there's enough time for society to adjust to that. And so looking at those different scenarios helps you think about, you don't know the answer to it, but it helps you think in a rigorous way about what that would mean for monetary policy and financial stability policy.
I mean, we looked at it a very similar way at the Bank of England. To give you a bit more of a flavor of it. So we do things like we want to think about, is the core of the financial system, in other words, the banks, is that going to be stable in a kind of version going wrong of what you just described? And so we did a stress test last year, and we motivated it with an unspecified geopolitical shock. So what might happen if that rippled through the system in a way that, amongst other things, the US stock market halved? And you look at those things and say, well, how much money would people lose in that situation? How much of that would come into the banks? Now, that is only a partial way of looking at it, but it's a practical way of trying to ensure the whole system doesn't fall over if it goes badly wrong.
Yes, Stephen.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'd like to ask a question about inflation, but not inflation of consumer prices, because that's what everyone talks about. And indeed, that has been relatively stable this century. But what has not been stable is asset prices. And they have risen and risen and risen until there was the catastrophe in 2008 when they collapsed. But the whole thing has started up again. And with it has come bubbles in cryptocurrency where there's no real value at all. There's a lot of money that stands to be lost there. There's obviously AI technology, we've touched on that. Private equity, which is not performing the way it should have done. And it would be nice to disassociate private credit as something different, but 80% of private credit loans goes to private equity. So actually it's just compounding up. And maybe just to throw in a sort of macro thing, I mean, government debt in total used to be about 100% of GNP. That was the kind of rule of thumb after the war. It rose steadily, and it shot ahead. It's about 300, 325, 350%. How can that go on? Should it be 500%, 1,000%? These are big matters which are a different dimension to the pure consumer price issue.
Well, maybe I'll take a start, or
You go ahead, Michael.
so. Let me start with our thinking about it from a monetary policy perspective, and then also from a financial stability perspective. From a monetary policy perspective, we're very careful just to focus on our congressionally imposed mandates. So, price stability, employment. We don't have a mandate to figure out what the right level of the stock market is. But of course, we care deeply about the direction of the stock market because it has a big influence on our forecast. If the stock market were to go down significantly, it's usually the case that spending also goes down significantly and that the economy can slow. Or, it may be a symbol that the economy has slowed and we are, in bad territory. If the stock market goes up by a lot, again, you might think that consumer spending, business investment is going to go up with the stock market. So we care about it from a monetary policy perspective in relation to the goals that we have. On the financial stability side, we also, as you said, care about it. And we do similar kinds of things as Sam described with stress testing and scenario-based design to look at what risks face the financial system. And like Sam, we try and distinguish shocks from vulnerabilities. It's very hard to predict what shock you're going to experience. Is it a war in Iran? Is it a COVID virus that causes widespread shutdowns? We don't really know what that shock is going to be. But we can, I think, pretty well assess what the vulnerabilities of the financial system are to those shocks. So that's why we care a lot about capital, how much cushion a bank has in the event of a decline in its assets. And why we pay attention to both the individual stability of particular firms and how those firms relate to the system as a whole. So that if there is a big shock, if stocks were to go down dramatically, we understand what channels of risk will flow through the financial system and try and have a financial system that's resilient to those shocks. We're not doing it because we care whether people make money or lose money in the stock market. We're doing it because we need a financial system at the core of our system, which is banks that are strong and stable and can withstand that kind of hurt.
I suppose the way I've come to think of it is, and you may have a different view, but that this issue of bubbles and asset prices getting too high in various places is a kind of bug of capitalism.
Furthermore, from Carl's news, Iran's President Pezeshkian says Iran has so far been targeted twice during the negotiations.
But what we want to do is, we have some tolerance for that bug, it turns out.
We are witnessing military mobilization.
But occasionally it's a bit too much. 2008, 1929 would be good examples. And the figure that we tend to use when thinking about this question at the bank is that the present value cost, negative cost, of a financial crisis is 43% of GDP. And in effect, we're trying to manage down the frequency and severity of those events to a level that is tolerable. And that's what we're doing on the financial stability side.
I think we've probably got time for about one more. Yes, there in the middle.
Thanks both for coming and talking about this stuff. It's interesting that both of you don't have economics backgrounds. I guess it kind of illustrates the divergence sometimes between economic research in an academic context and like policy applications. But for those of us who are doing economic research, I'd be interested to hear from your perspectives what you feel like are the really important problems for people in academic economics to work on.
Oh, that is a great question, of which I feel quite unqualified, but it won't stop me from answering.
Pezeshkian says if they speak to us logically, dialogue is possible.
Let me start by saying,
the language of threat and bullying will lead nowhere.
One of the reasons I'm able to do my job with any success at all is that I am surrounded at the Federal Reserve by some of the most top-notch PhD economists in the world. And I rely on them. I talk to them all the time. I have regular briefings all the time. They help me learn new areas. They help me think about trade-offs and balance. So you shouldn't think of me, and certainly not Sam, as independently operating without a context around us. I spend a lot of time reading economics literature and talking to economics staff about these issues. So rest assured that that kind of job is not going to go away. In terms of what research might be useful going forward, there is a ton of research going on right now about artificial intelligence. To me, that is very justified. I think it's likely to be have a significant effect on the global economy. And so even though there are a lot of people operating in it, you probably could still find many areas that are understudied because the phenomena is very new. Just generative AI itself has been around for many decades,
we are ready to resolve
new
disputes
forms
with
of generative
countries
AI.
of the
And
region.
so that might be an area of interest to you. And I would say the staff at the Fed are also using generative AI, as I'm sure all of you are here, to massively accelerate the pace of their research. So you can do a lot more, and hopefully over time also AI will help weed out papers that are not so good. Sometimes you have to wait for a while to realize there's a major flaw in a paper. AI can help spot those flaws pretty quickly. It makes its own mistakes too, but can help in that process. So if you're not already using generative AI to significantly increase the pace of your research, tonight is the time to start.
I have a specific suggestion, which is around stress testing. And for those of you not involved in central banking world, stress testing are these kind of doomsday scenarios that we've been describing, where we try to work out what would happen financially if certain things went wrong. And that is obviously not a new area, but I feel it's somewhere where there's probably scope for some more research, specifically because the way in which that is done by different authorities around the world, there are similarities, but also quite a lot of important differences. There's quite a big debate going on in the US about how the Fed's been doing it. Some changes have been made. They've been quite controversial in certain quarters, but also even within institutions. So if you take the Bank of England as an example, the way we do it for banks is completely different from the way we do it for insurance companies. Now, there are some good reasons for that, but part of it, I think, is also just a path dependency and where they've come from. So I think as an area to sort of look into, and which might have some interesting sort of underexplored parts of it, I would suggest that.
Brilliant.
There we go. All right. Well, you're on the money.
I'd just like to say, we're going to have to wind it up now because we are already, in fact, running a bit over time. What an extraordinary privilege it's been to have this kind of really intimate and frank conversation about the operation of both the Fed and the Bank of England. So huge thank you to Michael and Sam for giving us so much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to all of you.
Thank you. There will be drinks outside, so do please join us for a drink in the foyer. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
See the guy in the yellow jacket over there by the budget sign? He's going to rent us a nice big van, and we're going to drive to Milwaukee.
Welcome, Mike, to the amazing Milwaukee movie location extravaganza.
In fact, isn't Milwaukee an Indian name? Yes, Pete, it is.
When a movie either takes place in Milwaukee or has scenes in Milwaukee, what is the reason behind that? I mean, the Dahmer products that are out there have an obvious answer. But when you say something like Dawn of the Dead, Milwaukee, when Hollywood makes a movie, they say, what's the location? New York, Los Angeles, or a city that has something like a Chicago or Seattle or something that has like some sort of character or purpose for it to be there. And I think they pick Milwaukee. It's either small town USA with the little Main Street, and they say, oh, the small town USA, or we need a big city, but a city that's not too big that people know nothing about, that kind of is like the big city version of small town USA.
Yes.
See, my experience comes from whenever I travel anywhere and someone says, where are you from? You know, and I say Milwaukee. They go, oh.
And you say, it's a little north of Chicago. Oh, I know Chicago.
Right. See, I'm from New York. They go, oh, New York.
In
I'm from Los
contact with
Angeles.
American officials,
Los Angeles.
advise them to remove the military
I'm from
threat
Florida.
from our
Even
region.
Florida. You just say Florida. Oh, I know Florida. Disney World.
Yeah.
It's like Milwaukee. It's kind of like saying Cleveland.
Cleveland?
Cleveland.
That's also big small city, but Milwaukee people go, oh, okay, beer, bratwurst, the Fonz.
Well, one of the big ones is on my list in terms of like movies that people know Milwaukee from. One of the most famous ones, and it's not even a Milwaukee movie, but the scene in Wayne's World, where they go to Milwaukee.
Should be pretty close to Milwaukee by now.
They see the Alice Cooper concert in Milwaukee, and so that's the thing that people always bring up. They quote Wayne's World.
Actually, it's pronounced Milwaukee, which is Algonquin for the good land.
Does this guy know how to party or what?
So that's kind of what kickstarted this. I was thinking about things like that, where it's like if you say you're from Milwaukee, if people are like associated with pop culture, there's a couple specific things they bring up. And that Wayne's World scene is probably the most famous Milwaukee movie scene.
Although Wayne's World is, that takes place in what's the city?
Aurora.
Aurora, which is, not far from Milwaukee. So I would also like to mention, I don't know if this is brought up, but this is Spinal Tap.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
They go to Milwaukee to play Shank Hall, which is a fictional, in that movie, it's a fictional venue, but then has become a real venue. The Shank Hall in the movie is bigger.
Yeah.
And then someone at some point after that movie came out made a Shank Hall on the east side, and it's just like a little dive bar.
It's very small, yeah, but they do have musical performances there.
Yeah, it's a working venue, and that's where we saw Tim Heidecker perform.
Yeah.
After he did our Half in the Bag episode about 40 years ago now.
Excuse me? You good?
We saw him and Neil Hamburger and
DJ Doug Pound.
DJ Doug Pound.
It was a great night.
In the mix.
Yeah.
But that's sort of like I don't know, a connection. I don't know.
Well, that's on my list. That falls into that category of things that are set in Milwaukee but not shot in Milwaukee.
Right.
So, but the most famous, if we want to start the list with the most famous Milwaukee scene that nobody associates with Milwaukee, the most famous movie, I would say, arguably, shot in Milwaukee is probably The Blues Brothers.
Some Business Insider,
and that's, of
Google
course,
is
the
building
Chicago
an AI
movie.
agent that could be its answer to OpenClaw. Employees at the company have been testing a new AI agent, internally named Remy, which runs in a staff-only version of Google's Gemini app and can integrate with a range of Google's other services. According to Fast News, US vessels trapped in southern Strait of Hormuz. Furthermore, according to an informed source, 2 US vessels have become trapped in the southern part of the Strait of Hormuz near the coast of Oman and are unable to move forward or retreat.
All right, here we go. I'm just grinding here, right? Let's see here. Get rid of that. Hang tight here. I'm just moving higher now. NVDA getting tanked.
Insider on the feed for those interested.
We're going to take a look at NVDA here. Let's go take a look at this really quick. I want to get this out of the way. Hang tight 1 second here, guys. 3 months. Let's go take a look at this for NVIDIA. Man, it's like hard. Or here, hold on a second here. I'll switch over to it. Right. Look at it. Look at the little fellow over here. Let's take a look at this here. You know, on a 3 month basis, one of the issues with NVDA and with the market here, of course, was we took enough of this candle that opens the door to trade down here, 150, 160. Market, too. It's not just NVIDIA. It's the entire market. Man, it's like and this looks safe right here, but the one positive here, at least on the 3 month, is you've got, I mean, it's bullish overall, like midterm, long term. You've got the inverse head and shoulders. We've got the high up here. That's good. We're just looking for the pullback and then higher. Like, this is basically what we're looking for here. Something like this. This is a much higher frame, though, too. Spoo's squeezing higher right now. You want to see it really quick? Right there. Just be careful as we head higher here. Here's a 1 month. And fascinatingly, you know, the one thing about this, like, NVIDIA thing is, I mean, I almost have to say it here, which is, I can't wait to do this nighttime show. Like, I cannot wait. I kid you not. Like, and this would be a prime example right here. Like, there's a 3 month and a monthly here. And you can kind of see right here in this 3 month and 1 month here, this poop island it's just buy. And if you wanted like if you wanted a stonk, right? Like the quality into the end of bubble, whether it's 26 or 27 is the end of the bubble. Like these guys have just been piling in here. See it? They're just piling in, right? And they're not looking for this print right here. I'm sorry. That's not the print they're looking for. They're looking for this, right? And then eventually something like that, even if we're back testing, it's still up. Now we are in, at the moment, we are turning down on NVIDIA. I know that's going to piss some of you off. If we go here to the weekly, this is an ER trade. It's not only just an ER trade, it's like NVIDIA tends not to print on their ER. You already know that. I don't need to tell you that. They loves to, like, here, I can just give you a few examples. Here's one right here, straight to the depths of hell, right? Here's another one right here, straight to the depths of hell. Here's another one right here, straight to the depths of hell. Then they move, right? So it's like down, up. This one right here, down, up. This one right here, blasted. I'm almost positive if I were to look at this in a 1 minute, it went down, then it went up. Very common here, right? Here's another one, down, right, on their earnings. And why does it go down in their earnings? It has nothing to do with their report. It has everything to do with a crowded trade, right? So anytime we get down here, automatically, you should be looking to add. And I mean like leaps, like 2-year leaps. You throw the deepest you can get on this NVIDIA trade. Even if it's just one, even if that's all you can afford. Now, let's look at this right here. This is where I think the dip buy is right here. Now, there is something else here that needs to be seen. I don't like this line right here. And I don't like this line right here. And this is probably where the crux of all the doom comes from. Like, hey, we're up 10%. Now I want to see down 20%, right, in the market. And it's probably has something to do with this here. Okay? So you figure on May 20th, for the month of May, right? NVIDIA probably has to save the market to some extent. Like, you don't want to see NVIDIA come all the way down here. Because what happens? You're erasing this candle, right? Now you've opened up this one, and that brings up this whole thing, right? And that's just to test this one here. You start hitting this one, and now you've taken out this one. And then that brings into question, when you hear these guys saying, like, there's a, you know, there's some doom down here. And then you can see where it is. NVIDIA pretty much has to save the market in May, I would think. And you most certainly don't want to be trading down here. You have equal legs right here. You can tell this is turning down, right? You got one leg, you got the next leg, and then you're turning down for a sweep higher on an ER on May 20th. Wait a minute here. We already do the weekly? Check this here. I really can't wait to have this show at nighttime up. I would love to, like, spend the time with you guys to just go over, like, especially stocks like this in a bull run, like, where do you add, and then what are you looking for in this? That's fairly easy, but just to be able to check back and say, okay, it's time to come in and buy the dip again, to go up. just chart this out for a minute here. On a daily basis, this should be on the 20th. And it's a classic setup here, isn't it? We're turning down into their earnings. Or it's something like this, right? And then it's down here, and then it's finally away. You break out here, and this carries the market up. Or this should be, one more up here, and then something like this, so you get the big W. The bat wing. And just look how it's not participating. It's all sad. There's rotation going on within tech. If you're a member of our community, we post all the tech that's running and all the tech that's not running. Let's move this over here. Move that down there for now. And something this big, you probably want to be. This is the one that I'm looking for. This one right here. This becomes a weekly here soon. This will become a weekly. It's a daily right now, but it'll become a weekly. And you can already see it's already forming, right? Big old thing down here, back up here, down there, and then the sweep.
From Iran and the US.
Go back over here really quick. And this is the turning down problem right here. There's the turning down right here. You guys can all see this with me. That's the halfback trade right there. This one matters right here. I'm not even going to entertain any of this stuff up here. And the reason I'm not entertaining that is I'm looking for this to become this like bigger W in here to go up into June. Something like this, right? Gets picked up into their ER and then dumped. Here's the 29th, right? Murder the chain. And this kind of follows that whole thing down there. There's 4. That one's done. Then down there, there's the halfback trade cleaned out. And then down. And there's your weekly right there. There's your weekly. There's your daily. There's your weekly down here. And then up and away. You're still, this is all still good here, intact. This is a key zone right here. And not only is that a key zone, this is the halfback on this trade right here. This is the one right here. So there's somewhere in here, like somewhere in here, you're gonna, somewhere right there. There's these guys over here. This is important right here too. This is liquidity grab to go down. I think it's higher than that. I think it's up here. So you end of May right there, and then let's call this like mid-June or something. You're definitely going to hit something over here. 220, you'll hit that one. Should hit 12, and then up here somewhere. It's something like this. This is put you in the middle of, see July over here, put you in the middle of July. So like 228, 230, dicking around up here and then down. And like even this right here, you see this right here, like you're down and fucking around in here. And then up. Could be a lot of dicking around in here. Like this could take time, and then like see how quickly it ramped. This is March 30th. So 1 month of ramp. So I mean, this could get stalled out. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but like June 15th. This could take time. Up, down. And that looks right too. Something like this right here. See it? So like April 15th, you could be like down here fucking around. You could be like down here, dick around, just like this shit over here, like up, down, up, down, up, down. And then you don't even get the print until mid-July. Which means even if you're going to trade this shit, you know, you probably need like, if you were going to take the trade from right here, to try to capture the trade right here, in case they let it run here. I don't think they're gonna. They get overrun. Maybe it's potential. This can run, like this can happen here, but what you need is, you need like where like they're slamming it down, then it's immediate call buying, and not only that, you'd cancel out that short. But you would need like a stock split or something. Like it'd have to be something like that. Like you'd have to have people know that they're gonna buy it all up, right? Like take the short off, take everything off, let this thing run. So and we don't know about this happening on their ER day. There's nothing I can do about that. That's like insider trading. If I had known, yeah, I'd tell you we're going up there. But not knowing that, it's probably down here. So this is what I've got for them on their ER. There are a couple targets up here to come up here and fuck around with this stuff up here, but I honestly think that maybe the halfback is the best you get. And I would maybe give you up to 210 maybe, but I still think you're going to get sucked back down in there.
Ports and coastlines.
I'll have to check to see what events are coming up in. I have a thing that shows me the events for NVIDIA, but start thinking about like mid-June. If there's any kind of like scheduled news on NVIDIA mid-June. Do you guys know about anything? You got Tech Week mid-June. All right, big Tech Week coming up in this part here. I'll go look for NVIDIA events coming in around here, but sometime in mid-June, they look like they're going to rocket ship up in a way. Now, let's say they do something on their ER stock split or something like that. I can easily see that. You know, come up here, hit this back one, fail this one, fail this right here more particularly, and then get sucked right back in again. Potentially. Or it just starts running. You know, just runs like grinds all the way up. That's potential of that too. But you're talking about having to take fucking calls, like spreads out to fucking mid-July, or long NVIDIA with calls that are, 9 months out, 6 months out, to not get too fucked up if it takes all the way down here. They start murdering you down here. The only other thing I would say is you have to be very careful. You want to snip this at home? You want to do this? We can come back and check this too. It's not like we can't come back and see. You guys see I post them all the time, like what we actually traded versus what. I'm fairly accurate. It's very accurate usually. It's very rare that it's not close to this trade here. But if you want to sip this at home, you're more than welcome to. I haven't looked at when. Hold on a second. Let me check more thing. And this is not shocking either. So you've got Avgo earnings right here. June 3rd. Shocker, right? How many times have you seen Avgo run with NVIDIA? All the time, right? So you see Avgo come back down over here with the Avgo earnings, and then finally you get the release up to the right. Avgo earnings are June 3rd, I think. Pretty easy trade, right? Oh, yeah, we're getting up there, bros. I'm going up there right now. I will say one thing to you coming into ATH right here. I think we're going to fail that ATH up here very soon. So just be aware of it. There are some targets up here, R2. I'm still long right now, but I got my calls at the fucking depths of hell on Friday. So I literally bought the close, like the depths of hell. I'm going to stay in right now. I'm not getting out here. But if you're in zero dates or whatever, just be careful. They'll, no intrinsic value bullshit. And look up there, that big red box up there. See that right there? We're getting pretty close here. There are a couple more hidden up here. Just going to bring these up so you can see them. There's no shame in jumping off the bus, taking your money, and running. On Avgo or on NVIDIA and Avgo, I'll post this in the Discord for you, but just keep this in mind. This is like the typical. This is basically the typical fucking NVIDIA Avgo bullshit. Now, sometimes, of course, you're not going to be able to get, or like every 10 trades, you're going to have one that rips faces off. But I'll snip this and post it in the Discord for you guys. You can kind of see the three legs there too, right? You see the, hold on here. Like there's the one high right there, the other one up there, the other one up there. And the only thing I can say about this is, on any, whatever this decline is, just make sure this shit's not going down here. This is bad for the whole market. I would assume this is where the fear comes into play with, 20% down. We're going to do this bullshit over here, crater the entire markets, and then we get lifted up. I mean, it's not valid yet, but that doesn't look too bad either, right? Like, we're not too bad, but they wick us all the way down here, market crashes, and then we're finally unwinding to the upside. Just be aware of that. If you wanted the counter trade or anything like that. Let's go back to the main screen here so you can continue to track this. I'll post this in Discord right now for you. What am I doing in here? I'm in the wrong goddamn Discord. Trying to think here if they're selling 730 calls. Like you're talking about coming back for 730 again or higher in July. Like getting over 730, 740, and then a roll for the fall. I guess I'm trying to look at this NVIDIA stuff to see like why they've got so much doom. I can see why they got that. They're talking to like Pasquarello saying put the hedge on. If you put the hedge on, you need to date it for mid-June minimum, right? First week of June. If you're going to have the down market or a pinned market, I mean, I know the market can move without NVIDIA, but we're doing that right now, right? But this is more a mechanical process than anything. I'll show you something here really quick. I showed it to the pro traders this morning. This is something like I've been thinking about this because if you do like an equal leg back to 730 in the summertime, and then they dump us again, and then they don't print that 760 into end of year or potentially even into next year. Unless we start squeezing and the bubbles done and all that kind of shit. And the only reason I'm bringing that up is because they pulled this bullshit trick last year, made a ton of money off it, right? I mean, we traded 7,000, we didn't get over it. This here is a chart. This here is a chart of call buying, and I want to show you this right here. Like we're kind of long in the tooth in call buying here, but fascinatingly, we just had this big huge up month, and we had the two big months in September, October of last year, and that's this right here. You see this? We bought all these calls. These are retailers, by the way. They got done buying calls right here on October 31st, right? Basically. And they got hammered straight down. So you figure this is another big call buying operation by retailers. And no matter where we go here, whether we stop right here or we stop up here, they ain't going to print that shit. I'll just say that to you. I mean, they can if we keep chasing and squeezing and that kind of stuff, but there's a high probability they ain't going to print that shit. There's a high fucking probability. So just be aware of this and its implications into year end. We're kind of doing the same setup here. Now we are on the strongest part of the year, but doesn't mean crash or anything, but same time, sideways and then failures to get these big, huge moves to the upside until, end of fucking year or January or February or some shit. And like we're looking at the 730, and this 730 could be very contentious. We could be spending a lot of time around here is my point. And, above and below it at seven, like holding 6,800, hammering out 6,800, 6,900, 7,000, slamming into 730, and then finally doing the breakout at the end of the year. It could be a big cup and handle kind of a thing too with 730. So just be aware of it as we move forward. Yeah, Freddie, just take the money and run, man. You don't need to be up here. You could leave some runners on. You do cash them in and then buy some dirt cheap calls for a squeeze if you want. There is still some more room right here to run. We can look at it again. There's only two ways this goes here, right? Well, not only two ways, but basically the market does not need to go up any higher. We can dump right now and then do this. We could pop and then do this. We could pop up here and do this and go, whoopsie. I'm serious. And then this right here. So we're a little long in the tooth here. There's a very low probability that we're going to come up here, pop the top, and then this. We could, but it's a very low probability. So you could leave some runners on if you want. Open something cheaper to try to pin this thing out right now. We're getting fairly close to a place here. This could run to we are running calls up here. Dealers are in hot pursuit right now. But just note that we're getting kind of long in the tooth. Just be aware of it as we move forward. Trading 7268. Tomorrow's target was 7280. Next day's target is 7300, and then Thursday or Friday is 7305. If you're a member of our community, you have access to all of this on our website. If you've known me for a while, you might not know this, but our website has been being built out. It's fucking dope. It's got cool shit all over it. We're going to get into a whole bunch. We got like, Bork's been working on paper trading and stuff, so we can build trades on the website. It's really cool. So if you haven't checked out our website in some time, it's really rad, and it's beautiful. I know somewhere out there the street is raging right now. Like these guys came out all over like Saturday, Sunday, It was relentless. It was like article after article after article, and here we are. We're at fucking all-time highs again right now. So as we come into this all-time high, and we're heading up into this 730, if you have not hedged or want to hedge, you're being given yet another chance to hedge. I don't know if I like that put trade that Pascario was saying. Maybe a put spread. There's probably better ways to hedge this. And I'd be trying to kill theta, or I'd be selling calls, to be honest with you. That's probably the best fucking thing you could do. Sell some calls with some time on them. Because it does look like we're going to get sucked down into some kind of like sideways bullshit action until we ramp-o-rama. Just looking at that NVIDIA, it's got me. It's got my attention. Note that there'll also be some supply here at 7250. Always remember, too, if you just want to stay long, you can stay long. As long as we're above the 1 in 5 minute, you're good. But, it's kind of long in the tooth there. Anthropic CEO warns of cyber moment of danger as AI exposes thousands of vulnerabilities. Did you guys see that Trump wants to review AI for us Americans before you get access to it? I thought that was unique. Or not unique. I thought it opened up a Pandora's box of a fuck ton of questions. It opens up all kinds of sketchy shit. It's like telling you, like, any of you guys out there hear about this? The executive wants to review all new AI models, brings up questions of other countries developing their own and releasing them. Subterfuge as a form of warfare. It brings up other questions. For me, at least, I wonder, like, will it be pay to play? You're like allowing some companies to rule. Like, you talk about like the free market. If I have an edge on you with my AI and the U.S. government's only allowing certain companies to have access to that, it brings questions up about that. Also brings up questions about like competition. Brings up questions. All kinds of questions. Like I don't even know if I want to say them on the show. I'm sure in your mind it must trigger a bunch of fear, right? It should. That you don't have access to that tech. It kind of kicks the can down the road on the Star Trek outcome in a way. You could theoretically be not just kicked out of banking, but kicked out of anything. They could make it a privilege, not a right to have access. They could make it pay to play. You still may not have the actual public version or the private version. You might get access to some of it. And then the cost to access it comes into question, like who has the money. It brings up a bunch of other questions, too, once Trump loses power. Makes me question who you're voting for out there. And let's say you don't like Trump, but you like the Dems, and they don't help you out either. Brings up those questions. brings up a lot of shit. Because none of these guys are going to want to give it back to you. It's not just Trump. These guys are all power hungry. I always liked the idea of like a world summit where the world has access to it, or it's all locked up across the world. I always liked that, the idea of that, but it brings up all kinds of questions as to who's doing the lock-in, who has the oversight. Is it something run by Congress, the Senate? Move this over here. I'll say this. Whatever the, I mean, I understand why he wants to review it on the surface, that it's a threat to the security of the world, basically, right? The bigger question becomes like, who has that oversight? And this should become the norm. There should be some kind of control, but who has that control? And like just bring, like, on the surface it looks normal, but what are the potential downfalls of it being controlled by the executive? And I don't know that the Congress understands this either. Those people are old as those people barely use tech. Trump reiterated that with some commentary today. I've fallen over with a sea bag on my back. I have fallen over. We'll get rid of this for now. I want us to be able to see the price action here if they're going to try to sell this. Like, it brings up I got all kinds of shit racing through my mind. I got like, if I'm one company, can I pay for access where another company doesn't have access to it? Brings up questions of technology. Brings up all kinds of stupid ass questions.
Settle at around $3.62 a gallon. NYMEX diesel June futures settle at around $4.03 a gallon.
Brings up questions of development companies leaving the United States to develop elsewhere. So you're out of the reach of the U.S. Brings up questions if it gets released publicly after you leave the United States. Seriously. It's becoming weaponized, right? Part of the weaponization of AI. You know, I'll say the same thing to you about SNDK. I'll bring it up for you right now. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll bring it up for you. I'll give you the answer for this right now. How do I justify the valuations? I'm gonna give it to you here in a minute. You're wondering if SNDK will maybe do something that CAR did, like start rolling. The only thing you need to know on that is if it's losing the hourly and the daily, you're not adding to your position. If you lose the daily trigger, we're in a corrective move to the weekly. If we ever go into the monthly, it's sell on that stock. Now, both valuations and fundamentals, you can just take that and rip that up and throw it away. No one cares about valuations. Nobody cares about PE ratios. I'm going to give you something here to give you an example, though. Like top line, right? Hold on, let me bring this up and then we'll talk about it. Let me see if I can find this here. Perfect. Where are you? You just asked a question about this. I'm going to post this into, I'm going to post this on Hold on here. Give me a second here. I'm going to post this in the chat on YouTube. I'm going to post this link to the chat in Twitch. So I posted for you a link that I want you, when I want you to look at this stuff. And the reason I want you to look at this is not because I can't explain it to you. It's that I want you to see it for yourself so you understand it. Now, I posted you a link to this website here, okay? SmartWise or something it's called. What you can do is you can go back to like the top 25 or 50 winners per year. And then what you do is create yourself a little spreadsheet. And I want you to pay attention to the rotation that took place in the internet build out, the internet bubble. And it's very fascinating because what you'll see is at the time, what was considered the accepted safe technology did fairly well consistently during the last last internet bubble. But they rotated through internet stocks, okay? And all of these stocks were grossly, they were grossly overvalued. They traded to stupid multiples. A bunch of these companies went to zero and never came back. A bunch of these companies went to near zero and then came back. Even the good ones, even the ones that are around today, went very low. So what does this make you think about? Or what does this jog in your mind? It should jog that the market is about accumulation and distribution. And the market doesn't give a flying fuck. Well, it does care about valuations. Market cares about certain things. It cares about fraud, whether it's legal or fake. It cares about accumulation and distribution in terms of, cares about fraud and that's legal and not legal. It cares about what they're building to sell. So like, hey, we're building this and we're going to do that and we're going to do this and we're going to do that and we're going to do this and we're going to do that and we're going to do this and we're going to do that, right? We're going to promise you a bunch of shit. It's like Tesla, right? The Tesla fraud. I mean, we all know Tesla's fraudulent, right? But everyone likes Elon. So Elon's promises this, he promises that, he promises this. So it's not like it needs to be, it's not like a lot of this tech needs to be, these public symbols need to be based in reality at the moment. And in this accumulation, in any accumulation distribution, why do we accumulate and distribute? So if we're trading like a biotech company, it's on a low, and it's announced that they're going to drop a paper in 2 months. You'll see an accumulation, and then we sell the news no matter what the white paper is, right? Or the drug or whatever they're going to release. Nobody gives a fuck. You can think about that same concept. So as long as the tech bubble remains, you're going to see rotations. You're going to see outperform on shit companies that aren't even here today to this day. Darlings of Wall Street, newspaper articles written. There was one company. There was a what were they called? SN. Fuck, what were the name of them? There was like a police tech company in the 1990s that like went up to like $200-300 and then it's like trades $1 now. I forget the name of it today, but they were a darling of Wall Street at one time. So these companies, they come and they go, and depending upon what the accumulation distribution is for, can make a stock go, just to the white paper or for the rest of the bubble, or it's rotated in and out, and then all stocks rise to the end. And then we sell them all to the depths of hell. Do I think SNDK is going to be up there when the bubble pops? Fuck no. I think that shit's going at $2. But this is the normal, like, hey, if we are in a tech bubble, you accumulate these stonks and you run it up until you get a reason to sell. So if it's either fraud, legal or not, Boston Beer Company did this, right? They overstated why, or that their 0-calorie drinks were not going to actually take over the world, right? They stated what they were going to make from money from that. If you look at UNH, they were vertical. They never corrected from their 2020 lows, and they were just looking for a reason, right? You have some bad press with the CEO, and it's time to take your money and run, right? Let's get the fuck out. So everybody gets piles out of UNH. So the same thing here applies with like SNDK and the rest of them. Outside of that, you trade SNDK like you would any other stock. Like any other stock, and it just keeps going up and up and up and up. You can keep doing. You apply the rules that we use here against that stock, and it should continue to go up and up and up and up until it starts rolling. Right? You come off the hourly, the daily, then you're like, hey, we're going to start selling this down to the weekly, and then if we hit that with that monthly trigger and we go below it, we know we're in a bear market for that stock. But you shouldn't try to overcomplicate and overthink these things in any way, shape, or form. There's just no reason to. We are rolling down into the right now. You guys are going to draw it in for you. Leave this right here. This is 7250 over here. This will be your first stop right here. Take this one out right here. Try to at least come down in here somewhere. Right about there. Hang tighter, guys. But that link that I gave you, the reason I want you to look at it yourself is because I want you to be able to like Excel sheet it. I want you to look at it and say, this looks familiar. And not only does it look familiar, you'll recognize some names from that time period that traded just like NVIDIA. So when you see NVIDIA doing this big, like massive sideways move, we've seen that before. We've seen that in known tech back in the 1990s internet bubble. And we can also see other things in that time period with those, like which tickers were going up and down. And fascinatingly, right, what I did was I looked at stocks that I didn't recognize, and I started checking to see if they were still publicly traded companies, and a lot of them are. A lot of them to this day are still publicly listed. They're not trading at high numbers or multiples. They're trading $1, $2, $3, $4. And they were high flyers at one time. They had a moment in the sunshine back in the internet build out. And it's fascinating because you can also look at, like, Amazon's a prime example. OpenAI has not gone public yet. Amazon waited. If you look at the pump and dumps that took place in the first bubble, Amazon literally IPO'd at one of the best times. And I think they got a rip up, then they came back down, and then they finally everything else started going up altogether. And, the street's not, don't think like that the street is like, you should look at the street like it's very conservative. You should look at the street like Bob's Plumbing. And seriously, not Bob's Plumbing, Bob and Sons Plumbing. So why do you get a Bob and Sons Plumbing? Because the kids are submissive to their father, right? They do what their father tells them to do. You get Bob's Plumbing, and he's got sons, and the sons aren't a part of it. And sometimes it's because they wouldn't listen to Bob, right? So Bob's like, well, fuck you. You're not going to listen to my dynasty? Then get the fuck out of here. And the street is like that. These banks have been around since fucking day one. These banks literally helped facilitate and fund the Revolutionary War and even the Civil War. Shocking, right? these guys all like you got to remember like American elite knew. I'm not going to say names, but the elite in Europe, and Europe was losing their power, and so they moved to the United States. Believe it or not, this money and wealth and power came to the United States, like the ancestors of, like the East India Trading Company. Shockingly, right? And associates of them. So and then they have these American banks like Wells Fargo. Like I told you that, like Wells Fargo, some of these banks have storied histories. Like Wells Fargo had stagecoaches that went out to California to pick up what? Silver, right? To pay for what? The Civil War. And where'd that fucking silver go? On a goddamn boat. Sorry, I shouldn't say goddamn. On a boat and sent back to where? Europe, right? So my point here is that these banks, they run the same playbook. These banks, I guarantee if you were to go to some of these banks in the back room somewhere, there's probably a fucking binder from like 1865 on a shelf somewhere. I shit you not. And whenever we come into trading environments that a young trader, or not a trader, but like a manager or something, a director, or maybe a whole room of traders, and like we don't know what's going on. And the boss goes, okay, I'm going to go find out. And they go back and look in history and say, hey, we have something just like this happened back in this time period. And the latest example is when? For this period, the last example is the internet build out. So these guys don't go in and like reinvent the wheel. They go back and look at that time period and they go, okay, what did we do then? How do we make money? How did we lose money? And we don't want to lose money, right? We don't want to be, fucked up. We want to min-max our losses and our wins, right? So they look back on that time period and they literally run the same fucking program. I kid you not. They will literally run the same shit again. They're lazy. They're stuck in tradition. And why is that? Because Bob's plumbing fucking knows. Bob knows I made money. I didn't go bankrupt. I provided a big home and pool and blah, 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 all this other shit that Bob provided for his family. And he wants his kids to have that. And he says, look, this works. So Bob is telling his sons, you're going to do it just as I did it. You can try new things here and there or see if this works, but we're going to stick with the plan. And the street's the same way to a lot of extent. If they ever learn anything new, they devour it. They did that with GME. And furthermore, there's one last note to this, which is, how like you'll hear like the street will shit on retailers, the rise of zero dates or the rise of the retail trader or rise of this, or a few years ago they were bitching about meme stocks, the rise of meme stocks and fuck people that pump them and dump them. You'll see like old men on Twitter saying shit about it. They've always had fucking meme stocks. I went back and looked. They had fucking memes back in the 50s, in the 60s, in the 70s, and the 80s. They're just grumpy ass old men. They don't want you to know about it. They're not going to tell you freely. They're just cranky. The cranky old men don't tell you shit. It's like, fuck that guy over there. And fuck his punk ass kids and fuck their music and fuck how they're dressing and fuck that earring in their ear. And, you hear like old fucking men telling you that, back in their day, they didn't have drug abuse. Back in their day, they didn't have trans folk. They did. There's trans people all over the place. You can read Bukowski. He's got books talking about trans people in New York City during World War I. They were shooting heroin back then. They were putting fucking cocaine into your drinks and shit. So these people have a short-term memory as to how they grew up. What were societal norms, how they rebelled. And the same thing applies today. Don't be believing the street when they tell you certain things like, this has never happened before. We've never done anything like this. And they have. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's going on, the mouse? Good to see you. Yeah, give me the gains. I get what you're saying. I know it seems crazy. What I would say is just follow your rules on SNDK. You just follow your rules. I watch it in the background. I do watch it closely in the background. It's going to be an epic fucking short. Don't get me wrong. I know you want to top call that shit. I think everybody does. Let's mark this off really quick. Trade of a lifetime, right? If you really want the trade of a lifetime, I'll be honest with you. If you really want the trade of a lifetime, whenever we roll over that blue line, when this bubble pops and we roll over that blue line, oh man, that is a trade of a lifetime. Shorting that, right? Just like they did the top of 2008 and 2001, 2001. If you can just time that, it's going to be fucking epic. It's going to be epic. You're going to be rich. You're going to be fucking filthy, fucking rich. And then you're going to come back at the top. We're going to send it all down, and then we're going to have a generational buying opportunity. You've got one coming your way sooner than you think. Next 3-5 years, you're going to have a generational buying opportunity. We're holding this. See that right there? That's good. We might not go down here. I'm surprised.
At 3 p.m. Eastern Time, we have U.S. Secretary.
Just a note here, we just broke above some resistance here. See this right here?
We'll put one on the feed.
See that white line right there? We might have another whack at it right now. That's positive right there. Watch out for at least another equal leg up here. We'll move this over right here. We'll at least do this equal leg right here. Nice quick trade in here. Could potentially go in here, hit this one right here, and then pop it up before a roll. It's a quick little 5-minute trade going on in here. Anyways, it's fascinating to see this stuff because when you see it, you go, this looks a lot like what's happened here. The past 3 years, when you look at the spec growth that's gone moon, we've called out all these companies, they've gone high multiples. And then the ones that are going sideways, and you're kind of looking at it going, oh, it's the same shit. They're running the literal same playbook. See if we can do a quick little pop and drop up here. God damn, EWY is still going high right now. I was looking at EWY this morning. It continues to go up. It's a Korean index. It just keeps going vertical and vertical and vertical right now. Check out that website, or go to that website and you can start pulling all the data out. I had a really hard time. I used to be able to find really good old news stories from the 90s. But I don't think anyone is keeping records of it anymore. Looks, from what I can tell, I used to be able to scour old news headlines from the 1990s. As of the past 6 months, they're disappearing. I've even seen
OpenAI to spend $50 billion on computing in 2020.
I gotta say this allegedly. I even think CNBC is scrubbing their website or cleaning it up. I notice it on Reddit right now is happening too. Reddit is and YouTube too. YouTube's doing it too. I've scoured the internet to see if it's prolific or not, and it is. The internet is being scrubbed of its history. Maybe it's going to go behind a paywall or something.
OpenAI's President Greg Brockman saying OpenAI to spend $50 billion on computing in 2026.
Oh, watch out. We've got Rubio speaking here. I said maybe in a quick 5-minute trade I might get out here. This doesn't look bullish. This looks bearish. Yeah, move this over here. Come on here. Isn't Marco Rubio like is he naturalized citizen or something? Or were we talking about getting rid of naturalized citizens? Is he? No, he's not a naturalized. He's natural born. Or his parents were. That's what it was. His parents were. Rubio was a birthright citizenship guy. What's Trump's take on birthright citizenship, people? Rubio was born in the U.S., making him a citizen automatically, despite his parents not being citizens when he was born. Birthright citizenship Trump. What does that say? I thought he was against birthright citizenship. I could be wrong here. Let me check. Yeah, Trump has a birthright citizenship executive order wanting to strip... Oh, it's certain babies born in the U.S. What is the certain babies? Oh, it's blocked right now. Been blocked by certain judges. He won his citizenship in a poker game? What's the certain situations? I'm reading it right now. The executive order attempts to get rid of birthright citizenship for U.S.-born children of certain immigrants born. I don't know who the certain is, but it's after 2025. I guess fuck your unwashed masses then, huh? We should rip down the Statue of Liberty. Is he the pride of the Cuban community? Is he? He might be. I don't know. I don't know much about him. I don't know much about Florida politics. I know the stuff that everybody knows in the country, but I don't know much about. Yeah, I don't know. I believe you if he is. I don't know much about him. I know what everybody else knows, like the rest of the country. That's about it. Let me look it up. Marco Rubio, pride of Cuban community. Yeah, it says that he is here too. The stuff that I'm reading. Good. I always think about Cuba, and I'm like, when I think about Cuba, I'm always thinking about like Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. Like how great should how Well, I'm reading about Rubio wanting to reform their economy. Like, is it something where it becomes like a Disneyland, or is it something where it becomes like Dominican Republic or Puerto Rico, or be careful of a squeeze here. I've got us rolling over here, but we've still got like VIX is dumping right now. Rubio's speaking. I don't have him being bullish, but I'm trying to find out like what is this. Give me a second here. I'm trying to find out if we can find any intel on this. Oh, he's taking questions as Levitt replacement. He's just filling in right now. She's now on maternity leave. It would be fascinating to hear how he interacts with the press. The focus is going to be on foreign policy issues, including the situation in the Middle East, potential talks with the Vatican, and foreign policy developments. So we got to listen to this. It could be market related with SOH. This could be some positive news here. Be careful of a squeeze here. Yeah, a few more moments here. See if there's any breaking news that I'm missing. Hang tighter, guys. Now two takers have crossed with, hold on here. Four cruise ships ran the Strait of Hormuz at full speed, sailing under fire through the Iran declared. Hold on there. 51 vessels turned back. That was 2 miles. Iranian army says forces did not carry out missile or drone operations against UAE. Hang tight. I'm just trying to see if there's any new news here. This is fascinating. They're saying just to be careful here of up. Be careful of big squeeze. I've got something here saying a new statement. This could now remember this is all it's Twitter. So, but the Iranian Navy forces affiliated with Iranian Revolutionary Guard saying we warn all ships intending to pass through the strait. The only safe route to cross the strait is the passage previously announced by the IRGC. It looks like Iran is allowing ships to cross as long as you stay on the map that they provided before. U.S. Secretary of State Rubio, U.S. introduces UN Security Council resolution on Strait of Hormuz. Hold on here. This could be a big mooning moment here. He might be announcing something. I'm going to get rid of this here. Watch out for a big squeeze up here into the bell on maybe some positive news. Targets are up here. This one, this one, this one right here. I think they're going to announce the strait is open today. Potentially. I'm going to read this to you before we get to Rubio. Hold on here. I got to find this press. I don't know if this is a scam. No, this could be wrong, but it's saying this looks like they're going to declare it open from what I'm reading. Draft resolution requires Iran to cease attacks, mining, and tolling. It demands that Iran disclose the number of locations of the sea mines it has laid and cooperate with efforts to remove them while also supporting the establishment of a humanitarian corridor. U.S. looking forward to this resolution being voted on in the coming days, receiving support from Security Council members. There's a lot of there's also a lot of subterfuge on Twitter right now. U.S.-backed pipeline plans to aim to reduce Strait of Hormuz dependence amid Iran threats. Like cutting through some of this, like it looks like they're gonna, like cutting through some of the bullshit, like they're gonna declare it that it's open. Even if it's fake. Watch out for big squeezing into the close here. I kind of like that that's over there. We can leave this over here. We've got, let's look at this here. I kind of like that this pops up over here. So when I show you guys, I want to show you guys graphics and stuff. We've got after the bell today, AMD, Lumentum, Supermicro, Arista, AMC, Astra Labs, Stera Labs, excuse me. I like them a lot, by the way. Strategy, Navitas, and Tempest. We'll look here. It's an hour right now. We'll take another look at, we do chart AMD regularly. I will look at AMD again and Supermicro again as Rubio speaks. We also have Disney tomorrow morning before the open, Uber, CVS, Amcor, Carter's, Cenovus. I'll look again at those. I'm just going to put this back up so that I can... Put that down there. AMD looking sexy. I like the new high in AMD and then a flush. I wonder if Winky's flinching right now. I like the pop and drop on AMD. Damn, Super Micro looks even better. We're likely going up into the close, boys. I like Super Micro Center. I like AMD. Same thing, pop and drop. Both are looking pop and drop-ish. Okay, let me speed this up. Looks like Rubio is about to come out here shortly. If we do squeeze up, I'm going to close Wednesday calls if you're a pro trader. Just a heads up. No, I just want to close my fucking calls. Holy shit, I'm rich. Jesus Christ. Just today, I'm up 354% in one day.
Thank you.
Woohoo!
I'll be filling in for Caroline today, obviously. So I'll have a brief remarks here, and then we'll get to your questions. As you know, over the weekend, the president announced this Project Freedom, and the goal of it is to, frankly, if you want to talk about it, it's to rescue like almost 23,000 civilians from 87 different countries that are trapped inside of the Gulf and left for dead in the Persian Gulf by this Iranian regime. You know, for more than 2 months now, these innocent sailors and commercial crew members have been stranded out at sea because Iran is conducting something that's not just criminal. It's criminal for sure, but it's desperate and destructive, this blockade of the Straits of Hormuz. Nations from around the world, the overwhelming majority of whom are not even engaged in any military hostility.
I think that was a new all-time high just then.
Not just of losing their cargo, but the lives of their own citizens because of this blockade. These ships, you know, you don't leave a ship out there for this long. You start running out of food. You start running out of potable water, essential supplies, and they're at the mercy of this piracy. And what it is, it's piracy. And not only that, but some of them have seen, you know, been opened fire on and rained down senseless attacks on several civilian ships already. So frankly, the way to put it, these are innocent bystanders. These are countries that and ships and so forth that have nothing to do with any of this, and nonetheless are being caught in the middle of it and being held hostage merely because Iran could do that, just because of, just as the regime brutally slaughtered tens of thousands of their own citizens.
Keep pushing. Keep pushing.
Peaceful protest because they're unhappy with the quality of life or the lack of quality of life in Iran today. And so they're sitting ducks. They're isolated, they're starving, they're vulnerable, and at least 10 sailors have already died as a result of the civilian sailors. So already many nations privately and some publicly have asked the United States to help free their ships and to restore freedom of navigation in the Straits of Hormuz and this critical artery of global trade. And so President Trump, as he always does, stepped up and answer the calls for their help. And he's directed the United States military to guide these stranded ships to safety, to provide a protective bubble under which they can operate and move product and get themselves out of there and out of harm's way. And this is the first step towards reopening the strait and bringing this regime's last-ditch act of economic arson, bringing that to a close. We're doing it not only because we were asked, but because we're the only ones who can. Only we have the power to sort of take the steps that we've taken now. Under this president, under President Trump, the United States will help our friends. We're going to stand up to rogue regimes like the one in Tehran, and we're going to be unashamed to use our power and our abilities to project military power in the service of our national interest above all else. Now, what's really important for you to report and for everyone to understand is this is not an offensive operation. This is a defensive operation. And what that means is very simple. There's no shooting unless we're shot at first. Okay, we're not attacking them. But if they're attacking us or they're attacking a ship, you need to respond to that. You're not going to let some fast boat come up on a ship and shoot it up. We're going to respond to it, and we've been successful at it. I don't know what the exact number is, but I know a number of those fast boats have now been targeted, and will continue to be if they pose a threat to our forces. We'll shoot down drones, we'll shoot down missiles, but it's defensive in nature. This is defensive. So if you hear stories about attacks and launching of firing back and forth, it's not back and forth. We are only responding if attacked first. This is a defensive operation, and that's what's occurring here. Just about the importance of the Straits for a moment. This is approximately a quarter of the world's oil trade, along with significant volumes of fuel and fertilizer that operate through the Straits of Hormuz. The Iranian regime cannot be allowed to dictate who uses this vital waterway. I don't think this is also being reported enough. Maybe you are reporting. I don't read everyone. I don't know many damn outlets here. I don't know who you all are, but I mean, I know who some of you are, but I don't know all of you are. But I will say this about it. This is an international waterway. Okay, this is an international waterway. And international law is very clear, and I love it because everybody always talks about international law, and this international law on this is very clear. International waterways, no country can control them. There is no international law that allows you to say, I'm going to put mines in an international body of water, and I'm going to blow up ships that don't listen to us and try to go through. That's what Iran is doing. This is a criminal act, and someone needs to do something about it. Something needs to be done. It's completely illegal, completely illegitimate, and completely unacceptable. And that's why the United States military is guiding stranded commercial ships safely through the strait and is working to restore freedom of navigation and putting an end to these efforts to hold the global economy hostage. So far, as a proof of concept and as a proof of function, 2 U.S. flag merchant ships have successfully transferred the Strait of Hormuz in the first stages of this project, and they're now safely on their way. The U.S. military is deploying the necessary assets to extend this defensive umbrella over commercial shipping. But there should be no mistake. And as I said this already, this is a defensive operation. I want to reiterate that point. This is important to understand. If no shots are fired at these ships and no shots are fired at us, we're not firing shots. But if we're fired on, we will respond, and we will respond with lethal efficiency. The assets supporting this project, by the way, include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based air.
Watch that. See that yellow bar down there? I don't know if he's going to go from this to the next thing. You see the pop, and then they roll it.
As I told you earlier, I thought it was 6. It's 7 Iranian fast boats that failed to heed our warnings. And by fast boats, we're talking about, some of these things look like Boston whalers. Okay, so these are not like Navy ships. But nonetheless, they come fast at these boats, try to swarm them, try to harm them. We're not going to let that happen. So 7 of them now sit at the bottom of the sea, along with, by the way, the rest.
Bottom of the sea.
And we're going to continue to systematically.
Frog in a log in the bottom of the sea.
To restore freedom of navigation. Now, while this project steadily progresses, Operation Economic Fury, continues to impose maximum pressure on the Iranian regime. And what remains.
Note that I'm bullish on earnings after the bell here.
Today, inflation in Iran.
On both AMD and on Supermicro.
U.S. sanctions enforcement is stepping up. It's moving in lockstep with the naval blockade to degrade Iran's capacity to generate, to move, and repatriate revenue. It directly targets the regime.
On Diz.
Lifelines. The blockade alone.
Not so much on Diz.
$500 million.
I like the idea of a fucking put on the clothes on Disney.
Trade has been halted, causing permanent damage to Iran's oil infrastructure as wells are forced to shut in. Again, all of this is in response to their piracy. Okay, it cannot be that you have these straits and they blow up any ship that moves, and the only ships that get to go through are theirs. You can't have a situation in which the straits are closed to everyone else, but they benefit from the piracy. That can't happen. That's why the blockade is in place.
They could have closed it to the U.S. and Israel, but they didn't do that.
Financial, and by the way, Treasury is now identifying and cutting off every dollar of revenue that's flowing.
They fucked up when they closed it to everybody. Or they opened the door to the U.S. now having a second role. Like, I'm fighting you, but then I'm also enforcing international law.
As President Trump has said, and the facts clearly bear out, the United States of America holds all the cards. There is no scenario here in which if they decide to join a ladder of escalation, they wind up getting the last say. But our preference is for these straits to be opened to the way they're supposed to be opened.
We need more of this.
Anyone can use it. No mines in the water. Nobody paying tolls.
We need more of this tone. I mean, I'm not a fan of Rubio or whatever, but we need more of this.
And their position will continue to weaken, especially as the blockade really begins to bite in conjunction with the sanctions. So, look, the time's come for Iran to make a sensible choice. And it's not easy for them to do that, obviously, because they have a fracture in their own leadership system. And apart from that, I mean, the top people in that government are, to say the least, they're insane in the brain. And so we need to address that, and it's difficult because it's hard to get past that in their system. But it's important for them to make a sensible choice and the one that's right for their people. The president, our president, has proven time and again that his preference is peace. But Iran must accept the reality of this situation and come to the negotiation table and accept terms that are good for them, but ultimately good for the world. The diplomatic path, if there's a real diplomatic path, I'm not sure there's going to be one, but if there's a real diplomatic path and we continue to explore it, Steve and Jared are working on that very hard. If there is one there, it could be one that leads them to reconstruction, to prosperity, and to stability, and to not posing a threat to the world. The alternative is growing isolation, economic collapse, and ultimately total defeat. I know what the right choice is for Iran. I hope that the people over there making decisions will make the right one. The last point I would make, and it really is important for them to understand this, is they really shouldn't test the will of the United States, at least not under President Donald Trump. He has proven time and again that he will back up what he says. And if they test him, ultimately they will lose. The hard way, the easy way, the long way, the short way, they will lose. And with that, it's time for your questions. So, Catherine, why don't we start with you first?
Hi, Catherine Herridge. I'm an independent journalist. Secretary Rubio, have you seen any recent indications that Iran is willing to give up its nuclear weapons program that is credible, verifiable, and that would lead to an immediate de-escalation?
Well, look, this is a long-standing problem for them, right? I mean, they have wanted, they have always said they don't want a nuclear weapon. That's because they've always said that, they just don't mean it. And why do you say, well, how do you know they don't mean it? Well, we don't mean it because they're doing all the things, and historically have tried to do all the things that you do if you want a nuclear weapons program. For example, they innovate and try to innovate long-range delivery missiles that now, in some cases, are capable of reaching much of Europe. They build these large underground centrifuges.
He doesn't have to say that. All he has to say is that the uranium is already enriched enough to do like an atomic bomb, which it is. So
they've always had secret components of their nuclear program undisclosed to the world.
That's all you need to say.
The fact that they retain highly enriched uranium at 60%.
60% is all you need. You just look it up, Google search it. Can you create any kind of a bomb with 60% enriched in uranium? It's all you need to say.
That they're not interested in one thing is to say we don't want a nuclear weapon. Another thing is to do the things that prove you don't want a nuclear weapon. By the way, if what Iran wants is a civilian...
It'd be at least a few kilotons, like 3 to 10 kilotons, maybe even 15 if you did it right.
And they don't enrich. They import the enriched material. You know, they could have that if that's what they wanted, but they're not acting like that's what they wanted. They're acting like they want a military, nuclear program. That's unacceptable. So that's the process we're engaged in now. To create, that's the object of this diplomacy, is to come up with some level of understanding about what are the topics that they've agreed to negotiate on. We don't have to have the actual agreement written out, and one day this is highly complex and highly technical. But we have to have a diplomatic solution that is very clear about the topics that they are willing to negotiate on and the extent of the concessions they're willing to make at the front end in order to
get up there.
That's what Stephen
And if you ain't getting up there now, we're going to get up there after the bell.
That's the outcome we would prefer. That's the outcome we would have preferred a year ago. That's the outcome I think most of us would have preferred a long time ago. But that's not the option they've given us, given their activity. All right, can I?
If you're long the underlying on AMD, though, and SMCI, make sure you take the money after the bell.
I'll go to you next. I can't get everything. You know that. All right. right, go ahead.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio.
Keep going
Welcome-
right.
Welcome to the White House.
What's
You're
that?
Talking to me, sir?
Yeah, to you, yes, sir.
Thank you. I have two questions on two separate issues that
Do
come
they
under...
get two questions for these?
Two
That's just
questions
one.
that-
There's a lot of people in here.
that
man.
fall under your umbrella. The
All right,
first-
well, you answer. You can ask me two questions. I'll give you one answer. Go
Thank
ahead.
you very much. I appreciate
And I'll
it.
pick the one I like better.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The first has to do with the blockade. There are lawmakers from both parties who claim...
AMD weak right now under the bell, but not a big deal.
What do you say to that? And my second question has to do with the...
They're trading 353. I've got them going to 370, so 368.
All right, good. I'll answer both your questions.
And then I've got them coming down.
The first one on the blockade. And so why do we have a blockade? We have a blockade because they shut down the straits. So I don't know which
Went down to 350 to then trade 376.
It's very simple. These guys have shut down the Straits of Hormuz. This is what Iran is saying. We will shut down the straits. No one can go through. No country in the world can go through unless we allow you to go through, and you have to pay us. But our ships can go through, meaning the Iranian ships, as much as they want. That's crazy.
Yeah, you can't do that. They fucked up when they did that.
To everybody, and the only people who are allowed to go through there 100% without paying anything are the Iranians. If you do that, they'll keep the straits closed forever. They're trying to make this some new normal. Okay, under no circumstances can we ever allow them to normalize the fact that they get to blow up commercial ships.
That was a gimme for Iran. They should.
We're going to blockade your ships. If everyone's ships are not getting out, your ships are not getting out either. That's not an act.
They probably don't have professionals.
You know what is an act of war? Putting mines in the water. Why don't the members of Congress, whoever it is complaining about it, they should be all over that. These guys put mines in the water. That alone, mining in the water is illegal, period, under any circumstances, and they've done it. But this is crazy stuff, but this is what they've done. On Cuba, oil blockade on Cuba. There's no oil blockade on Cuba per se. Here's what's happening with Cuba. Okay?
Oh.
Cuba used to get free oil from Venezuela. Used to give them a bunch of free oil. They would take like 60% of that oil and resell it for cash. It wouldn't even go to benefit the people. So the only blockade that's happened is the Cubans have decided, the Venezuelans have decided we're not giving you free oil anymore. And you can only imagine nowadays, the way oil prices are, no one's giving away free oil, much less to a failed regime. So the problem with Cuba is worse, okay? Their economic model doesn't work. And the people who are in charge can't fix it. And the reason that I can't fix it is not just because they're communists, that's bad enough, but they're incompetent communists. The only thing worse than a communist is an incompetent one. And that's what, so incompetent communists run that country. They don't know how to fix it. They really don't. And we have 90 miles from our shores, a failed state that also happens to be friendly territory for some of our adversaries.
Hey, look at that, a new all-time high.
I will be addressing it, but not today. Okay. All right, let's go to the
Secretary Rubio.
Yeah.
You are going
Again, should I just mention that every time we make a new high?
with the Pope, given the rhetoric between President Trump and Pope Leo?
No,
Trading on SPX 7271. We have a pin tomorrow at 7280.
Where the church is growing very vibrantly. And we have shared concerns about religious freedom, freedom in different parts of the world. We'd love to talk to them about that. The topic of Cuba, we gave Cuba $6 million of humanitarian aid, but obviously they won't let us distribute it. We distributed it through the church. We'd like to do more. We're willing to give more humanitarian aid to Cuba, by the way, distributed through the church, but the Cuban regime has to allow us to do it. They won't allow us to give their own people more humanitarian aid, and we're willing to do it through the church. So there's a lot to talk about.
And the president recently said that the Pope is endangering a lot of Catholics as a result of his rhetoric around the Iran war. Is that a sentiment
Well, I
you
don't think
agree
that's
with?
an accurate description of what he said. I think what the president basically said is that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon because they would use it against places that have a lot of Catholics and Christians and others for that matter. It goes back to the central point. I think the president, without trying to speak for him, but I think I can characterize it this way. He doesn't understand why anybody, leave aside the Pope, the president, and I, for that matter, I think most people, I cannot understand why anyone would think that it's a good idea for Iran to ever have a nuclear weapon. Look what they're doing with the Straits right now. They're holding the whole world hostage. They have these sailors, on commercial ships that are going to starve to death out there. They don't care. They don't care that this is melting down the economies around the world, even of their own allies. This is what they're doing with the Straits. What do you think they would do if they had a nuclear weapon? They would hold the world hostage with that nuclear weapon. That's what they would do. They would do exactly to the world with a nuclear weapon what they're doing now with the Straits. And I think the president's point is how anyone cannot see that as an unacceptable outcome and an unacceptable risk is beyond him. It's puzzling. And someone has to do something about it. The difference between this president and like the 6 presidents that preceded him were that he's the only one that's actually been willing to do something about it. Everyone says Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, but you got to do something about it at some point. And he's been willing to address that threat. And that's what he promised he would do when he got elected, by the way, is address threats like this. I wish I knew your name,
thank you
guys.
so
I
much,
apologize.
Mr.
Can you put name tags on?
Thank you so much, Mr.
Okay.
Secretary.
Who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with Rudao Media Network.
Okay.
Mr. Secretary, the President has said multiple times that weapons were provided to the Kurdish groups to pass on the Iranian people. However, Kurdish political parties and the regional government says they have not received such weapons. Even some claim these weapons remain in the U.S. base in the region. Can you clarify who those weapons were given to and whether you intend to retrieve them or still want to pass to the Iranian people?
Yeah, look, ultimately, what the President is expressing...
Watch out for a flush here into the close.
Look, he's heartbroken by these images. You think about it. You're an Iranian, okay? You're unhappy that your economy doesn't work for you. You don't have freedom. You don't have an opportunity to express yourself. You know, you've got friends that have been shot in the head because they're out protesting. And it's heartbreaking to him to see that these people are abused in this way and have no measures to take against their own government as a result of it. By the way, this goes back, if you guys remember the protests in 2009 where they slaughtered people in the street.
Watch out for the sweep down here.
Okay? These are people that hang people from cranes in the town square so everyone can see. They continue these executions of people and have continue to do so for over a decade and a half now. And so I think what the President is expressing is the desire that he wishes the Iranian people had an ability to fight back against some of these things that are happening to them. And I would view that as distinct and separate from the specifics of this operation that was ongoing before it concluded, and certainly different from the operation that's going on now. Right there in the...
Regarding Colombia, Mr. Secretary...
Right behind you, not Colombia, right there. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Secretary, thank you so much. On Lebanon...
There's not a lot of room here. You see that?
Or less fire. And the second question, do you think you would be able to achieve an agreement between Lebanon and Israel without risking a civil war in Lebanon? What are you doing to risk? What are you doing to...
No, I got it. I got the gist of your question. So look, here's the challenge with Lebanon, okay? There's no problem between the Lebanese government and the Israeli government. Israel doesn't claim any land in Lebanon belongs to them. And by and large, I think a peace deal between Lebanon and Israel is imminently achievable and should be. The problem with Israel and Lebanon...
Hang tighter, guys.
It's Hezbollah. Hezbollah operates from inside of Lebanese territory. They terrorize and attack Israelis, but they also are inflicting tremendous damage on the Lebanese people. The reason why Lebanon gets attacked by Israel is because of Hezbollah. Because Hezbollah is hiding in some house, launching rockets against Israelis, and then they get hit.
Just a note there, I'm posting expectations in Discord of the market chat for the close here so you're aware of what to expect tomorrow.
Our hope is to engage the Lebanese and Israeli governments under our mediation at the table to achieve this. And that is having Lebanese armed forces and a Lebanese government, not just with a willingness, but with the capability to begin to challenge Hezbollah and disarm them. Because the Lebanese people are also victims of Hezbollah. And by the way, on the topic of Hezbollah in Lebanon, who is behind Hezbollah? Why do they exist? They're an agent of Iran. If you go through that Middle East and you identify every problem, Hamas, Hezbollah, to some extent the Houthis, obviously, and others, behind every one of these groups is Tehran. So apart from the nuclear weapons, apart from all these other things, these guys are behind all the bad actors. Hezbollah is a wing. It's an extension of Iranian desire to destabilize the region. So we're very committed to this process.
I need to clean up my fucking brokerage here. I got shit all over the place.
It's not going to be easy. We're going to do everything we can to make sure
yeah, sometimes I just want to close shit. Be like, close. I hate a brokerage with, like, I got shit everywhere.
Right in the middle. I'm winging it, guys, okay? Right there, yes, sir.
You mentioned the 2 U.S. ships that safely crossed the Strait of Hormuz. Are other ships being told it's safer to get back to regular levels, or are we still going to see limits in place for the foreseeable future?
For obvious reasons, I'm not going to broadcast who we're talking to or who we're telling them to move. I mean, we want these operations to be safe, and I think as it unfolds and ships get through, we'll make those announcements after the fact, just for operational security purposes. But the goal here is pretty simple. Establish a zone of transit that is protected by a bubble, the United States, both naval and air assets, and then allow ships who want to move through there and get to market, to begin to increase confidence in the ability to do so. That doesn't happen in 12 hours. It takes time to set up that bubble and gain that confidence, but that's the goal. We have been in touch. We've been in touch, I don't know, with a bunch of different liners about moving, And we're hoping to continue to improve the security situation, and we'll start to see some of that movement. And we'll announce it as it happens after the fact. We're not going to be like broadcasting, hey, tomorrow at 12, ship X is going to be coming through for obvious reasons, because that degrades the security. But we feel confident we're going to be able to achieve that. Look, it's not going to solve the whole Straits problem. It's going to solve a lot of it, but it's important to challenge what Iran is doing now. Guys, again, I wonder if you take anything away today, and I can't tell you what to write, but Iran cannot be allowed to normalize this control of the Straits. It's completely unlawful, illegal. It's outrageous. And every country in the world should be joining us and condemning it and doing something about it. But the United States has stepped up and is trying to do something about it.
Regarding Colombia, Mr. Secretary, we've had several tourists.
I'm sorry. We'll see if we get to Colombia today. Go ahead. You guys have an election now. Why don't you wait till after your election?
Mr. Secretary, John Michael Ross with Daily Mail. I was curious about your meeting with Southcom earlier. There was a picture, a map of Cuba behind you. What did you discuss with Southcom about Cuba? And do you have any updates on?
I'm not going to tell you what I discussed with Southcom.
but it had to do something with Cuba.
No,
what about?
Cuba's in Southcom. You know,
Fair
it's
enough.
the closest part. And so the second point, I was there. Our ambassadors were in from the whole Western Hemisphere. I was addressing them. You know, meeting the general who just took command of Southcom. And there happened to be a map of Cuba. And I said, it'd be good if we took a picture in front of that map, because it's like the closest thing in Southcom to the United States. So there it is. We have maps of other countries, but.
I mean, dealers got this priced in well on AMD. 359.7 got sold down.
In the red, right there in the red.
In the red, okay. Cristina de Telemundo.
Put buyers can be fucked in here too.
And they'll have to translate for them what you asked
So
me?
I'll say it in English, and if you can answer in both languages. Today I checked the webpage of the State Department, and there's still a $25 million bounty on.
I like the long right now to the close on AMD. I picked up some calls a few minutes ago.
I was wondering if that has been put on hold, or if you're
It's been cranking up into the bell right now.
to turn him over. Is
Yeah, I don't have
nothing
any updates for you.
Going.
The website is what it is, and that's where it stands. That policy hasn't changed. But guys, I mean, let's be mature here a little bit. I'm not going to tell you about what we're talking about with the leader of these countries.
El Departamento de Estado sigue considerando a Diosdado Cabello un narcoterrorista y un narcotraficante, como dice en la página del Departamento.
There's an equal leg new low. We're going to continue to roll down here. Watch that red bar right there.
On that topic hasn't changed. When it does, you know, obviously we'll inform you, but I don't have any news for you on that today. Right there in the green. I'll get to you guys. Right there in the green. Are you guys all the TV people?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go. I'm learning. They gave me a little map. I don't know where I put it of the people here. Some of you had like red X's. I'm kidding. No, it's not true. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The average price of gas in the country right now is
Yeah.
$4.50. Do you have a thought on how long Americans are supposed to kind of accept this? Do you think it will affect Republicans' majorities in the midterms?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on the politics of it. You can tell me. I mean, look, it's obviously being driven by global.
I have to get out of AMD.
Russia-Ukraine war as well, where you saw that come up. It's one. Look, we don't benefit from the Straits as much as other countries. I don't know if you've seen what the gas prices are like in other parts of the world that are really suffering, big time. So we're very fortunate that the United States, I believe, right now is like the world's largest net exporter of oil and natural gas as a result, not because of this war, but because we have this capacity. So we've been insulated to some degree. We're obviously still vulnerable to some extent to global prices, and so, but in the end, I mean, we're more insulated than other countries, even though that's not welcome news to Americans that are paying more at the pump, no doubt about it. And it certainly is one of the circumstances of it. There are people that were predicting would be much higher at this point, but we're not taking that for granted. Suffice it to say that this is, think about it this way.
That's because we're fucking shorting it.
And they decided to close the Straits and make our gas prices like $9 a gallon or $8 a gallon, we wouldn't be able to do anything about it because they have a nuclear weapon. And a nuclear-armed Iran could do whatever the hell they want with the Straits, and there's nothing anyone would be able to do about it. And that's one of the many reasons, apart from like the massive loss of life in a nuclear strike, why Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. I mean, so this is an example of, if they had a nuclear weapon, they closed the Straits and they would tell the world, what are you going to do about it? We have a nuclear weapon, we can attack you with it. That's the world none of us want to leave behind. It won't happen under this president's watch.
And that's everybody. Every president has said that.
So just one more example of why these guys...
Every modern president.
Right there, in the black. Right, you in the black. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Where you? No, right there. I you both are wearing black.
Thank you.
She's closer. No, you don't have black. You have blue on. I'm colorblind, but I know blue and black.
Thank you so much.
Right there. Yes, ma'am. No, you. The first one I called on.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. This is chaos, guys. Go ahead.
Welcome to the White House. You've long been a leading voice on human rights in China, and so including religious persecution and forced organ harvesting. So President Trump prepares to meet Xi Jinping next week. Do you expect human rights concerns to be on the table? Or to
Well, we
come up
always
with
raise those
discussions
issues,
there?
and they remain true. And I think we've proven in some cases it's most effective to raise them in the appropriate setting. But we always raise those issues. They're important to us, among with others, of course. But those issues remain prominent in our view and in our conversation about these things. And we'll continue to raise them in the appropriate forums. All right, let's get to the front.
All right, fuck this, I'm out.
Thank you, Simon Kelly, Associated Press. You mentioned earlier that some countries have privately and publicly indicated their willingness to help with Project Freedom. Can you say how many have reached out to the U.S. with the offers of help, and what kind of capabilities?
Well, thank you for your question. That's a good question. I mean, multiple countries have said we got to do something about it and fix it.
Is it like dozens or single digits or more than 100? Or?
I don't know. I don't put a number on it. I would just tell you that. Here's what I would say about it.
Can't believe I'm saying I'm bullish on AMD into the close here.
They don't have a Navy, right? Or they can't get there in time, or they can't. Others, you know.
Not that high, though. 70s, 68, 70, somewhere in there.
Oh, we'll be involved, but we'll be involved after it's over. Well, after it's over, it's kind of like, you know, that makes sense. So, you know, we'd like to have it. Now, there may be some utility in a post, you know, closure mission. I'm not downplaying that, but I think that's been the challenge. But there are other ways they can help, unique ways that they can help. And I don't want to get into who these countries are for obvious reasons, you know, because they are prepared to help us in certain ways.
I don't think they report until way after the 15 mark.
It impacted foreign policy. It could have some domestic ramifications. But ultimately, I don't want to mislead you. The primary responsibility for this Project Freedom is on the United States, because we're the only country that can project power in that part of the world the way we're doing now. We're the only ones that can do it, and we're going to do it as a favor to the world. Understand this. This is a favor to the world because it's their ships that are stranded. It's their fuel supplies that are stranded. By the way, it's their humanitarian. There's humanitarian aid destined for different countries in the world that's stranded in the Persian Gulf right now. It's the fertilizer that they need for their food and crops that's stranded in the Persian, not our fertilizer, their fertilizer. So we want to be helpful, and that's why the president stepped forward, because we're the only ones that can. Frankly, we're the only ones that can.
Mr. Secretary, on the rising oil and gas prices, the president has said that this is...
Shit, I should have stayed in. I'm out right now of AMD. I opened some calls earlier.
Yeah, but look, here's the way to think about Iran, and this is what I described at the very beginning of this. What was Iran's plan? You have to understand what their plan was. Their plan was they were going to build this conventional shield where they would have so many thousands of missiles and drones and rockets that they couldn't be attacked. And behind that conventional shield that they were trying to build, they would then break out and do whatever they wanted with their nuclear program. They no longer have that conventional shield. Okay, we told you guys from the very beginning, and we're very consistent in this messaging. The operation that has concluded was going to destroy their Navy. They have no Navy left. They don't. Not a Navy. They have small boats and Boston whalers, but they don't have a Navy left. They don't have an Air Force. I challenge you. When is the last time you read or heard about an Iranian jet flying anywhere? They don't have an Air Force. Their missile launching capability has been substantially degraded, and their industrial base, their defense industrial base, has been severely, severely damaged. So their ability to build a shield behind which they could hide their nuclear program was wiped out. That's a very substantial achievement, and that was the purpose of this operation from day one.
Their nuclear material in order for this war to end.
Well, that's one of the topics that needs to be discussed. I don't know about. I think you're linking it. The operation is over. Epic Fury is.
All right, now I'm glad I'm out, because that's right where we are right now. I got out just above there. Whew.
As far as the negotiation is concerned,
I feel better at least.
That part of the negotiation process has to.
Yes, go red now.
But what happens to this material that's buried deep somewhere that they still have access to if they ever wanted to dig it out? That has to be addressed, and that's being addressed in the negotiation. I'm not going to go further on what progress has been made on that topic because I don't want to endanger the negotiations, but suffice it to say that the president and this entire team is aware of the centrality of that question, and that will have to be addressed one way or the other. Right there. Yes. Thank you.
Secretary, I have another two-part question for you.
Okay.
First, are you taking part in those negotiations that you just detailed there? And then secondly, President Trump has made it clear that the U.S. doesn't rely on the Strait of Hormuz. So why should Americans even care about Project Freedom and these shipping tankers going through?
Well, I think on the second point is the one I want to address first, and that is why should Americans care and why it matters to us? Because ultimately these things have an impact on the global economy, which ultimately has an impact on our economy in the long term. That's number one. Number two, because if we live in a world where a rogue state like this Iranian regime is allowed to claim as a new normal control over international shipping lane, it will not be long before you see that happen in multiple shipping lanes around the world. I can identify for you six or seven vital shipping lanes around the world that some countries can decide, guess what? If Iran was able to do it, we're going to do it too. We're not going to start charging tolls. And it'll get closer and closer to us. That's unacceptable. We cannot live in a world.
This white line would mean we're going to go back up here.
Behind the idea that international waters are free for the free flow of goods. The stuff we make in this country and export has to go through international shipping lanes. And for us to live in a world where a country can decide, now we own the international shipping lane and you have to pay us if you want to use it, that is a normal that we will never be able to accept. And that's what the Iranians are trying to get us to do. So we're doing two things about it, and we haven't talked about the second one enough. The second thing we're doing is we're going to the UN. Everybody loves the UN, right? We're trying to go to the UN, and we're saying, okay, countries of the world, condemn this. Say that it is wrong for you to put mines there. It is wrong for you to shoot at commercial vessels. Guys, that's what we're talking about here. These guys are bombing commercial vessels. They're not bombing naval vessels. They're bombing commercial tankers. It's just outrageous. That needs to stop, and it needs to end. And if it doesn't, then the world should be diplomatically and economically isolating Iran as well. But if we live in a world where global shipping lanes can be taken over by countries, that'll have a direct impact on Americans in the short and the long term, and we can't let it start by Iran doing it. And we're the only ones that can do anything about it. All right. Right there in the green. Go ahead. Yes.
Mr. Secretary, does the president intend to press Beijing on its Taiwan policy when he visits China next week?
I'm sure Taiwan will be a topic of conversation. It always is. As you know, we understand the Chinese understand our position on that topic. We understand theirs. And I think both parties, without getting ahead of myself of what will happen in the talks, but I think both countries understand that it is neither one of our interests to see anything destabilize happen in that part of the world. We don't need any destabilizing events to occur with regards to Taiwan or anywhere in the Indo-Pacific. And I think that's to the mutual benefit of both the United States and the Chinese.
Secretary, Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. Thank you for taking my question today. How does the State Department...
What happened? Why is everybody giggling? What happened? You guys... Oh, I'm sorry. Are they mean to you?
No, they're not mean.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they are. I hope not. But I'm Kara from Lindell TV, and nice to ask you a question today, sir. How does the State Department interpret the president's recent remarks when he said, quote, the Iranian people need to have guns, and I think they are getting some guns, end quote. What did he mean, and do those comments relate to any ongoing or potential U.S. actions like supplying those weapons?
Well, I think it goes back to the question I was asked a moment ago. I think the president thinks it's heartbreaking that the Iranian people are abused by this regime the way they are. In the end, I mean, this regime is not...
AMD coming down into the close here.
In my hearing before the Senate when I got confirmed, I don't know of any country in the world where there's a bigger difference between the people and the people who run the country. Okay, this country is run by radical Shia clerics.
SMCI looking sexy.
Iranian people are. Now, they may be Shia, but they're not radicals and they're not clerics, and they just want a normal life and a regular life, and in many ways a very cosmopolitan country with an incredible history and incredible legacy and the like. So there's this huge divide between the people of Iran, whom we sympathize with, and who the president sympathizes with, because they're the ones suffering. Look, the world is a victim of Iran, okay? The world is a victim of Iran because they're terrorists, because of what they're doing now in the Straits. But the people of Iran are daily victims of the regime, and the president has deep sympathy for what they're going through. And I think he's just expressing that sympathy and that frustration that they don't have the ability to do more to get rid of this regime that has crushed this country and isolated it from the world, which is a country that shouldn't be isolated from the world because its people are phenomenal. All right. I wish I had like a dice. Go ahead. Yeah. No, right there, because I'm going to Italy. Voy a Italia. Déjame hablar con el señor. Okay. He's Italian. I know him. He used to cover Capitol Hill. You're Italian, right?
For many years.
For many years.
Okay. Daniele Compatangelo. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So I have two short questions for you.
Oh, damn, two questions.
First, as you head to the Vatican and Italy, how do you view the Pope's global role amid current geopolitical shift? And what are your objectives in Italy? Is this trip tied to recent remarks by the President suggesting Italy has not been supported as expected? And the second one is about the Hezbollah in Lebanon. On a recent interview on Fox News, you raised some concern about stronger vetting within the Lebanese armed forces. What do you make? Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, I've answered the first one about the Vatican. Look, I mean, the Pope is obviously the vicar of Christ, is a Roman Catholic, you know, but he's also the head of a nation state, and it's an organization that has a presence in over 100-something countries around the world. And we engage with the Vatican quite a bit because they're present in many different places. I've already outlined to you 2 examples. We worked with the Catholic Church on the distribution of humanitarian aid in Cuba. We share with...
Keep an eye on ticker symbol WYFI. It's breaking out right now.
And also, you know,
this is one that we've been tracking for some time. It's breaking out from its daily and weekly trigger to come up and close a bunch of shit.
The trip is
WYFI. It's creeping up into the bell right now.
Other Secretary of States have done that in the past. On the second point about Lebanon, also a question that was asked earlier. And what was the Italian part?
About the expectation that the president...
Oh, no, look, I mean, the Italians have been involved for some time in training the police and in training their forces, so I would love to hear their input on it. And in the way, look, we welcome everybody's help eventually. What has to happen in Lebanon, what everybody wants to see, is that you have a Lebanese government with the capability...
I'm going to pull the rug on this, see it?
...and take the Hezbollah apart. There shouldn't be a Hezbollah and a government. There should be a government. Everyone should fold underneath it. And if we do that, then there will be peace between Israel and Lebanon. But we have to build the capacity of the Lebanese to do it. And I think Italy could be helpful in that regard. All right.
AMD selling into the bell here.
You already got a question? In the green? Did I call on you already?
No.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
You mentioned the UN resolution that
Yes.
you announced today. Can you talk about what the goal is with that resolution? And there was a similar one last month that was vetoed by China and Russia. You spoke to the Russian foreign minister. Do you have an assurance that Russia will be on board with this now?
Well, we don't know. Yeah, look, I mean, everyone wouldn't want to see this vetoed again, and then we've made some slight adjustments to the language, but I don't know if it'll avoid a veto or not, but the language isn't very complicated. And I think it's a real test for the UN, right? As something that functions that can solve global problems. What is the purpose of the UN? The UN was supposed to be a place where you could peacefully resolve global conflict.
There it goes to the downside. There might be more. It's not done yet. Don't buy that yet.
Of an international waterway and blowing up commercial vessels.
It's right here.
Mines in the water. I don't know if people appreciate how outrageous this is, how unacceptable it is that any country would fire and try to sink commercial vessels or put mines in the water. Both of these things are illegal. And so we're going to take it to the UN, and we're going to give it another chance to be a forum in which we're not even asking people to commit troops to the region and help blow up the Iranian boats. All we're asking them to do is to condemn it, to call on Iran to stop blowing ships, to remove these mines, and to allow humanitarian relief to come through because there's humanitarian aid that's trapped. That's it. This is a very modest request. And if you're telling me that the international community and hundreds of countries cannot rally behind that, then I don't know what the utility of the UN system is if it can't even solve something as straightforward as that. And I think to both the Chinese and the Russians, I would argue and have argued that it is in their interest for that resolution to pass and for pressure to be brought on Iran because it is in their interest.
AMD coming down for equal legs.
Including the Straits of Hormuz, be closed down and cause economic chaos to dozens and dozens of countries around the world. Okay. Back row.
I like buying AMD after the bell or near the bell.
CBN News, you've had a...
So glad I closed those fucking calls. Oof.
At the end of the day, with all that you've
I
been
like this
involved
question.
in,
Keep going.
You've been extremely busy.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
As we all know. I got to ask you, what is your hope for America at a time such as this?
My hope for America?
And how do
the
you
same as always
personally
been.
deal with that?
Yeah, look, I mean, my hope for America is what it's always been. I think it's the hope I hope we all share. We want it to continue to be the place where anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, where you're not limited by the circumstances of your birth, by the color of your skin, by your ethnicity, but frankly, it's a place where you are able to overcome challenges and achieve your full potential. I think that should be the goal of every country in the world, frankly, but I think in the U.S., we're not perfect. Our history is not one of perfection, but it's still better than anybody else's history, and ours is a story of perpetual improvement. Each generation has left the next generation of Americans freer, more prosperous, safer, and that is our goal as well. But it is a unique and exceptional country, and as we come upon this 250-year anniversary, I think we have a lot to learn and be proud of in our history. It is one of perpetual and continuous improvement, where each generation has done its part to bring us closer to fulfilling the vision that the founders of this country had upon its founding. So, thank you. All right. I have time for 2 more questions. Oh, crazy. All right, right there in the pink. No, you right there. That lady. No, the one right next to you in the pink. No, the pink. I'm sorry, but I pointed at her. I need to get a laser pointer and just go. Now you in the pink jacket, the lady right there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I have a question on
Just dumping shares on AMD right now.
reaction to Iranian foreign minister visit to China. Also, Beijing instructed its firms to ignore U.S. sanctions. Could you also address that?
Well, I'll direct you to Treasury on that front. There are options that we have. If you ignore our sanctions, you're going to face secondary sanctions. And I don't have an announcement for you on that today, but we don't do these things, for symbolic purposes. On the first point about the visit, it's fine. I hope the Chinese tell him what he needs to be told, and that is that what you are doing in the Straits is causing you to be globally isolated. You're the bad guy in this.
I wish I was rich.
You should not be putting mines. You should not be holding hostage trying to hold hostage the
Wish I had like millions of shares of AMD so I could just whip it around however I feel like doing it.
China is an
If I was like filthy fucking rich, like a multi-billionaire, I would do that.
China, but it's obvious. China is an export-driven economy. That means they depend.
I would be a threat to the U.S. stock market.
If you can't ship it there and you can't buy from them if your economy is being destroyed by what Iran.
I'm looking at the sell. I'm like counting it all up, going, man, if I just had a couple million shares of AMD, I could just fucking move that shit for like 20 minutes.
Yes, I'm
just fucking hammer like million sell right before the bell and have it fucking crater. Have a short on and fucking close it.
Situation will be targeted. Does that include Chinese banks? Would the president
We're going to enforce our sanctions. I don't have an
an
announcement for you. That will have to come from Treasury. But we have sanctions in place. And sanctions don't mean anything unless, you're going to do something about them. So I think that's been clear. I think that, the Treasury will follow up with any specific announcements. Suffice it to say, we're serious about our sanctions. Then a cost needs to be imposed on Iran for what they are doing. Otherwise,
Looking for a turn up here soon.
if they get away with pulling this thing off without paying a price for it and backing down, you're going to see.
Oh, by the way, I've got us going to 720 on this trade down.
Again, I want to reiterate the point.
First target's here in this green mark right here. I've got us going to 720 total.
Shut down an international waterway. The Straits of Hormuz do not belong to Iran. They don't have a right to shut it down and blow up ships and lay mines. And that's what they've done. That needs to be addressed. Otherwise, and it cannot be normalized. Under no circumstances can we live in a world where we accept, okay, this is normal. You have to coordinate with Iran. You have to pay them a toll in order to go.
It's this white line right here.
Not only is that unacceptable in the Straits,
This one right here.
precedent that could be repeated in multiple other places around the world.
To the tick.
The whole world should join us in this condemnation. And the whole world should join us in doing something about it, by the way. It shouldn't just be us. We're hoping to get countries. We're going to give them a chance to do something about it at the United Nations. All right, my last question. All right, that lady in the right there in the white.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Right next to
you.
Well, okay, hold on, stop this up. Go ahead. Okay, I'll do two more and then I gotta go. Yeah, go ahead. Iran has shown what? Okay.
Iran has shown that it's been able to withstand a lot of pressure.
No, we're close. You might want to close them.
President Trump has said that they may run
Close them here.
in 2 weeks. Do you believe that that will be the thing that gets them to
It's too close to count here.
their nuclear ambitions?
Oh, wait a minute, am I missing it? No, I got it right. I got it right. It's good. You're good here.
You're right, but it's not that they're able.
Oh, I was missing the right about here. Close it right there. Close it right there.
We can withstand pressure, and we actually don't.
Even if it goes down more, don't touch it. Close it right there on that mark.
Elected people that you see, some of the people you see on television with the suits.
Don't hold it all the way to this white line.
Because they know at the end of
This is the last known place buyers was this whole green box here.
the clerics, the IRGC types, who probably are more immune to that and care less. They're more interested in regime survival at all costs. But ultimately, the pressure points are what they are.
They divided now than they were before because the administration has said that the Iranian regime is divided, making it very challenging.
Close them here. Don't fuck with this. We can come up and down into 20, but you want to close right here.
6 days to get a response because you have to
Close short.
System. They have to find the supreme leader wherever he hides. They got to get him to sign off, and that's their system. Their system has always been multi-layered in this way. It's obviously become more complex because of the damage they suffered during the war. But look, suffice it to say, Iran has to pay a price. They're not going to change their position out of the kindness of their heart. There has to be a pressure point on them that causes them to realize they cannot continue to close the straits, or they face crushing economic consequences, but also, global diplomatic isolation, which they have proven.
Hey, Kitty, what are you doing?
But you're right, they have a high pain threshold, but they don't have an unlimited pain threshold. Nobody does. All right, this has to be the last question.
What are you doing there, buddy?
Go ahead.
Secretary, many people want to know what is your DJ name?
My DJ name?
Your DJ name.
You're not ready for my DJ name.
On the war.
No.
You said that Operation Epic Fury is over. The president also said that the U.S. would bomb them off the face of the earth if they tried to go after U.S. ships. So if the fighting...
No, you're not going up there. Just sit down there.
Project Freedom, and I ask as it relates to the War Powers Act.
Yeah, look.
No.
The Operation Epic Fury is concluded.
No, you're not walking up there. It's not what's going on. You're not doing that.
We're not cheering for an additional situation to occur. We would prefer the path of peace. What the president would prefer is a deal. He would prefer to sit down, work out a memorandum of understanding for future negotiations that touches on all the key topics that have to be addressed, a full opening of the strait so the world can get back to...
No.
And he preferred that be negotiated through the route that Steve and Jared have been working.
Yeah, I love you too.
That's the route he prefers. That is so far not the route that Iran has.
We already know you're going to cause problems up here.
The United States has to do something about the fact that we're the only...
Turn the goddamn stream off on me.
...a lane within the Straits of Hormuz to get product and to rescue these people that are trapped in there. And that's what we're undergoing now. What that may lead to in the future is speculative. I'm not going to speculate about what it would take or what it would do. But look, the message to Iran, these guys are facing, they are facing real catastrophic destruction to their economy, generational destruction to their economy, generational destruction to the wealth of their country.
Yeah, I love you too.
By the actions that they're taking. They should check themselves before they wreck themselves in the direction that they're going.
Did he just say check yourself before you wreck yourself?
Coming up in Congress are a moot point then?
Look, guys, I love talking about this topic. You're talking about the War Powers Act.
Yeah.
Okay, I love it.
Just said check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Hold on. No, boy, you don't let me answer. I got to answer the question. Okay. And I
Coming to the close now, just waiting for a bunch of reports coming out.
The War Powers Act is unconstitutional, 100%. Now, this is not the position of me, not the position of the President of the United States now. This is the position of every single president that has occupied this position since the day that law passed. It's completely unconstitutional. Now, we comply with it in terms of like notification because we want to preserve good relations with Congress, right? And we do that. But even as a senator, I would say that the War Powers Act is 100% unconstitutional. And look, I know some of you, whatever you want to say, but this is not this president's position. That has been the position of every single presidential administration since the day that law passes. An infringement on the president's constitutional powers. We don't acknowledge the law as constitutional. Nonetheless, we comply with elements of it for purposes.
Nope. Don't even think about getting on the desk.
Informed. I have gone on Capitol Hill, I don't know, 4 times this year for all senators and all House members and Intel Committee and Gang of 8. We want them to be involved in this, but I want to be clear on the point of the War Powers Act. It's unconstitutional, and every president and every administration has taken that position. All right, guys, I gave you 50 minutes. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. You want kisses, too. Yeah. All right, that looks like it's it. Wrapping it up now on Rubio's presser here. Just waiting for the after on AMD and on SMC. I believe SMCI is reporting today, right? Yeah. Just waiting for these reports to come out here. MOC closing is by CUNP, CAT, XOM, and Tesla. Ooh, Tesla, I like that. And then top sells MU, JPM, HD, QCOM, and Diz. I don't like Diz tomorrow. I'm not a fan of Diz into tomorrow's ER. I know you don't never mess with the fucking mouse, but I'm looking for it to collapse. I'm looking to buy a dip on that one. What are you doing? Why won't you leave me alone? What's going on over here? You're showing your large Marge butt to the screen over here. No. Okay, I gotta go, guys. If anything crazy happens here, though, remember that I'm bullish on AMD to 70, 68.70. SMCI, I'm pretty bullish on too right here. You okay? Oh, dude, you just fall out of there? Damn cat, man. These fucking cats will like kill themselves. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. If anything crazy happens over